Online. I'm there. Video or host has stopped your video. Nochindi. To start my and phone chest cheppu. Hello. Good morning all. Dr. Narasimha Rao sir, you are there? No sir. Dr. Narasimha Rao sir.
Yes, I'm available.
Good morning sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir. Dr.
Thank you.
PJ Srinivas sir, are you there?
Yes, madam, I'm there.
Good morning, sir, and welcome to the webinar. You will be the moderator for the 4 speakers in the first session. I'll be with you, sir. And by 8, it's now 8, we'll just wait for 1 or 2 minutes and then we'll start the session. You please see, Srinivas, sir, that the speakers stick to their time. You keep
Okay.
announcing that, sir. Some people are speaking 30 minutes for a 15-minute time that is given. We can't
Okay.
stop them in the middle, right, sir? Today, everyone is 20 minutes. Thank you, sir. And the session is open now. And Dr. PJ Srinivas will moderate. Rahul, please introduce the moderator. Rahul, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr.
PJ Srinivas, sir, HOD of Community Medicine. Sir, we request you to start the session, sir, by introducing the speaker, sir.
Dr. PJ Srinivas is Professor and HOD of Community Medicine, Andhra Medical College, Visakhapatnam. He is also Secretary for Association of Medical Education Teachers of Andhra Pradesh. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam. So, we'll start the session, madam.
NCA Narasimha Rao, sir?
Yeah. We'll be starting with the topic 1.
He is the Professor and HOD of General Medicine, Maharaja Institute of Medical College, Vijayanagaram. General Surgery, sorry. General Surgery. General Surgeon.
So, the first topic will be by Dr. NCA Narasimha Rao garu. So, welcome, sir.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. So, your topic is role of audit in improving your professional performance. So, your time will be around 20 minutes, sir. So, first we'll be going with the discussion part, and later we'll go with the questions if at all they are there. And any of the participants can post their questions in the chat box so that we can discuss in the last after all the panelists have completed their speech. So, first of all, I invite Dr. Narasimha Rao garu to start his session.
Good morning, delegates, organizers, and moderators.
Sir, before you start, you can change your slideshow, sir. Slideshow mode.
Okay.
Yes.
Already, am I not in the slideshow now?
You are in the slideshow, sir. Adi screen pedda cheskondi, sir.
I think I'm in the already peddaga unnan nenu.
Okay, sir. Continue, sir. Continue.
One second.
You can either click F5 on your system or bottom right side lo you will have that percentage pakkaku oka icon untundi, sir. Adi click cheyandi. F5. Resume slideshow అని వచ్చింది చూడండి, సార్. స్క్రీన్ మీద
న్యూ షేర్ ఉన్నది.
Okay, sir. Carry on, sir. We are able to see your screen. Please go ahead.
1 second. Slides forward అవ్వట్లేదు.
ఒకసారి స్క్రీన్ షేర్ ఆఫ్ చేసి మళ్ళీ ఆన్ చేయండి, సార్.
స్టాప్ షేర్ పెట్టిదా?
Yes,
ఓకే.
మళ్ళీ చేయండి, సార్. ఒకసారి
ఇప్పుడు again share.
Yes, sir.
I welcome Dr. GTV Ramesh, who is the honorary secretary of IMA AMS AP State. Welcome, Dr. Ramesh, sir. I think he should be made a panelist. Please see.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. May I start now?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
I'm audible and visible? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Now, Dr. Ramani gave me a challenging topic, something less known and probably not yet implemented in India. It's a role of audit. 1 second. Yeah, it's a role of audit in improving personal experience. I come from Maharaj Institute of Medical Science, Vijayanagar, close to where Dr. Ramani also works. Now, we all know what an audit is, and most of the time, audit means always financial audit. So let's look at a financial audit and then compare with a clinical audit. So a financial audit is probably an official inspection of an organization's accounts by an independent body. Most of the time it's chartered accountants, and they give a report, and this happens only once in a year, which means there's a scrutiny by a qualified neutral body, and the attempt is to ensure that the accounts are properly maintained as per law, means the tax laws. And this also assures the stakeholders, people who put their money, who may violate, improve the risk management. So this is something all of us know, especially under the financial year. This is a way of quality assurance to the organization as well as the stakeholders. Now let's compare with a clinical audit. Now, before we go into what is it, let's go to the definition. It's a quality improvement process, means it's not once in a year, but a continuous process that seeks to improve patient care and outcomes through systematic review of care against explicit criteria, which means there are already set standards. And where indicated, we need to change, the changes are implemented, and further monitoring is used to confirm improvement in healthcare industry. So a process related to patient care set against criteria and necessarily changes to be done, and ultimately to prove evidence that there is a so-called better healthcare delivery. This has been taken from the principles of best practice in clinical audit 2002 from UK.
Sir, sorry to disturb, sir. Sir, మీ screen share అవుతుంది కానీ your first slide is only visible, sir.
I think, okay.
Yes.
ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిందా సార్? I think my laptop
స్లైడ్ షో వచ్చింది సార్, కానీ ఫస్ట్ స్లైడ్ రోల్ ఆఫ్ ఆడిట్ ఇన్ ఇంప్రూవింగ్ అని వచ్చింది.
ఇప్పుడు సెకండ్ స్లైడ్ వచ్చింది.
మోడ్ లో పెట్టండి సార్, కింద చూడండి సార్, మీ స్లైడ్ ప్రొజెక్ట్ అయ్యిందా? దాని కింద చిన్న బాక్స్ లో 3 ఐకాన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. 70% అని రాసింది చూసారా? 70 కింద, మీ స్లైడ్ కింద అంటే ఎగ్దం కింద బార్ కింద స్లైడ్ రైట్ సైడ్ 70% అని ఉంది, చూసారా?
నాకు డిస్ప్లే అవ్వట్లేదే.
ఉంది, మీరు చూడాలంతే. మైనస్ ప్లస్ ఐకన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, స్లైడ్ షో ఉంది. రైట్ సైడ్ ఎగ్దం మీ బాటమ్ ఆఫ్ ద కంప్యూటర్. ఆ పక్కకి రండి, కిందకి రండి, రైట్ కి రండి, ఇంకా టువర్డ్స్ యూ, టువర్డ్స్ లెఫ్ట్ రండి. మీ బార్, మీ ఐకన్ కిందకి తీసుకురండి, మీ ఆరో కిందకి తీసుకురండి. ఇంకా ఐ కెన్ సీ 70% పక్కన టీవీ సిగ్నల్ ఉంది, టీవీ సింబల్ ఉంది, అక్కడ క్లిక్ చేయండి సార్.
రైట్ గా లెఫ్ట్ గా
మీ ఆరో కిందకి తీసుకురండి. మీ ఇది ఇప్పుడు తెచ్చారు కదా, ఇంకా రండి. రైట్
దాని థర్డ్ వన్
దాని క్లిక్ చేయండి.
ఓకే,
నాట్ దట్ 70% ఐకాన్ క్లిక్ చేయండి.
ఓకే,
క్లిక్ చేస్తే మీరు స్లైడ్ షో మోడ్ కి వెళ్తారు. మళ్ళా క్లిక్ చేయండి, అవ్వలేదా? ఆ టీవీ ఐకాన్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఆరో మళ్ళా వెళ్ళండి, పట్టుకెళ్ళండి. అది క్లిక్ చేయండి, అది క్లిక్ చేయండి.
వచ్చినప్పుడు రావట్లేదా? అయితే
మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే ప్రతి స్లైడ్ క్లిక్ చేసుకుంటూ మీరు వెళ్ళాలి. అప్పుడే దే విల్ కమ్ ఇన్ టు స్లైడ్ షో మోడ్. అప్పుడు మూవ్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు సెకండ్
slides are moving now, sir. I think slide has changed now. You can continue that.
ఇప్పుడు చూడండి.
సార్ మీ స్లైడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదండి సార్, ఆ స్లైడ్ మీ ఈ లెఫ్ట్ బార్ లా వన్ బిలో ద అదర్ స్లైడ్స్ ఉన్నాయా? ఈచ్ స్లైడ్ క్లిక్ చేసుకుంటే ఇక్కడికి వస్తూ ఉంటుంది మధ్యలోకి.
ఓకే, గాట్ ఇట్.
అదర్వైజ్ ఇట్ విల్ నాట్. లేదా పైన బార్
మళ్ళీ షేర్ చేస్తానండి. అలా పెడదామైతే.
ఆరోస్ యూజ్ చేయండి సార్, మీరు పైన కిందకి ఆరోస్ యూజ్ చేయండి ప్లీజ్. ఆరో యా.
సరే, ఈ పైన బార్ లో కూడా స్లైడ్ షో అని రాసింది. హోమ్, ఇన్సర్ట్, డిజైన్,
తెలుసు మేడం. అంటే నాకు తెలుసు. ఐ థింక్
స్లైడ్ షో కొట్టండి. అక్కడ స్లైడ్ షో
I think this laptop is slow and I'll change to another system laptop. Okay.
You can start. Just you keep clicking the slide number, sir. Now you're in second slide. So third slide click cheste ikkadiki vastu untundi. Right. Like that you keep doing, sir.
Okay.
Carry on, sir. Yes.
Right. Okay. Is it okay now? Thank you.
Yes, sir. It is okay.
So the definition shows that clinical audit is a quality improvement process that seeks to improve patient care and outcomes through systematic review of care against explicit criteria. Where indicated, changes are implemented and further monitoring is used to confirm improvement in healthcare delivery, which means there's a continuous process related to patient care against some set standards, and if necessary, we need to amend ourselves ultimately to confirm that there's an improvement in the healthcare industry. This is taken from the principles of best practice in clinical audit, right? Now, the main things, the key points in clinical audit is there will be data collection, and of course, this will be compared against the standards, expecting that practice will improve, and if necessary, we repeat the audit to confirm that practices improve. Now, normally there's a little confusion now. Is this also equal to research? Now, how is this different from a research? The difference is in the research, a new thing is discovered, probably to know what is right to do. Whereas in the clinical audit, we ensure that it is done in the right manner. In the research, we find out what is the best practice, whereas in a clinical audit, we try to follow to know whether it's best or is the patient being benefited. In the research, patients always involved because it's a clinical audit, whereas in a clinical audit, the patient outputs are important. They may just give their opinion. In the research, we can have a control group and also a placebo, but in a clinical audit, none of these. Ethics committee approval is always necessary in research, where a clinical audit is not necessary. A simple example is probably the research conclusion would say drug A is better than B for disease C, whereas in the clinical audit, because we know drug A is the better one, is the same drug A being used to treat disease C, right? Now, in summary, clinical audit is a quality improvement process that is a continuous thing. Not all audits are clinical audits. There are different audits in the same organization. It could be financial, it could be international, it could be organizational, or some other mortality meets that we arrange to find out what best can be done. Now, we should be aware of the differences between the different titles that are normally used in different projects. A clinical audit is an audit against agreed standards of best practice, whereas research is always aims to create new knowledge, and in a service evaluation, there is an assessment of effectiveness of service. Now, what are the different stages in a clinical audit? Just like in research, we choose a topic, then we see that it is against or with the so-called standards. Then we collect the data with the practice that they're doing, and then compare with the standards. If necessary, change, and again repeat. So this is a clinical audit cycle. Now, when I have to select a topic, the first thing, we need to have some questions in mind. Number one is the topic concerned of high cost, high volume, or risk to the staff, which would be more difficult to do? Is there any evidence of a serious quality problem? Means, are we forced to do the clinical audit because there has been a very serious complaint or a severe complication? Now, whatever we do, is there a good evidence available of high level, okay, like in the national guidelines? And once we have a problem, is there a possibility to change it, which means amenable to change? And is there a potential for involvement in national audit project so that the population at large is benefited? And is the topic pertinent to national policy initiatives? And lastly, is the topic a priority for the organization because this will add to an extra burden? Now, whenever we have a purpose, just like the aims and objectives, once we select a topic, we need to define our objective. It could be either to improve, to enhance, to ensure, or to change. These are all the verbs for improvement. And then we choose an audit method. An example would be to improve the blood transfusion process within the hospital, to increase the proportion of patients with hypertension whose blood pressure is controlled, or to ensure that every infant has access to immunization before 6 months of age. These are some of the so-called action verbs. Now in India, the problem is, unlike in UK, the clinical audit is routine to assess quality of care, and the reasons are very simple. The standard protocols are followed from top to bottom throughout the country. There is a good funding by the trust and then the NHS, good funding for this, and they have a database of clinical audit results. In India, we're still struggling to develop clinical audits, although in government funded hospitals, there is adequate funding. Now, the reason is, number one is not all places in India have the same disease pattern. So there is a diversity in epidemiology and the healthcare system, and there are no standards or protocols that can be enforced, and there's no stringent measure for patient care and maintenance record. Lastly, we don't have an audit team to come in and help us. And lastly, the most difficult thing is it requires a strong hospital governance, extra funds, staff, and infrastructure. Means this is a little away from the regular clinical work that we perform. Now, we have a body that is NABH. Is that an answer? National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers came in 2007. It's a constant board of Quality Council of India, but it looks only the infrastructure and the professional qualifications, and it focuses on overall patient safety and quality of healthcare based upon national standards, which means it is not a clinical audit guide or a team, right? So it will not help directly into a clinical audits. Now, there is some clinical audit going on within some of the institutions, like in big private hospitals and only in specialty services, where they think that they should use the resources properly and come up with an evidence of good healthcare. An example is an obstetric care in the Tibetan Delek Hospital, Dharamshala, which is funded by the Dalai Lama group. Some of the radiotherapy practices in the Central Autonomous Institute, they do follow this. And nowadays, a cochlear implant, which is a highly skilled and high-end procedure ENT, they have started doing some clinical audit. And as we all know, there is always a scope for improving quality of prescriptions, which is normally done in the psychiatry department, which is otherwise also called a prescription audit, part of a clinical audit. Now coming to an example in surgery, I being a surgeon, sorry, in the early and mid 80s, acute appendicitis was a clinical diagnosis, and treatment was open appendicectomy with a negative rate of 40%. We were told that imaging is not necessary, go on clinical grounds, open up, explore, and then decide what is best. So the 40% was considered an acceptable so-called value in 80s. I don't think we can accept it now these days. So let us say I select a topic of a negative appendicectomy, and my action would be to minimize it to 10%, from 40 to 10%. Now let us say which are the places that I can work, and accordingly standards can be set. So the standards in a primary level means a small so-called primary health center, probably with some, I would say, upgraded PSC, where a clinical diagnosis with a laboratory that gives you the total leukocyte count, one can go with an Alvarado or Mantel score, which is about 8 out of 10 or more, and go with this appendicectomy. Now, let us say we come to a hospital which has got investigations facilities, ultrasound or CT. So in a secondary level hospital, it is mandatory to do an ultrasound and CT so that we reduce the negative appendectomy. Whereas in tertiary level, where nowadays laparoscopy is always available, we go into a diagnostic laparoscopy, look into the appendix, and then perform an appendectomy. So I have standards for 3 levels of work I do. And then wherever I am, I collect my data, compare with the standards of the country and abroad. If necessary, amend my ways, review, repeat. So this is an example of so-called my area where I can perform a clinical audit without extra funding, without any ethics clearance necessary. Now, a clinical audit strategy means where can we go from here? All healthcare professionals are expected to participate in a clinical audit, be small or big. And most of the time, the audits related to the national agenda should be prioritized because the population at large will be benefited and probably funding will be little easy. And emphasis should be on an interdisciplinary or a multi-professional audit. And it need not confine it to one center because patient may cross different areas like a primary health center to hospital. So we need to integrate the so-called both the hospital, the referral and the referring hospital, we call it an interface. And as much as possible, we try to involve the patient directly or indirectly by so-called accepting his views. Now, I conclude my talk with this simple so-called message that a clinical audit should become a part of a competency-based medical education, not at an UG level, but at least a postgraduate level, and probably at the institutional level. Okay, I wish this dream becomes a reality. Thank you all once again for the organizers, the moderators, delegates, and especially Dr. Ramani Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Narasimhan. So till now we are discussing mostly about NIBH accreditation, other things. So now the newer version, that is the auditing. Clinical audit is a new word. I think this will be playing a major role in years to come. So shall we post the questions at the later part? Is it okay, sir?
Okay, sir, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you so
whatever
much.
questions are there, we'll put at the end.
Fine.
And you have also given that protocols need to be planned in every hospital, as well, maybe a specialty hospital or interdisciplinary. So thank you once again, sir, on behalf of IMA AMS for being a part of the panel. And we'll be having some questions at the end of this session, sir. So please stay online.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Dr. Ramesh Babu Raivarpu, sir. Yes, see, sir. Is Ramesh Babu, sir, is connected? Tech team?
Yes, ma'am, he's here.
Huh.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I'm here.
Sir, please.
Very good morning, ma'am.
Moderator, sir, please introduce.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Ramesh Babu, sir. Sir, Dr. Ayap Rameshu is a IMA CGP headquarter. He's from Dean of IMA CGP headquarter, and he hails from Tirupati. And he's a very good academician, conducting continuously the programs and various sessions from the alumni of SU Medical College. So welcome you, sir, on behalf of IMA AMS. And today's topic is how to protect ourselves from litigation or practice. So please start your session, sir.
Good morning, all of you. At the outset, I am very much thankful to Dr. Ramani ma'am and Dr. Ramesh sir and today's moderator, sir, for giving me this an excellent opportunity to speak a few words about today's problem, how to protect ourselves from the many events which we are facing in our day-to-day practice. At the outset, let me thank our President, Dr. Ravi Krishna, and the Secretary, Dr. Fanidhar, and Treasurer, Dr. Ravindra, for hosting such a excellent, useful programs for the academicians, our doctors, IMA doctors. In turn, it is, I am very happy to see that under the guidance of Dr. Ramani ma'am, it's really fantastic to have such a conferences very regularly, webinars very regularly. So I have a huge experience as a administrator. I've been working in very big hospitals as a CEO, like Chettinadu group of hospitals, Par group of hospitals, many. I worked in almost entire country in different places as a CEO. So with my huge experience as a 20 years in this field, I noticed many things. I faced many issues and I addressed many violence against the doctors. But I used to maintain very low profile. So majority of the people that doesn't know, only I am doing academic activity. But many a times when I was doing my work, that's such a huge corporate hospitals and medical colleges, I noticed many lapses in our first speaker very clearly mentioned clinical audit. We are missing many things in our day-to-day practice. And when there is, when we used to face some violence against us, we just raise our voice. We shout against the government. We shout against the patients. And we will project that we are perfect, but all these events are happening with the agony and frustration of the patients, attenders. Before raising that voice, just look at yourself. Out of 40 lakh people, very often, very few, we are facing such a problems. So we must think about that. Why very few are facing? Because they are a little bit lacking how to communicate the issues, how to talk to the patients when they are in agony, when they are in suffering, and they are at most frustration. These are the basic things we are missing in our day-to-day life. Hence, I used to say always 4 things. First of all, you must be aware of the day-to-day things in your life, that nowadays cell phones, everybody is having cell phones. They're all accessible to the net connections, and whatever treatment you are giving, they can access easily if they search the Google net, they will realize what is the actual disease you are treating, what is the treatment actually you are giving. They are analyzing it. And unfortunate, one more thing is, during our day-to-day practice, we are very liberal towards certain things. Your documentation is not properly written by your concerned people. The consultants are very simple. They are very busy. Otherwise, they are very busy. They may not be able to spend much time on each and every patient under their control. So these are the basic things where we are missing. So before going to very deep introspective monitorings, first of all, one should know the moral and ethical values of your profession. If you follow the moral and ethical values of your profession, you can avoid 90% of violence against the doctors. Everybody wants money. It doesn't mean that being a doctor, you should do free service. No, not at all. But being a doctor, how to be the best doctor? This is the very common, very important aspect where every doctor is missing. Once you become the doctor, you never bother to look at your primary care level. There are 3 levels in the hospital industry or whatever it is, medical industry or in the medical profession. That is a primary care, secondary care, tertiary care. So once you finish your MBBS, then you will be going to the specialty, then you will be going to the super specialty. But unfortunately, the treatment protocols where they are missing, majority problems, what we have been looking at, only to the super specialist side and the specialist side. But the primary care physicians, they never have a problem with the patients. Why? Because once they receive the patients, they will just go through the basic things and they will have a good communication with their patients. And because those are the patients, they will get bread and butter. Super specialists may have many ways to get the bread and butter, but primary care physicians, they never used to have much scope for the more earnings. So they have to keep their patients along with me for years together. So they love their doctor, the way he is treating, and he will spend much time towards to explain the disease, whatever it is. They will be very close to the patients. Then once you become the specialist, we are missing that because you practice, your knowledge has become a little bit narrowed from the broad primary care to the narrow first secondary care. Then you will be busy. You may not be able to spend much time with the patients. Then a little bit problem will come in your day-to-day profession. And after that, you will be going to the super specialty and your knowledge will be still narrowed. You will look at the reference given by the others. You never bother about to think about your basic primary MBBS and basic your MD or MS. There we are missing a sweetness in the medical profession. Whoever may refer it, but it is a bounden duty to see other things also. So the general examination of the patient also. That is the main area. A primary care physician is taking 100 rupees, secondary care physician is taking 200 to 500 rupees, and tertiary care expert super specialist will be taking around 1,000 to 1,500. When patient is paying 1,500, not everybody is very much educated. You must think about that. So you must be in a position to satisfy who are coming to you. You must go with the satisfaction. If you don't touch the patient, you don't use your stethoscope, you never bother, being you are a neurologist, you are other specialty, you never bother, why should I do that? That's absolutely wrong. That's absolutely wrong. The referral doctor may be wrong. You have to verify whether he is correct or not. The basic thing, you must touch the patient. These are the essential qualities of a doctor. We are all missing in our day-to-day profession. So we are facing the problem. Now, nowadays, youngsters have been watching. They are coming in jean pants, t-shirts to the hospitals, PGs especially. So let me tell you very important points in your day-to-day life. What I noticed, the main key points for this violence against doctors are. I have 6 important A's and 6 important C's. The first C is a basic doctor should follow all these things. Your appearance is very important. When you are in your hospital, in the government sector, or private sector, in your own clinic, your appearance counts a lot to the patients. So God's given gift to you to wear lab coat, to wear stethoscope. It's an ornament for us. And you sit in your clinic, that gives immense respect to the patients. They will give immense respect to you, not for your this one. As soon as they come inside your hospital or inside your room, they should feel that is a doctor. But what's wrong in it wearing your lab coat and stethoscope sitting there? Your appearance counts a lot. Many people are going and coming. Who knows it, whether he's a doctor or not? Even patients doesn't know that you are the doctor. The identification is the only thing you should wear. You should respect your apron and you should respect your stethoscope. Sit there. Then second thing is your availability. You should not, a patient should not wait for the doctor. Doctor should wait for the patient. If you create that atmosphere in your hospital, then you will not have any problem. And then your approachability. Many doctors, you have to wait hours together because of a busy schedule. So your approachability must be accessible to the patients. Then you should be accessible. And your appearance, your availability, your approachability, your accessibility counts a lot for the patients. It gives an immense satisfaction to the patients. Yes, this doctor is really a genuine doctor. He's a good. We can go to him and we can approach him. These are the 4 A's. And next one is affordability. your fees and your investigations should be affordable to the patients. If possible, you can reduce to an extent because everybody is not a rich person. So you may receive many types of people, may be having money, may not be having money. You should be a little bit affordable. So affordability must be there in your day-to-day practice. Then you must have an academic excellence. I studied MBBS in 1980. Now it's going on 2023. How would you treat a patient now? Your knowledge should be updated. That's what medical council also very particular about this. At the age of 70, you can practice, but you have to update your knowledge. They make it, the AP Medical Council is very clear. Even at the age of 70, you must produce at least 15 to 16 credit hours before renewal of your registration. So when I studied, Hudson book was very small. Now, if you see that book, it's a very big one. So every day, the knowledge is the advanced technology is going up, advanced diagnostic protocols are going up, everything is going on. So the doctor who passed in 1980 should have a knowledge. Updated knowledge is essential. So these are the 6 A's: your appearance, your availability, your approachability, your accessibility, your affordability, your academic excellency. These are very, very important for your day-to-day practice. And comes to the next 6 C's. The important 6 C one should have is, you should have a good communication skills. Doctors should have a communication skills because the patients are always, they come to you with agony, stress, strain. You must be in a position to give little time to discuss with them. For that, you should have a good communication skills. Every doctor is having very good communication skills. We all know. During student days and after that also, if you come for get-togethers and meetings. So please, just the patient wants a good discussion with him or with her. So you should have a good communication skills. Once if you have a good communication skills, you are going to be the very good counselor. So second C is counseling. You have to counsel your patients very well. After the good communication skills, after your counseling, then patients have a confidence on you. They will get a good opinion about you. And they will think that this doctor is good, I can believe him. That's called confidence. Third C is confidence. You have to create confidence among your patients. Then you have to take care of your patient suffering. After that, you commit yourself for the patient care. And after that, you should keep the confidentiality of the patient secrets. So these are the 6 C's: communication skills, counseling skills, confidence, care, commitment, confidentiality. These are the important 6 A's and 6 C's I used to teach all the students. And whenever there is an occasion, I used to explain to all my fellow colleagues. If you follow all these things, nobody can touch you. Money is important. Money is very, very important. When we studied MBBS, only 900 seats are there in the entire state, combined Andhra and Telangana. Nowadays, you can buy education by paying donations. Once a person is buying 1 crore, paying 1 crore MBBS, 3 crores, MDMS, 3 crores, DMS, definitely it is not possible to expect at most ethical practice from him. But whatever money you are paying, my dear doctors, don't think this is not an industry where you look at for the business. This is not a business. This is a service industry. If you look at the medical profession as an industry, you cannot sustain long. This is a very humble, noble, honorary profession where everybody will be expecting a good service from you, but they don't mind to pay a money which are essential, and they will pay to you. And many a times we used to see even in your hospitals, some death is going to happen. You know that some death is going to happen. You just simply, they used to call the attendants and they used to explain he's going to die. That's not enough, my dear doctors. You have to keep one doctor, primary care physician, next to dying patient. At least before half an hour, you must keep somebody next to the patient. and call the attenders. Let them see how best you are trying to save that patient. That's very, very important. When somebody is going to die, you're scared about the people, you will not keep any doctor there. That's absolutely not acceptable. The patient attendant must see you have been counseling them very well, and you are aware that the patient is going to die. They are also aware. But the protocol you have to follow. You have to try your best to save that patient, even there is no choice of survival. These are the basic things. And look at the main minus points after becoming, assuming office as a member in ethical committee, AP Medical Council. I've been looking at the patient's complaints against the doctors. They are not even leaving the government doctors, not only private doctors. They're not leaving the government doctors. They are coming with the case sheet, original case sheet photocopies. So my humble request to all the doctors in your hospitals, don't allow any attendant with the cell phones, and ask your sisters, don't keep the case sheets near the patients. There is a rack, ask them to keep it there. When a consultant is on rounds, ask the sisters to carry the case sheets, give the case sheet to the doctor, after his notes, take away and keep it in the rack. That is the best protocol. Nowadays, people are very smart. They are taking the original case sheet photocopies and keeping with them. And second thing is, during your rounds, try to call the attendants. I used to see always when there are rounds, the security people used to send away all the attendants out. That is absolutely not acceptable. When doctors are on rounds, that is the best time to explain to their attendants, how is your patient today? How was yesterday? What I'm going to do tomorrow? These three things, treatment plan, very important. If you take a case sheet, we have been saying in the medical council, there is no treatment plan at all. You are not explaining the patient treatment plan to the attendants, up to the patient. If he's non-comatose, you can explain to the patient and then to the other people also. So these are the basic things. Your documentation must be very perfect. Whatever event, your document is going to be the valuable witness for either the consumer court or the medical council or the other courts. So your documentation must be perfect. Whatever treatment you are giving, it should be documented properly. A doctor, a duty doctor must sign in the 8 hours, and the consultant once in a day he has to sign. In emergencies and ICUs. Every 4 hours, there must be a notes by the visiting doctor, visiting present intensivist and other doctors. These are the documents. Then we call for the after witness, we are calling for the doctors for explanation. And then they are coming with a good case sheet. But the compliance already they have presented original case sheet. You can manipulate later, but you should not give chance for them to take your valuable documents, photocopies. So try to be very sincere and avoid all the cell phones from your patient attendants. That's going to be a very big problem for you. They are taking all the photographs of your bathrooms are there. You are taking so much of money from the private wards of your bathrooms. All these things are making the people against the doctors. And one more thing I want to say, that we are lacking social responsibility. We have a private
conclude, sir.
hospital.
Time is running.
Yes, sir. And your social responsibility, we are missing. Social responsibility is very important. Even though you are a very busy practitioner, occasionally you must go for a nearby village, do some sort of service. That counts a lot for every doctor. With these few points, I may be wrong, I may be correct. Judge yourself. This is my experience, what I am sharing with you. I request all of you, please be ethical and do good to the society. Thank you, Dr. Ramani ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Once again, I thank all the AMS executives for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
So thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Garu. And actually, you have spoken about the documentation aspect, which is very much important need of the hour. And doctors need to be followed the moral and ethical values. So as you said many times, clinical examination, that's what the patients expect. Okay, a touch from the doctor. So, and most important thing nowadays is lacking of communication skills. So directly the doctor-patient talk is lacking. So that is also well pointed out. And the dress sense, the dress code, as you said, especially the younger generation of the doctors. So that's also definitely gains respect. The doctor gains respect by the way he or she dresses. And you also spoke about 4 A's and 6 C's. So very nicely presented, sir. And so these things are very much important, like communication skills, counseling, confidentiality, and care, commitment, etc. So all these things are definitely, and everyone knows, but they are not being practiced, I feel, and that's required very much nowadays. So I thank you very much, sir, for the presentation, and I request you to stay in the panel so that we'll have discussion on the questions in the last. So Ramesh Garu, Secretary, so you want to speak?
Yeah,
sir?
I just want to add a word. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, for the wonderful way of presenting. I mean, introspection is one thing that all doctors have to do within ourselves. And second thing is IMA has to take up a social responsibility, and that is the only way we can nullify the violence against all of us. Thank you, sir. You have articulated your speech very, very well. And it's a wonderful talk today. And may I now invite my classmate Chalam for the next talk.
Thank you, GTV.
Good morning, sir.
So, good morning, PJ Sinas. Can I start?
Yeah. So just I welcome Dr. Ravivenkatachalam, sir, additional DME, Principal Government Medical College, Srikakulam. He is also well versed in medical education for the last 25 to 30 years. And he happens to be mentor of many of us, including me. So I feel privileged to welcome Dr. Ravivenkatachalam Garu. So please start your discussion, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, PJ Sinas. Sinas, my screen is visible, huh?
Not yet, sir.
Yo.
No, sir. It's
Okay, one minute.
share your screen.
Yeah, okay. At the outset, I thank the IMA Academy of Medical Specialties and Dr. Ramani and my classmate GTV Ramesh and PJ Srinivas, who are all close associates, especially PJ Srinivas in the medical education department. So actually, at first I was hesitant to speak on this topic because I was wondering who will be interested in the next exam. Unless, somebody is giving the PG entrance exam or doing MBBS. I
Sir,
thought,
we are not able to see your screen, sir.
I know.
Share your screen, sir.
And also your video, sir. Yes.
I will 1 minute. So, I was actually wondering why I've been asked to speak on this, but still okay, I'll go ahead because this may not interest many people in the audience now because all are practicing doctors. Unless you have children who are doing MBBS, especially now, or going for the PG entrance exam. So this session which has been given to me is to speak on the next exam. Next exam is the national exit test, which is proposed by the Medical Council for students to get their MBBS degree and also as the PG entrance exam. It will function as 2 exams, both as the MBBS qualifying exam and also the entrance exam. So this actually came forth in 2019 when the whole MBBS curriculum was revised, and they were starting what is known as the competency-based medical education. So there were a lot of changes in that, how to teach the students, how to assess the students, and in fact that started from 2019. As part of that, in the document, it was also given that they have to start a common exit examination for all MBBS students so that there is uniformity in the student who comes out. But more important than that is the fact that, what many people are not aware of or taking cognizance of is that India is a signatory to the World Federation for Medical Education. So as part of that, they made some changes in the curriculum worldwide, and we have to implement even those even in our country. The main problem will happen if you don't implement this either CBME or this common licentiate exam and this is that students who want to go abroad will have a problem from 2024 onwards, which is when the, yeah, I know my skin is not. Rahul, can you share my PowerPoint, man? Rahul.
Sir, I'm getting it checked, sir. One second.
Yeah, thanks. I sent it to you in your WhatsApp. Just check. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not able to do it. I mean, because I'm not able to open it on my laptop. I am on my mobile. I'll speak. You go ahead. If you can open it, you can run it, and you can share the screen. Okay, Rahul.
They will open, sir. You continue.
Yeah,
They
thanks,
will
Raman.
quit.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, sir.
So the Act came into force in 2019, and only problem was it got gazetted a little late in 2020. Actually, I'll tell you the fallout of this a little later. So the National Medical Commission announced the next exam last year, I mean a few months ago, and said that the 2019 batch is supposed to give that exam instead of the regular university exam. So this will actually replace the final MBBS exam, which we all write, medicine, surgery, gynec, pediatrics. They don't have to write the theory exam. They only have to take this next exam, which is a multiple choice question based exam. They'll have to take a 3-hour exam where they'll answer 120 questions in medicine, and 3-hour exam similarly in surgery and gynec. For pediatrics, it will be 60 questions and 1.5 hours. The small change they made is they shifted ENT and ophthalmology to the next exam. So finally at part 2. So in essence, what happens is after passing the SPM, the forensic also has been a little postponed. Say the right forensic and SPM in final MBBS part 1. After that, they have a gap of about 12 or 18 months when they'll take the exam of medicine, surgery, gynec, pediatrics, ENT, ophthalmology, all MCQ based questions only. There won't be any theory question, paper, essay question, all that anymore for them. So this is what is known as the next one exam. So once they pass in that, pass mark is 50%, you have to get 50% in each of the 6 subjects, medicine, surgery, gynec, and pediatrics, ENT, ophthalmology. They will be eligible to do house surgency. So after doing the house surgency of 1 year, they will take next 2. It's just like step 1, step 2. This next 2 is the clinical examination or practical examination. So that is conducted by the university and respective colleges only, and they don't have marks there. You only pass or fail. So if you thanks Rahul. Rahul, where are we? Yeah, I mean,
Sir,
did I miss
have
anything in
added
the
you.
first few? Just I know. I can't move it. No, you have to move my PowerPoint. Just go back and see what.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, can I start it from the starting, sir?
No.
No,
Starting. No need.
Step 2. Step
No
Step
need.
2. Okay, sir.
You're right.
Sir,
You're
next,
So
sir, it's next
Yeah,
step 2, sir.
I'll tell you. Don't worry. So this is the this is the clinical examination, which is only pass or fail. So there's no marks for this. So and once the student passes in this, he got an MBBS degree, and he can practice MBBS degree. I mean, or he can go for PG entrance. So if he wants to go for PG entrance, the next step 1 exam which he wrote as a part of final exam, that the score will hold valid. So if he wants to go for improvement, every year he can go for improvement. The only thing is, whatever exam you write last will be your score, not better of the 2 or average of 2. So that will be the score. A score is valid for 5 years. So I hope till here it is clear. So you write your next, Rahul. Next. Yeah. So this is a sequence. You give your MBBS, first MBBS, second MBBS, third MBBS. Part 1 is only SPM and forensic. Then you study. After that, you write the next exam, which is the countrywide exam held twice a year. And that will be MCQs. And I told you medicine, surgery, gynec, pediatrics, and ENT opthal. If you get 50%, you in each of them. Even if you fail one of them, you have to give that exam again. If you fail in more than 3, you have to write all the 6 again. So, and then you do house surgency for 1 year. And then you do your university and college will conduct the practical examination, which is called as next 2. You pass or fail. If you pass, you get MBBS degree. If you fail, you give it. That is also held once in 3 months, actually. So you can again go after 3 months and pass the exam and get your MBBS degree. So the next 1 score will be used for PG admissions. Yeah, next, Rahul. So the exams pattern also is to prevent memorization and rote learning. the proportion of questions are, most of them will be problem solving. That is clinical case based questions. And some of them will be 30% will be interpretation of some lab tests or some lab investigations. And only 10% will be memory based. And 60% will be most essential knowledge only. So they're trying to actually, I mean, if you look at it, they're trying to go towards the standardized examination, like the USMLE examination. Next, Rahul. So this I told you is the 3-hour paper for 120 questions. Actually, it's quite a lot of time. If you look at it, we all wrote 200 questions in 3 hours, but these people writing only 120 questions in 3 hours. And so because they are more of case based, you have to interpret the case and investigations. So day 1, they write medicine in the morning and pediatrics in the afternoon. There are 2-hour break in between. Day 2 is rest day. Day 3 is surgery in the morning and ENT in the afternoon. Rest day. Then day next 5th day is OBG in the morning and Ophthal in the evening. Next, Rahul. So at the end, what they said was, see, this is other thing which they wrote in the document is there will be 2 counselings for PG. Like, you know, like usually the counseling happens now it's happening, June, July. So, and the admissions take place. So what they said was, what seats are remaining, they'll do another counseling after 6 months in December, Jan. And so there'll be a second batch of PGs entering the course. Next, Rahul. So there was a lot of opposition to this whole, no, go back. Next 2, I mean, like, maybe part of it is justified and part of it is actually not called for. So as I said, we have to, because we are signatory to the World Federation of Medical Education, we have to follow the competency-based curriculum and whatever assessment model is suggested. Though not in full, every word to word, but actually broadly, our assessment must follow certain principles of, you have a common exit test where you assess them on their knowledge and their competency to practice medicine. That is number 1. That is why I think we have to, some point, we have to accept the next examination. I think that is inevitable as per me. Unless, you want to stay isolated or you think you'll become a superpower where we can dictate terms to the world how to conduct the examinations. The only snag and why it drew protest, I think, was because of the sudden announcement that will apply to 2K19 batch and it replaces university exam. See, they were preparing for a routine, essay questions and whatever exam we write, and writing the next exam as an entrance exam for PG entrance. They did not expect it to be a qualifying examination. So there was a lot of opposition to it, to protest, and they went to court and all that. And one place where they won, I would say, was the 2K19 batch joined in August 2K19 or whatever. As I said, the Gazette got little delayed and I think it came in Jan 2020. So what they say is, though it was a CBME, it's supposed to start from 2K19 batch, the gazetting happened little late. Though the NMC started the curriculum everything from 2K19 only, the Gazette came out a little late. So these people went to court saying that because the Gazette came late, and Gazette standard wording is this Gazette comes in effect from the day it is published. So we got admitted before that. So don't apply to us. So that was one point in their favor. The second point, which the government there were a lot of pressure from political people and influential people and all that, and student organizations. And finally, the government had to step in, which again, some of our fraternity thought it is stepping into the National Medical Commission, which is supposed to be an autonomous organization, but they have to listen to government. So there are a lot of practical issues in this, so we can't really blame the NMC also. So the government, the other point the government found was, this is the government directive. The NMC says, the document said that they'll get ready with the common exit exam within 3 years. So, but they were not ready with that full pattern and all that. So on that ground, the government said you postpone it for 2023. I think for all practical purposes, it won't be there for 2023. It may be for 2024. So again, as I said, I told you the World Federation for Medical Education, the US MLE, all these said 2023 will be last year when they allow the thing. So of course, we followed the competency-based teaching part. We followed the assessment part. I hope they'll allow that leverage and allow the students. Otherwise, 1 year batch students may not be allowed to foreign institutions. Of course, this is my reading. It is not being anywhere in print or nobody has publicly said it. But that's what the USMLE document says. Okay, as I said, we implemented the teaching part and training part. Only the assessment part, final assessment part, we didn't do the common examination. But as I said, the World Federation Medical Education itself says it's only a guidance and not a mandatory. So hopefully, I think our government will be able to, have that leverage and permit our students, and students will not be affected on the global arena. No problem for India. So as of now, as per this government directive, they've asked the NMC to reformulate the, the guidelines and everything. And so probably it won't be there for 2023 exam for the 2K19 batch, but so next time or next year also there may be NEET exam only, but 2024 definitely next has to come. Next slide, Rahul. So yeah, this is the World Federation for Medical Education. Next, Rahul. So change is inevitable. Okay. So in all facets, I mean, and I know that all of us don't like change. We like to, to stay in our cocoon, soft in the comforts of the cocoon. But if we stay in the cocoon, we may stay as a caterpillar only. So we must accept change. We must accept the cocoon to be broken open and come out as a butterfly. Next, Rahul. So there's no point in resisting next. Only thing is we can ask for modifications, ask for some, a time or some proper guidelines. Or there's a question about negative marking, whether to have negative marking or not. No, we can ask for safeguards and such things. But otherwise, I think it's a welcome move, especially because we all know that the method of assessment of students is so varied from region to region, from college to college, from faculty to faculty. So this will bring some sort of uniformity in the assessment, at least in the theoretical aspects. And the ranking will be better for the students. We'll get good doctors. So that I think is the message of the next exam, and we should accept it sometime other or later. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Dr. Ramani and Dr. PJ Srinivas and Dr. GT Ramesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So you have given a very the latest update regarding it. Actually, as you said, the sudden announcement has created a lot of impact because students are not really ready to face the exam. So you can see, observe I think you observed in your college also, where as soon as they announced the next exam, the attendance has come down to 20%.
Yes.
Drastically reduced.
Correct.
So those issues are there, sir. So change is inevitable. I think even the faculty also, they change their mindset regarding how to teach or how to guide the students as far as CBM is concerned. Correct. And we also need to change, we need to train the students as per the MCQ pattern of questions like problem-based or etc. So rather than the simple recall method. So any questions are there, we'll be taking them in the last, sir. Please.
The only problem, as I said, is I think all students will now stop the class and go to the MCQ classes like Marrow and all those classes, they'll go. So as you said, attendance will come down drastically.
Yes,
that's
sir.
the only problem.
True,
thank you.
Yes, sir. As PJ Srinivas said, that the attendance has drastically come down. Out of 250 students, only 70 or 80 are attending the theory classes, sir. And then I wanted you to talk on this topic because we want to know the exact what is need next for our IMA leaders. But as the student networks are approaching us for support to demonstrate against the government policy, and also we should be first clear regarding the issues of the NEET and next. Thank you very much, sir. That was indeed very clear and lucid description of the NEET and next, and now we are clear. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ramesh Garu, do you want to speak anything? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So now next we'll go to the next speaker, Dr. Gani Bhaskara Garu. So I welcome Dr. Gani Bhaskara Garu, Director, GSL Medical College, Rajahmundry. He's also a former MCA member. So the topic is what a doctor can do outside one's profession. So I invite Dr. Gani Bhaskara Garu on behalf of IMA AMS and start with the session.
Dr.
Gani Bhaskara.
Yes, thank you.
Is a big support for IMA, for all the wings. Because of his support, we are able to carry our programs and other philanthropic work. So thank you, sir, for accepting to be a speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the Ramani and making the wonderful program for the IMA people, and usually other specialties are developing, and the general practitioners and all those specialties which is in IMA should make the things going to be academic and also more versatile. And last, the three speakers are did well for the different aspects. It is entirely different aspects what the professional can do. What is that? As a doctor, think that we think that yeah, the doctor coming to OPD, coming to the operation theater, come to the practice, come to the ICU like that. Once you go out, you can show your abilities, what you can do best than anybody else. A doctor can do anything than anybody else. Just for example, I can tell you, when I am doing a surgery residency in Davangere, and in 1983, and suddenly, and somebody told me that Indira Gandhi is assassinated, and Rahul Gandhi became a prime minister. And somebody whispered me in the ear, and they are unable to tell my boss. I told to my boss, and this is thing, sir. I am assisting him. He only one told he can't become a surgeon like me. That is a doctor. We can do. You can do so many things because we are definitely make to our profession. But external profession also what I can do. That's I saw by video program. Is not appraising myself. I'm making the things what the things can be done as a professional way or in outside the profession. What enjoy the life and make the life in more versatile. Making this not sitting in one table. Start the video. Yes, please. Sharing each other. The dreams and transformation, just a little bit change of things is a Rajahmundry. Every city and every village and what you stays, you should be fully perfect and make the all the facility can be possible can do in the professional life. At that time, you can grow the any cities or any village or places. This is our medical college, GSL Medical College. Started my mother's name, and at 20 years back, and you'll do the yoga program to make the yoga to professional to make the get the things more positive way, more the practical way. Is our dental yoga program. You can do it every day morning. You get online yoga morning about around 5:30 to around 7:30. You'll do the program online by the audio. At that time, your mindset will be going to good, and your vision is going to good. You can do better way. The examinations also in as a practical way and make the things ahead as like before, like the different way subject. And is a smart lab, and we started about 7 years back. Stop, step it, pause it too. And is smart lab, and we started about 7 years back. At that time, new thing in the country to make the people make a more skills and more get the things more versatile, make a program like that. Everybody laughed at me at the time. Is it possible to do it? And is can we go to sustainable? I told that unless otherwise we are certified in the simulation lab, we're not going to feature. Like that now, last 3 years, NMC made a mandated the all medical student skills lab. All of the world is moving to skills lab. You think ahead, making the thing possible. I show the all the skills lab is like that. Show the play. Is a skills lab is a endoscopy and laparoscopy program. This is a robotic simulation and cadaveric simulation. Also, you can do a training program, the robot training program for the surgeons and other faculty people. And like is a cadaveric dissection. Is a classrooms, is a different type of classrooms and completely smart classrooms, and you can make the things more where students can be involved. That's just now telling the students are coming less. When you make a good ambience, make the things, because some of the government are not possible, and some private institutes can start like making the things like that, making the video conferences and directly live from the theaters, making the things possible as like a movie theaters. And like the national international conference also make unlike that the people making attend to throughout the life. Is a simulation lab discussion in the different groups of the people make a discussion like that. Is a smart lab. I can show and each wise all the specialties, including the cardiology to the including the general surgery, anything can be in ultrasound practice, and also ACLs, BCL training program. This is the anatomy dissection. We change the anatomy dissection completely, like a good aesthetics. We including the anatomized table, distal dissection of the body. Is a hybrid tables, hybrid tables which can be dissected the body with the monitor also can be displayed what the things can be displayed to the patients, and include the anatomized distal dissection of the body also can be done. Can start before going to dissection, after can do the respective dissections. At that time they become a good clinicians or a surgeons, whatever it may be. This is a dental simulation. Is a immersive room, and you go into the room and all four walls are interactive. You can make a teaching program, or you can go to walk to the ward or walk to the ICU, walk to the theater. You can get the natural environment, including the accidental environment, so you can get it. At that time, more educative things rather than any other way. In a short programs you can conduct. Our four walls are quite interactive. This is the first time the country you are going to install within 1 or 2 months. Is the next.
So you have
education.
not opened your presentation, sir. Your PPT is not open.
Why? Video is not there?
PPT, no,
It's
sir.
not visible, sir. It's not visible.
You have not opened it.
Just 1 minute. చూడు అక్కడ ఊటంలో చూడు అక్కడ.
లేదా జస్ట్ అలా అంతే. మేబీ స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయలేదేమో సార్.
మీరు చూడండి ఆ పక్క చూడండి ఒకసారి. స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయలేదు, మాకు వీడియో ప్లే అవుతుంది ఇక్కడ.
లేదు సార్, స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయలేదు, అందుకే మాకు రావట్లేదు. స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయమనండి సార్.
ఒకసారి స్క్రీన్ షేర్. Rahul?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, why the video is not showing?
Sir,
సార్ మీరు స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేసినప్పుడు అది చూడండి
సార్ ఒకసారి స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయండి సార్, మళ్ళీ బ్యాక్ వచ్చి సార్.
సార్ అది కాదు సార్, స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేసినప్పుడు అంటే ఇది ఈ ఫైల్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ చేశారు సార్. స్క్రీన్ చేస్తే సార్ ఒక పని చేయండి సార్, స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేసినప్పుడు స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయమని చెప్పండి సార్, విండో కాదు.
ఇప్పుడు అవుతుంది.
స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేసినప్పుడు స్క్రీన్ లో ఏం చేస్తారో వస్తుంది సార్ మాకు. విండో బదులు స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయమని చెప్పండి.
ఓకే ఓకే, స్టార్టింగ్ నుంచి వీడియో పెట్టేస్తాను. So I'll take a little bit time and I'll start again. Is it all right, madam? No, is visible now?
లేదు సార్.
No, sir. No, sir. Not yet.
ఇంకా లేదట.
సార్ మీ కంప్యూటర్ ఓపెన్ స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేసి ఆప్షన్స్ బోర్డు అని వస్తాయి సార్, 4-5 వస్తాయి. అయితే సార్ ఇప్పుడు వచ్చింది సార్.
వచ్చిందండి.
Now it is visible.
Okay, starting.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Starting.
వచ్చింది సార్.
Okay. And now I can start again. I think already I told about Rajahmundry and what is the every village and every city. You have to make the things more possible rather than go to major cities. At that time, the medical things can be done better in a way. Is our medical college, and there is solar power also. You can see in the top of the paper, it is a transformation, getting the more natural power. And this solar power we started 7 years back. We are almost producing about around more than 3 kilowatts of the power we are producing. Yoga program, and every day the practice can do yoga, and definitely you can mindset and body language, everything go to good, and the professional activity also come in. And examinations also in a different way. you make the things in a possible best way. And academics and the latest academics have to go for the laparoscope surgery and also for both the robotic surgery and also the GSL smart lab. And what you make the lab smart, the simulation lab, which is started 7 years back. The people had laughed at us and is it possible? At that time, we told that the future is the skills lab. Now the National Medical Council make a mandatory to every college to have the simulation lab. The robotic training program and the cadaveric dissection for the robot is the Southeast Asia biggest one. And you will make a training for surgeons for the robotic training program. The hospital services. And also these are classrooms in a different classrooms, like a smart classrooms, and like all the good scenics and air conditioning, because it may not possible in government college and but possible in private college, making a different way. The people can involve more the listen the sessions and also can interact and can make the each chair the computer a connection and also in the power connection to make the smart classrooms. Can directly connect to the operation theater like that and can get the national international conference at any time without getting any other outside vendors. And increase the attendance of the classrooms also. And also you'll go to smart lab, how the each and every division of the smart lab in all specialties, including the surgery to the, including the medical and include cardiology to the neurology, everything. And this ACLS and BCL training program to make the different things. This recently we made the anatomy dissection hall entirely different world and make the people should know the anatomy can do the miracles in the future life. That's why you're giving more importance to the anatomy dissection, including the anatomized digital dissection of the body. You can, before going to dissection, they have to make the digital dissection and explain, and they can do any type of dissections in the practice. They can more expertise. This is a digital smart lab, and this is immersive room, and all walls are interactive. And if touch any wall, you can go in and you can walk to the ICU, and you can walk to the hospital. You can walk to enter into the organ. You can walk to anything. You can make the good interactive session can do and more understand to the students and consultants and practitioners also. The new things also can be learned better than anybody else. And this ICU, how to interact with the patient, natural environment, virtual environment you can create. Next, forward. Next. This is a digital library, sorry, and is the digital library and green library you are going to inaugurate within few days, because if reading habits are coming to the students, you want to more interactive like a park, you are making like that. And extracurricular activities and what the surgeons can do when you go anywhere part of the world, you do the different world. At the time, your mind skills going to improve, make the things like is a sky drive, and at that time your confidence going to increase and your do a practice more innovative than anybody else. And it is a jumping from the 3,000 feet from the sky. I have experience in lifetime once. At that time, we got a good experience. Like that, I did it in England, and for 3,000 feet, I fallen and jumped from the flight to down, and escort will be there, and parachute will be there, and comfortably you can land, you can make the things like that. Make your life in a different way, not a regular practice or regular things. If you do like that, your skills going to be enhanced. You are practicing more lifestyle and get that a better way. And it is this also sky drive, but not a jumping. Play. And he'll go to the like a bird. He can move around. Just feel good and feel happy, and at that time your mindset will going to be perfect. This I did it in US actually. That's why go to any part of the world, enjoy, explore the things, what the best things are there, and just experience once, and your lifestyle going to change. It's a bungee jump, and you can jump about almost around say 70 feet from bridge. You can jump because all the support and all the precautions will be there. But it's a good experience. It's a bungee jump. Again, they'll pull up, you'll come back. It's also good experience. Please do it when you go to out of the country, or some of in the Pune. I think in some of the place in India also we had, and you experience a good driving skills and also agriculture. Do the agriculture yourself, and you will get a good experience like that. You implanted trees, about 200 trees recently, and the skill drive also you can make it, and at that time you are more confidence to do the things in a short distance, about around 12 feet distance. We reverse the vehicle without any, because we can do the things, not a driver. We can try. At that time your things going to be different. They also are doing agriculture every day. I'll go to agriculture place and see the things and get a mindset will be good. And also bullock cart for the general purpose, public purpose, you'll make a bullock cart race. Every year you'll conduct about 70 bullock carts will come and make the bullock carts. And the whole thing, this tree also implanted recently, twin trees, palm tree and also and the thorny tree, both are implanted about almost is about 30 tons weight, and also and by side of the our college we treated and implanted. It can be possible, which is possible. They think that somebody expert can't, we can also can do it if we think in a different mindset. But it will go into costly, but yeah, it can be done. Like that, you implanted the coconut trees and other trees about 40 feet height and 20 years old also, and no trees should not be cut. You should be try to save, because it save us, and also for the give the good oxygen, taking the carbon dioxide inside. That's why please make the all the your nursing home or your institute, make the things all the we include greenery. And I already told solar power is a rooftop solar power. Every hospital can have solar power. Net metering can do it and make the thing, because power is going to high, and make the things can possible. And water harvesting and make the recycling of the water can do it and make the things, because water and power and all things are so costly in coming future. Make the save and make the things in a better way. And see, if you work money won't come. If you do work for yourself, automatically money go to come, and also you can contribute to society what best you can do. Some part of your money make your life is happy, because you have only one life to survive in the kind of world, and next life is there or not we don't know. Please enjoy. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. It was a really wonderful presentation. You have shown the other side, how a doctor can do various activities. And regarding smart lab, actually, we have seen 3 years back in your college, sir. And it was really a state of art, and it was one of the best we have seen. And we came for the medical education conferences in your college. So that is really helping the students also, they're learning the various activities concerned. So smart lab is definitely need of the hour, and it will be beneficial to the students. And also the smart classrooms, which you mentioned, definitely creates interest among the students to attend the classes. And what we understand is that we need to make more interesting, so that students come to the classes regularly, attend the classes, and participate in various activities. And you have mentioned about various activities, what you have done, a regenerating process for the doctors, which is required. So away from the routine things, which is needed. So I think this is also very much required for the doctors. And on behalf of the IMA Academy of Medical Sciences, I thank you, sir, for sparing your time and giving us the presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
So
you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Ramesh garu.
Yeah, I hope all the junior doctors will emulate you and become something like you, sir. Fantastic to see. Really, it's fantastic to see. Apart from your skill labs, your agriculture, your water harvesting, water treatments, your solar rooftops, all these are, I mean, these are very important, and I'm sure this new generation will pick up these qualities, and one day they will say, I'm emulating Dr. Ganibhaskar. Thank you, sir. It's a wonderful presentation.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. మీరు దిశ నిర్దేశం అంటారు కదండి, అది చూపించారు అందరికి. ఇండివిజువల్ లెవెల్లో ఎలా ఉండాలి, గవర్నమెంట్ లెవెల్లో ఎలా ఉండాలి, ఎలా ఏమిటి అచీవ్ చేయాలి, ఒక గోల్ ఏంటి అన్నది చూపించారు. అది చాలా ఫెంటాస్టిక్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ జాయినింగ్ అస్ సార్.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So now we have some questions. Any questions from the audience? So Dr. Nasamara garu.
You
Sir,
please
sir,
go to chat box, sir.
I had a question and I answer also. Can you allow me?
Yes,
Ah,
sir.
please,
Yes.
please, sir.
One
Please,
of the speaker is telling about the things about the 1 crore and 2 crores rupees and investing, getting the medical things, sir. Sir, you know that things are the entirely country entirely changed now. There is no donation question in any college now, and is a cost effective, and also the fees. 50% of the seats are taken by the central government, and in the private and government colleges, remaining 50% is given by the private colleges, and this fee is also fixed by the AFRC, and also which is not a cost effective at all. And now all the colleges in the country is the doldrums, because you take a government college and almost they investing about 400 to 500 crores. What is the investment? What is the returns? What is the interest rate? If you take a private medical college, if the 400 crores they invest, how much money going to interest? Once they calculate things, they horrible calculating. You take a medical education, cheapest in the country. What I can tell you, in Andhra Pradesh, and we made last about 8 years, 50% of the seats of the private medical college equal to government college. That 15,000 rupees per year. 15,000 rupees per nowhere in the world. 15,000 to get a medical education. And also remaining fees also, and almost comes in about 11 lakhs, and also 25 lakhs per year approximately. That's why everything is fee structure. The donation part entirely got to nobody can get a seat to buy and get the seat in the any college in the country. Not only Andhra Pradesh, any country. Is everybody should come to the NEET examination. Everybody come to the counseling. They have to go through the things only. That's my request. Another request, we doctors should be, everything might change. The entirely education is changing now, because it should be cost effective in future also. The education should be, because you make a LKG, almost they're charging about 2 to 3 lakhs per year. Why not medical? We should respect our profession. We should not degrade our profession. Thank you.
Rightly said, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So I invite Dr. Nasamara garu.
I'm there.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have spoken about the clinical audit.
Yes.
So is there any sort of formal training, something like NIBH for this? And that is the question number 1. And number 2 is, what will be the long-term benefit of this clinical audit for the hospitals?
Number 1 is we don't have any central body to guide us or set standards. The Indian government is finding it very difficult for the reason of the diversity and no funding, and they see that this is not, as of now, necessary for so-called continuing of a profession. But the second thing is, again, in order to improve ourselves to get the best of the quality care, I think we can do it at our own level without any asking for any funding. At the so-called institute level, we can do it. Right. Number 2 is, it's like a self-appraisal thing, isn't it? You may not submit your audit to anybody else, but at least you can introspect yourself and see where things have gone wrong. A simple example is the mortality meet. In my mortality meet, although the patient has probably expired or receiving morbidity, we will go back and see what best could have been done, what mistakes have done, isn't it? But it is a closed door one, and it's more like an internal audit. So this clinical audit has to come from top to bottom. Now in India, it is said that the general practitioners are more involved. So it has to go from bottom to up. Any clinical audit has to go from bottom to up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hope this will be started in some of the hospitals as a initiating program so that will be replicated to the other hospitals too. Thank you very much for participating in that session.
Thank you. Thank you again.
So now I invite Dr. Ramesh, Vai Ramesh Garu.
Yes.
Sir, you have spoken about the various aspects of how the doctor should behave and all. And so in your idea, so what do you feel the difference between the present generation and the earlier generation where we are not thought of any communication skills or ethics or morals? So present generation is lacking that. So what is the difference? How do you feel about it? What is your opinion on that?
That's what. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Yes, sir. Audible. Yes, that's what I've been explaining from the beginning. Olden days, there was a doctor and our professors and students used to be very communicated with the system. Nowadays, because of the busy schedule, whatever it is, it may be, previously the total education system was different. Now it's entirely different. Many things are what our Dr. Kannabaskar sir has shown very clearly, digital oriented, internet oriented. So there is no personal communications are coming down nowadays. So the monitoring system should be properly in the hands of department HOD. You are the HOD. Under your HOD system, there are 3-4 professors and associate professor, assistant professor. And you must teach them clinical side and also social responsibility from the day one. Even I've been watching the many doctors are submitting for the Padma Shri awards. And many excellent doctors, eminent doctors in their fields are refused by the government because they have not mentioned the social responsibility in their biodata. So these are all lacking nowadays because of time. Our teaching faculties are investing on that particular student training programs and all. If I am the best doctor, I will definitely remember my best teacher. Even now also we are praising our teachers. Who taught us? Who taught us? Nowadays it is very difficult for us to bring the students for their classes. They themselves are not interested. So professional respect must be there. Once you become, if you want a doctor, as Sir said, a lot of hard work must be there for the medical professionals. Now I am also looking at the after completion of your MBBS, and again you have to go for exam. So the people are not even interested to attend the internship. They're continuously again reading. Again, they have to go for one more exam. All these hurdles making them very tense, and many people are committing suicides and all those things. Our profession has become very tense, sir. We must relieve that. We must try to relieve that tension from the students as well as other things. So IMA National has started the well-being of the doctors programs, and last 2 months before we have conducted moral, ethical values pertaining to the medical profession, how to sustain yourself, and doctor must be well. Recently, we have seen number of cases, suicide cases. So a lot of stress nowadays, lot of stress given to the students as well as to the other postgraduate students and other people. So these are the things should be addressed by the medical administrators and experts on this field. They have to make a little bit easier how they can come out of this trend, stress and tensions. That's the only reason, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So I think now the CBME, that is competency-based medical education, started. And we have a ATCOM, that is attitude, ethics, and communication skills.
Yes.
So which is a part of the regular teaching right from day one of the MBBS student entering the medical college. So hopefully we expect some change on the attitude or the communication aspects of the students in days to come. So let's hope for the best in future years. So thank you very much for participating in the session.
Thank you. Thank you.
So any question from Dr. Ramesh Garu or? Okay. So next I invite Dr. Sir Ramesh Garu.
I just want to pat our own shoulders for the excellent speakers and excellent topics selected for today.
Yeah.
Ramani, this is a great job.
Thank
So
you,
one
sir.
more
Thank
question
you.
is, madam,
So
continue.
I think we'll round at this. We'll start.
Okay. So one question to Dr. Chalam Garu. One last question. Raventa Chalam sir, are you there?
15 minutes. Now we'll
Yeah, we'll complete in 1 minute.
Okay.
Dr. Chalam sir.
I'm there. But
Sir, one question is that next is for the 2020 batch. It starts from 2020 batch.
Yeah, we have to wait for the government directive and NMC document. But in my opinion, definitely it will be from 2020. We should be thankful it's not there for 2019.
Okay.
But 2020, definitely it will be there.
Okay. So that was
Next
the question.
is inevitable. Yeah.
Okay.
Chalam, what will be the fate of these doctors who are doing MBBS outside India? Can they really clear this next and go next?
Yeah, they will take coaching if necessary. They're clearing the FMG exit exam now. It'll be similar to that only. It's okay. I think they will make up. I think maybe 1 year coaching they'll do it.
So if you're asked to comment or give an opinion, so what will be your opinion, sir?
GTV Thank you. Don't ask me.
So what will be your opinion regarding to the NMC regarding next?
We have to implement it.
Srinivas sir, let us stop this session.
Yes,
Okay,
madam,
okay,
I'm concluding. Okay,
We'll
madam,
start
thank
with
you.
the next session. Thank
So
you.
thanks
And
for the
anyone
participation
who
of
has
all the
doubts
panelists.
can answer in the chat box.
Thank you all.
Thanking all the moderators and all the speakers of the first session. Let's call upon the moderators for the second session. We have with us Dr. P. Fanendra, who is MSENT Honorable Secretary of IMA AP State. And with us, we have our first speaker session, that is Dr. Congenital deafness in India. Are we ready?
Hello. Madam, am
Sir,
I
yes,
audible?
sir. So you can start with your presentation now.
Yes, sir,
Yes,
you're
sir.
audible. Yes, sir, go ahead, sir.
Is my first slide is visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. The time actually on my this thing is I'm given 20 minutes time, 9:37 maybe because of this thing, but still correct. First of all, I thank Ramani madam, Pattuvadalani Vikramarkuralu, because she's a female. Chala చక్కగా IMA అకాడమీ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ సైన్సెస్ ని తన సారథ్యంలో చాలా చక్కగా నిర్వహిస్తున్నారు. గన్ని భాస్కర్ రావు గారి స్పీచ్ కూడా విన్నాను, అన్ని ఫస్ట్ నుంచి ఉన్నాను. ఒక డాక్టరు వృత్తికి కాకుండా ఇంకా ఏమి చేయగలడు, దానికి నేను గర్వంగా చెప్పుకోగలను. నంద్యాలలో మా రాష్ట్ర అధ్యక్షులు రవికృష్ణ ప్లస్ మేము వృత్తిపరంగా కాకుండా వైద్యము, విద్య, క్రీడలు, సాంస్కృతిక రంగము, హిందూ శ్మశాన వాటికలను అభివృద్ధి పరచడము, వ్యక్తిత్వ వికాసము, ఇలాంటివి ఎన్నో కార్యక్రమాలను డాక్టర్లుగా మేము చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. అయితే భాస్కర్ రావు గారు ఆ మెడికల్ కాలేజీలో సోలార్ ప్యానెల్స్, ఆ చెట్లను పెద్ద పెద్ద చెట్లను తేవడం నిజంగా చాలా స్ఫూర్తిదాయకంగా ఉందన్న 2 మాటలు చెప్తూ నా టాపిక్ లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతాను. Problem of congenital deafness in India. Everybody thinks the deafness is one of the less problem. Indriyanam nayanam pradhanam. Kani nenu matram ఇంద్రియానాం శ్రవణం కూడా ప్రధానమే. కూడా అని ఎందుకు వాడుతున్నానంటే అంధత్వాన్ని నేనేమి తీసి పారేయడం లేదు, బధిరత్వాన్ని కూడా ప్రాముఖ్యత ఇవ్వాలని చెబుతూ డాక్టర్ మధుసూదన్ రావు, సీనియర్ ఈఎన్టీ సర్జన్, PGI చండీగఢ్, నంద్యాల, మధుమణి నర్సింగ్ హోమ్. Born deaf, that means this child is born, whatever may be the reason, he is born deaf because his auditory nerve and internal ear is not working. They can hear. This is my hospital, Madhumani Nursing Home, a tertiary referral, 50-bedded super specialty ENT hospital with 3 ENT surgeons we are working, and it is 33 years old hospital, and since 32 years Dr. Ravi Krishna is my in-house anesthetist, and 2 weeks back we have completed free ENT surgical camp. 106 surgeries, 106 are done totally free to the poor people, deserving poor people. But this is not the occasion to, I do not want to do what doctor can do this thing. ENT field, which is usually taken by the last benches, back benches, and crowd of the student who don't get pediatrics, radiology, medicine. Last is the least is ENT. But with the modern technology, unimaginable heights ENT has crossed. You have 5 senses: Nayanam, Shravanam, Ruchi, Vasana, Sparsha. All these 5 senses, only one sense can be replaced. The all other 4 senses cannot be replaced when they are congenitally lack of this sensation. I did not go into the main this thing. You can just see sound come from here, tympanic membrane comes from here. This is the organ of cortei and cochlear nerve. If this is malformed, they don't hear. The child don't hear. We will come to that. And I can say inner ear, it is just a 2 centimeter cubic space. When you think of a 6 feet human body, hearing and balance. I'm telling again, internal ear is not half of it. That means 1 centimeter space is allotted for only hearing. What is 1 centimeter cubic space? No other organ in the body has so much complicated 3-dimensional nerve structures except the ear with 2.5 turns of cochlea like a snail. Now, what is cochlear implant? Before that, I'll just go to the statistics before I'll come back to this. I think my slide. No, I am extremely sorry, sir. I think another statistics data. Slide showing progress. The slide showing progress, close all.
Not yet visible. Yes, sir. We can see. Is this the one, sir?
No, madam. What has happened is actually the statistics slides. Can I open my another PowerPoint, madam? Just a couple of, just a minute.
Is it, sir?
I'll just.
So please stop your screen share and start.
Yeah, I'll stop the screen share first, and I just go. Yeah. I'll share the screen, madam. Are you able to get this slide now? Sir, got this slide? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I want to just, because problem of congenital deafness statistics. See the statistics, 5.3% of world are deaf are in India. Alarming statistics. 5 out of 1,000 children are deaf in India. Majority are preventable. Among all the congenital by birth organ failures, hearing loss is the commonest birth defect. Take any other organ, but it's not that given importance. 1 lakh cases, 150 per year are born deaf in India, and only 20% cases are getting done with cochlear implant, and 80% of children are lifelong deaf. They are with only sign language or with lip reading, and with their memory, they have to understand the gestures. What is this congenital deafness? If a child is not able to even respond to a clap and he has to blink his eyes, even if he is 2 months old, after 3 months, he has to turn his head with a clap or with the sound he is acquainted. If he is not, he has to be screened like 1st month, 3rd month, and 6th month. How can you test a child who is born, whether he is deaf or going to be deaf or going to be a dumb patient? And we are having the best policy, even the newborn baby can be tested for audition. Do you know in developing countries, madam, and all the other audience, by the time mother is discharged after the delivery from the hospital, it is mandatory to get whether the child is going to be deaf or normal child. India, I think it is needed, and it's not a costly program at all. It's a simple OAE, auto acoustic emission. This machine, which is a very simple, this is BERA, this is OAE. Even a newborn child with a simple meter, you can sense whether the hair cells in the internal ear are going to be positive or negative. If it gets negative, you repeat at the 3 months. Still negative, go for 6 months. Then go for BERA. This is brainstem evoked response audiometry. Even a grown-up child can be easily tested where the hearing nerve is paralyzed, and you can know the threshold of the auditory stimulus. If the child is normal, even if this thing autistic, whatever, it just tells it's normal hearing. His threshold is good. He's having this thing. So what I would like to see, who are these congenital deafness children are eligible for, who are not responding to sounds. What I told, blinking, jerking, sounds, turning his head towards the sound, not uttering even a 2-letter word by his first birthday. By first birthday, Amma, Atta, Papa, Mama. In Nalugu, 2-letter words are the commonest, Amma, Papa. Wherever, whoever may be the country, whatever may be the language, if 2-letter words are not spoken by the child, we have to first screen. He may be having good hearing, but speech delay may be there. Even after 2 years, the biggest mistake I'm telling you in the red letters, oldies in the house, Tata, Jeji, Jejinaina, Muttata, even including all this, వస్తాయిలేరా ఏమవుతుంది మా సాలుకు వాళ్లకు పెద్దవాళ్ళకు 5 ఏళ్లకు మాట్లాడినాడు, నీ చిన్న తమ్ముడు 5 ఏళ్లకు మాట్లాడినాడు. No. Even after 2 years, I'm telling you, this is the hardest milestone. If the 2 years child is not speaking even 2 words or 3 words, Amma, నాకు పాలు కావాలి, అమ్మ అది ఇవ్వు. ఆహా, he is a deaf child and he is going to be a deaf and mute child. He cannot speak, he cannot hear. Just you immediately go to the nearest ENT surgeon. That ENT surgeon may not be having all these auto-acoustic emissions and beta. Go to the nearest available center. It's not that hard. Even 100 kilometers in India, wherever you are, throughout from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, I can say like a stroke, like a brain stroke and a heart stroke, I can say it's an audiological stroke. It's an audiological emergency to identify whether the child is deaf or not responding. A simplest test, cost effective, OAE, even in the public, private, it is costing 600 rupees. And if you ask, they will reduce. Pera is almost 1800 rupees. Why childs are totally deaf congenitally? The biggest and largest is consanguineous marriages. Menatta, attapillalni, viral infection in pregnancy, rubella, German measles, and other viral fevers, especially mumps to the mother, can cause deafness. Premature babies, because they are put on ventilators and a lot of antibiotics to survive that child, the pediatricians in neonatal resuscitation cells, birth asphyxias. These 4 causes can make the child deaf and mute. And which year is the best for this thing? Means I can say for congenital deafness, best is below the 2 years, sir. Still the nerves are still there. I am not working, make me to work. They are asking, make me to work. If you don't make these nerves to get stimulated, they go into disuse atrophy. Even a machine, if you buy, even a mixie, even a washing machine, if you don't use for years, what it happens? Get rusted and jam up. Same thing happens. The sound from ear has to go to the temporal lobe, temporal cortex, speech center has to get stimulated. So when speech center is not get stimulated because of lack of signal from the ear, it goes into disuse atrophy. But still, up to 5 years, still we can do up to 5 years, some benefit is there. So rarely up to 10 years. Government is giving free, sir. Each cochlear single implant costs now 6 lakh rupees by Honorable late Rajshekar Reddy Garu, the first person introduced implant in the country, free of cost. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, bilateral implants. Do these children talk after surgery? They don't talk after surgery immediately. If a child of a normal comes out of the birth canal of the mother, does that baby talk? Even after 1 year, he talks only 2-letter words. After that, hearing, he will develop speech. So same thing, if you do a cochlear implant surgery after 2 years, that child will start talking only after 6 months and 1 year. 1.5 years, he has to take this 3-letter word, audio-verbal therapy. There is a huge number of audio-verbal therapies are available in all implant center. They will teach like a newborn baby. This is this thing. And all are visual images. This is rail, this is rail, and you have to speak rail. This is mobile, this is mobile. So this is more important. This implant looks like this, sir. This is an external processor, this black one. This is rechargeable. You have to keep it when you are sleeping, child. This is internally, lifelong, it is there implanted in the human body on the parietal bone. And a 2 millimeter small hole, 1 millimeter drilling is made in the round window, and 0.6 millimeter electrode array is passed through the basal turn and also apical turns. A small incision is given for the congenitally deaf child, and we make a drill, a pit, square pit, and 2 to 3 millimeters depending upon the child's thickness of the bone, go up to the dura mater of the brain, and you make a pocket and just insert. This is the implant, and implant is inserted. This is the electronic coil. This is the processor. These are all electrodes, and this is the goes into the round window. This is mastoid. This is the ear, and this is a modern operation theater in Madhumani. We operate with very good microscopes. You can see implant surgery needs wonderful equipment, and I'll just show you how a drilling goes on, and retractors are there, and a congenitally deaf child, we make a drill and go up to the dura mater. Nothing will happen, and this drilling has to be perfect to the size of the implant. Each company has its size, and once you make this, and you have to see no bleeding is there. All these children are 10 kilograms or 11 kilograms weight, and this hemostasis is secured. Anesthetist is very important to do all these things, and you can see how drilling is done. And this is how I'll just show you how I am holding the implant array in my right hand and the microscope, and there is a black hole there. That is the round window. Yes, has sucked out, and only 0.6. That black hole is the round window, oval window, and slowly it is going inside, and that is the stop shot. And this goes and stays in the body, and only 0.6 mm. I can say among all operations, this is the smallest area where we can make a congenitally deaf child to implant, and we have to fix this with a glue and this thing, and this is how this operation gets on. So in this, is this operation safe? Yes, sir. Only 5% of complications are there. They are all minor infections and this thing. Like any other operation, there is a 5%, whether it's heart, whether it's brain, but benefits are more than a complication. I always tell the parents, if you travel from Nandyal to Kadapa, taking a bus ticket, are you assured that you don't have any accident? You have to accept complication in a journey. It's same thing, this thing, and how many are getting. So up to 1.5 years, they have to stay in the center where you got operated and get the surgery done. This is how a permanently cochlear implant congenitally deaf children are there. Below 5 years, totally free. Even after 5 years, up to 10 years, you get 50% from CM Relief Fund. These are one day we did 3 implants, and this is how the implant goes, and electrodes will go like this, sir. And this is the array goes on. And I think time 9:57. This is how I'll conclude my speech. 9:37 and 9:57, 20 minutes. Congenitally deaf children statistics are alarming. 1 lakh children are born. Only 20% are getting implant surgery. 80% children are this thing. The first remedy is get deaf screening even by the time mother gets discharged from the hospital OAE, and get 3rd month and 6th month. With these few words, I thank the IMA AMS chapter for opportunity for me to speak about my ENT, and got motivated by Bhaskar Rao. And we are also, sir, other than medical profession in Nandyal, Dr. Ravi Krishna, unimaginable. He does tremendous many organizations, and we are also doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Madhusudan Garu. I think we may have to request you to stay back longer, because we are going to be joined by our national leadership for a brief session. After that session, I think you will be appreciated by the other speakers. They may be questioning you on various aspects. So may I request you to stay back for a while. Thank you, sir. Now,
thank you very much, sir. Dr. Madhusudan Rao, sir. I think now we have to make mandatory. After birth, every birth, a pediatrician will check the baby. Now it is legally mandated. No gynecologist can deliver without the presence of a pediatrician, and the baby has to be checked. So similarly, maybe the pediatricians have to check whether the hearing abilities of the baby are good. And I The BERA test, as you said, it is not very easily available, sir, and then it is costly. Maybe it should be made more reachable.
Madam, OAE is very less costly, madam. Auto acoustic emission is hardly 600
sir.
rupees. Anywhere.
Okay, sir. Please stay back, so we have discussion.
Right.
Now, we are breaking now from the scientific session for a address by our national leaders to the delegates of this conference and the leaders of IMA AP State. First of all, I request Dr. G. Ravi Krishna, sir, President IMA AP State, to come on virtual dais. I request Dr. P. Fanidhar, sir, Honorary Secretary IMA AP State, to be on the virtual dais. I now request our none other than Dr. R.V. Ashokan, sir, IMA National President, a leader with a great insight and lot of patience and perseverance to achieve and to solve various problems being faced by the IMA members and doctor community across the country. I welcome you on to this virtual dais, sir. I now request Dr. Pankaj Mutneja, sir, our IMA AMS chairperson, who is bestowed with a lot of patience again to train all the doctors of IMA community with the scientific expertise during his tenure of office. I welcome you on to the virtual dais, sir. I request our Sri Hari Rao, sir, who is the National Vice President. Our leader, we are very proud of him, who is in the national platform now. A leader with big heart, always he's hosting and supporting all the events of our IMA AP State. And I request Dr. Gunashekaran, sir, National Vice President-elect, in charge of AP State, to please come on to the virtual dais. I request our National State President, Dr. G. Ravi Krishna, sir, to welcome the delegates, the VIPs, and chair the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ramani, madam. It's a great pleasure to invite the National IMA leaders for this 2 days IMA AP State Academy of Medical Specialties CME program with 6 CME credit hours. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to have our national president as guest, and he addressed the delegates yesterday. And today, we are fortunate to have our IMA national president-elect, a visionary, Dr. R.V. Ashokan, sir, and IMA HSG, Dr. Anil Kumar Naik will joining shortly, and also Dr. D. Srihari Rao, National Vice President. He is also joining in a short time, and Dr. Gunashekaran, sir, IMA National Vice President-elect, and this year is in charge of IMA AP State activities, and also Dr. Pankaj Mutneja, sir, Chairperson of IMA AMS headquarters. He will be joining soon. I welcome you all for the today's second day program, sir. It's a great privilege to have you all on this occasion. And IMA AP State is doing a lot of academic activity. We have full-fledged teams for IMA AMS and IMA CGP teams, and we are regularly organizing monthly programs. This is the 6th conference being organized by IMA AMS as a wing, and CGP also regularly organizing the CME programs, and all the branches in the states, 98 branches, are organizing CME programs continuously every month. Besides organizing these CME programs, all the branches are observing national days and doing service activities for the public to increase and enhance the image of the Indian Medical Association in the eyes of the public. So with these few words, and I would like to congratulate Dr. P.A. Ramani Garu and Dr. T.T.V. Ramesh Garu and the entire CGP team for selecting and eminent personalities for 2 days CME program. And a lot of delegates have been joined on this CME program. So I would like to congratulate, and I'd like to ask them to continue the same intensity to continue the academic activity this entire year and also the next year also. The team will continue for the next year also. So with these introductory words, I request Dr. P. Panidhar sir to say a few words on this occasion.
Thank you, sir. I think at the outset, I should appreciate and congratulate my sister, Dr. Ramani, for the excellent content of the CMU program. I should say I'm fortunate or unfortunate to join all the sessions, because some sessions I could join, some I could not join. For that, I have to blame my president, who has given me so much of homework to do day in and day out. Anyhow, whatever program I joined, I think I thoroughly got updated in my knowledge, and also thoroughly enjoyed the way the speakers are presenting. That is one thing others, mostly the delegate should note how to present a topic when it is given to you. What is the content, how to present it, that is the most important. I appreciated the way Dr. Madhusudan, who presented, for example, the magnitude of deafness in India. That is how everyone should prepare for a lecture to be given. I also thank Dr. G.T.B. Ramesh for living up to the expectations we kept on him. Now, it is our pleasure to join our national leader and visionary and think tank of IMA at national level, Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir. And without taking much of your time, I request to give their messages. Dr. Gunasekaran, very calm and very observative of all the activities that are being undertaken by us or in the entire country. I think we will look forward for your leadership, both your leadership in the coming years, sir. So about my president, I need not repeat time and again his commitment and the workaholic force with which he works. So it's my pleasure, and thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. M. Ravindranath, the Honorary Finance Secretary, to say a few words on this occasion when our national leaders on the board.
Respected President and respected National President, I am elect Dr. Ashokan sir, dignitaries on the board, very good morning to all of you. And I've been continuously following the AMS meeting since yesterday. This has been a wonderful event, and which has been graced by our National President Agarwal sir also. And I congratulate Dr. Ramani Madam and the whole team of AMS along with our State President and Panidhar sir. The meeting has been wonderful, and it's a good experience for all of us to conduct these sort of meetings and encourage the delegates to get into the platform and learn new things that are coming up. That was a wonderful platform, and I congratulate all of you, and I thank our national leaders for gracing this occasion and encouraging the IMA AP State team. And thank you very much, sir. We look forward for your support for all the activities, especially for the Olympiad as well. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Sir, you are muted. Dr. Ravi Krishna garu.
We'll post it
I
to.
request Dr. Gunasekaran sir, AMA National Vice President elect and in charge of our state activities, to say a few words on this occasion.
Good morning, everyone. Respected National President-elect, Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, the President of IMA AP, Dr. Ravi Krishna sir, the Secretary, Dr. Fanindar, Coordinator, Dr. Ramani Madam, and all the dignitaries of AP and the AMS headquarters office bearers. I am very much delighted to be part of the AMS program conducted by Andhra Pradesh today. It is a 2 days long academic event. Definitely, it will be useful for the younger generation of our members. Time and again, we can have such programs not only in AMS and CGP also. In CGP, the common topics can be dealt with for the general practitioners. But in AMS, little more enriched knowledge can be had from the well-informed faculty members. That's why AMS is conducting such programs, especially the topics for the 2 days are very nice topics covering all the subjects. The non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension should be propagated. The knowledge should be propagated to all the members because everybody should treat the diabetes and hypertension because such the disease morbidity is there in our population. And also we have to enlighten our members on the communicable diseases like the present day dengue and other day-to-day enteric fever and other things. So this program will be very much useful for our members. I wish all the success for the AP State AMS program to have a better knowledge for the community, medical community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Gunasekaran sir, for joining the program and giving a nice message. And we are going to organize CGP programs also regularly. And next month on September 3rd, we are planning for a one-day CME program, especially addressed to the general practitioners with the 4 CME credit hours. Sir.
Sir, we are joined by our HSG,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Anil.
Sir, now I request Dr. Anil Kumar J. Naik, sir, HSG headquarters. Sir, we are conducting this IMA AP State AMS 2-day CME program yesterday and today. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to have the message from the National President, Dr. Sharad Kumar Agarwal, sir. And today, we have our IMA National President-elect, Dr. Ashokan, sir, and Dr. Gunasekaran, sir, on the board. And it's a great pleasure to have you on this occasion. And we request you to kindly address the delegates on this occasion.
Good morning, Dr. Ravichandran, President Andhra, our President-elect, Dr. Ashokan, all the dignitaries and office bearer of IMA AMS headquartered and IMA AMS Andhra Pradesh. I welcome you all in this webinar. As you everybody know, that today is a friendship day. And IMA is the best stage, best platform to make a friendship with each and every member of our association. Because what we lack is unity. And as you see, our country is diversity in university. So we have to show unity in diversity all over the country. We have to increase our membership, so our strength will increase. And by increasing our strength, we can put any agenda and pass it on against the government. So my first and foremost request is to make a unity in each and every branch. And second thing is you update your knowledge because descent in medicine is day by day. And all we are student till we die, from womb to tomb. So we have to learn from the day of the starting, and we have to leave the learning stage at when we reach to tomb. So we should learn everything, but unity and strength is most important. So I request you all to maintain peace, harmony, and friendship all over IMA branches in country. Thank you for inviting me in this IMA AMS Andhra CME and giving me an opportunity to meet all the members, all the delegates who have attended the CME. Thank you, and I wish you all the happy Friendship Day. Thank you very much. Jai IMA, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for joining. And thanks for the nice message sent to my WhatsApp, sir, on Friendship Day. And it's a great message on this occasion. And this year, we have increased our membership also, sir. We have crossed the 20,000 mark after the bifurcation of the state. And nearly 900 new members joined during the last 8 months, sir.
Yes, sir.
Definitely, we are going to increase the membership and also strengthen the membership of the wings also.
AMS.
AMS regularly organizing CME programs monthly basis, and CGP also organizing monthly basis CME programs online. And we have completed 3 regional academic conferences, physical conferences at Kakinada, Machilipatnam, and also at Anantapuram. We have organized 3 workshops for 3 zones for the leadership development one-day workshops on the lines of modules prepared by Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir and Dr. Gangadhar sir previously. And thank you, sir, for joining the program and giving a nice message on this occasion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Pankaj sir joined the program. Dr. Srihari Rao.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes, Dr. Srihari Rao. I request Dr. Srihari Rao, Vice President IMA Headquarters, to address the delegates.
Good morning, everybody. Today's presiding officer and our beloved President, Dr. Ravi Krishna, and our visionary leader and our beloved National President-elect, Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, and good administrator, and all the activities conducting from the Delhi, our HSG, Dr. Anil Kumar sir, and today our Vice President-elect, Gunashekar Pankaj ji, and our state team, Dr. Fanidhar Garu, our General Secretary, and Ravindra, State Treasurer, and other today's eminent speakers and my dear delegates. At the outset, I congratulate the IMA AMS AP State team for organizing this 2 days virtual conference with 6 credit hours. They are regularly conducting these CMAs and enlightening all the academic issues and our recent advances in our medicine. And also I appreciate our state president, Dr. Ravi Krishna and Fanidhar and Ravindra, for enrolling the more than 900 members during their tenure. And now we crossed the 20,000 members in our AP state. And also we are going to conduct on November 22nd to 26th IMA National Olympiad in Vijayawada. This is a big event for IMA AP state. This is the first time we are organizing a national event during this sports meet. So I request our HSG and our National President-elect to propagate this Olympiad in all our branches and all our members. And I request our AMS team to enroll as many as possible the IMA AMS members. As a former chairman of IMA AMS, I'm very much requested to enroll fellowship also for next coming our national conference. They are issue the fellowships for the AMS members, and also they will release the professors for the AMS also. And I request our Ramani madam to conduct the various courses. Tamil Nadu is doing Tamil Nadu and Telangana conducting so many courses for our members. So I request you also to start the courses in our AP state. But for that, I am thankful that IMA AP state for giving this opportunity. I congratulate the team IMA AMS for organizing this team. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srihari, for your kind message on this occasion. Last year, when you were the IMA AMS chairperson, I have enrolled nearly 70 members from our Nanjal branch only, and we have started a separate wing also. in IMA AMS wing. We have started. That is the first IMA AMS wing, local branch wing. And in to give a respect to our leader from our state, we have enrolled a lot of IMA AMS members last year. This year also, we will concentrate next month to increase the membership in both the CGP and AMS. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. R.V. Ashokan.
Beloved President of IMA AP State Branch, Dr. Ravi Krishna, National Vice President Dr. Sri Hari Rao, Vice President-elect Dr. Gunasegaran, Secretary General Dr. Anil Nayak, State Secretary Dr. Fanidhar, Dr. Ravindranath, Dr. Ramani, Dr. Ramesh. I'm extremely happy to join you again. I had been with the AP State Branch on the Doctor's Day, and I still remember the high quality discussions we had in the workshop that you had arranged on that day on integrative medicine. One of the finest, one of the very informative, and AP State had the courage to invite all other system of medicine, treat them equally, allow them to express their opinion. It was a very good eye-opener. It was one of the best conferences I have ever attended. That goes to say whatever AP State does, not only now, for the past few years I have been watching. From the days of Dr. Gangadhar Rao, one of the role models for any IMA leader in India, Dr. Gangadhar Rao, it's our misfortune that we missed his national presidentship. And the way that he has nurtured. And the exemplary leaders like Dr. G.S. Murthy, with whom I had the fortune to work in RNTCP project. And Dr. Fanidhar, I can tell you, is one of the assets, national assets that the Indian Medical Association has. Any document, an extremely serious person who can study, opine, and put across very valid points, Dr. Fanidhar. So the leadership crucible that IMA AP State Branch is a great contributor to the brain trust of Indian Medical Association. It's not only that, the way that the AP State organizes each discipline, whether it is Yamasan, whether it is AMS, whether it's a conference like integrative medicine, or the recent ones, the feather in your cap, the Olympiad, it's coming. I think we all have very high expectations. I had been to Tamil Nadu on a sports event, and there was a sports event in Kerala also. So there are high expectations. I'm sure that there will be a lot of registrations. And I understand there are going to be 25 disciplines, mind-boggling, 25 sports events. This goes to say two things. One is, IMA members access Indian Medical Association from their passion, whatever is their passion. If their passion is continuing medical education, they access our AMS, our CGP, our CME programs. If their passion is sports, IMA provides a platform for that. If their passion is culture, for example, our own president, Dr. Ravi Krishna, is a great writer, and I also understand he's a great artist. And such eminent people in various fields can find expression through Indian Medical Association. There has been no platform like Indian Medical Association. Indian Medical Association gives vent to the aspirations of every member in whichever way you want to contribute. You want to contribute in leadership, then the AP State also has leadership modules. One has to look at and study those modules and look at the format in conducting leadership training camps to say that the leadership, current leadership will cultivate youngsters, will bring in new team. So generations of IMA leaders are being created. IMA AMS is equally a very great platform in the sense there is no other platform which provides cross-cutting specialities. All specialities, if you go, they are all vertical. They specialize in their specialities. But IMA AMS is the only organization or the institution which gives you a cross-cutting experience of all specialities, which is a virtual feast. And I happen to hear the last speech for some time also, the high quality discussions. My confidence in IMA AP State Branch is growing day by day, that will be a great support in the coming year, which I see that with the problems of the medical profession, many of the problems are coming to a crux. We no longer can ignore them. All these problems, whether it is integrative medicine or the legislations that have gone across, all these problems have come to a junction. So we need to, I am totally dependent on the leadership of IMA AP State, and congratulations on crossing 20,000 membership. You have been an exemplary state branch and exemplary action. This year, I congratulate this year's team. I also congratulate this year's AMS team. All the best in today's meeting for all the participants. My goodwill message to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for participating in the program and giving a nice message and encouraging and inspiring message to all of us with your blessings. And we are going to do a wonderful event on the Olympiad side. And one more thing I would like to share with the national leadership. This year we have started IMA AP State Rolling Continuous Service Fund, sir. We are supporting the branches with a matching grant to do the service activities, Avagava Chale program and other service activities to enhance the image of the IMA in the eyes of the public with our activities. We are sending only the granting matches. They have to spend some money, and we are supporting that activity from the state office. This year we have started this, and once again we are extremely thankful to you and other national leaders, Dr. Gunasegaran sir, Dr. T. Srihari Rao sir, Dr. Pankaj sir, and HSG, Dr. Anil Kumar J. Nayak sir, for joining this program and giving.
Dr. J.C. Naidu wants to join the platform for a brief while.
Yes. And I thank all the national leaders, HSG, Anil Kumar J. Nayak, for joining and giving a message on this occasion. And now I request Ramani Garu invite J.C. Naidu, President-elect, to join the platform and give brief message.
It's an immense pleasure to invite our young leader from AP State, who is the President-elect of IMA AP State, Dr. Jayachandra Naidu, to please join the virtual platform along with the national leaders. Dr. Jayachandra Naidu, sir.
May I request the technical team? He raised his hand.
To make him a panelist. Take it. So with the permission of chair, I want to put forth a request, sir. Now I think 500 members. We may be made a member of governing council of IMA AMS, sir. I'm from IMA AP State.
500 members, sir. We have completed 500 members. So we can ask for a governing council member at the need. Definitely we will write to the This month we are concentrating on increasing the professional protection welfare scheme membership, and next month we will be concentrating on the increasing the membership in the CGP and IMA AMS wings. So exclusively we are concentrating on PPW scheme this month, and next month we are going to enhance the membership of IMA AMS and both CGP.
Dr. Jayachandra Naidu, sir, is it there?
I think technically there is some issue, I think.
No, sir, he has joined, sir. He just had, yeah.
Okay. JC.
Okay. Respected our beloved President Dr. Ravi Krishna Garu and our National President-elect Ashokan sir. I am very happy. I am going to work under the visionary leader Dr. Ashokan sir, under leadership of Dr. Ashokan sir. Honorary Secretary Dr. Anil Kumar sir and Pankaj sir and Gunsekan Raju. My beloved friend Dr. Srihar Rao, National Vice President, and our dynamic Honorary General Secretary Dr. Fanidhar sir and Ramani madam. And good morning everyone. This type of webinars are very useful. There are two advantages. One, we will enrich our knowledge. With that knowledge, we can use in our daily practice for every doctor. We can use the. And the second one is the credit hours are very useful for our renewal. You know everybody. But I congratulate Ramani madam to conduct this AMS webinars, and I wish this program grand success. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. J.C. Naidu. And I hope the same activity will be continued next year also under your dynamic leadership. And definitely this, as you said, the CME programs are not only helpful to the doctors for enhancing their knowledge and updating their knowledge. Their updated knowledge is going to be helpful for the public. So all these CME programs are for the sake of public only. When we enhance our knowledge, definitely we are going to provide better management, better care to the public. So with these concluding words, I request Dr. Ramani madam to conclude the second day inaugural messages program and continue the academic activity after this messages session is over.
Thank you.
It's a proud privilege to have all the national leaders on the virtual platform and encouraging the teams. Now we'll go with the our conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah. Now, appreciating the way Dr. Madhusudan has presented his topic, now may I request Dr. Jyotirmay, MS Ophthalmology, what is new in cataract and cataract surgery? That is the topic.
Jyotirmay. Jyotirmay firstly.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Am I visible, sir?
You are not, you are
Not
audible.
visible, you're audible.
Yeah, you have to start your video.
Sir, share screen, sir.
Yeah.
The green sign you see?
Yes, yes.
You click that share screen.
Share, okay.
Then, yes.
You can as well start your video so that you will be.
Video you have not started. First you open your.
I have
PPT.
opened up.
So then you have to join with video. You please send the request.
Yes, yes.
Join with video.
I'm doing. So it's not coming. Again, I rejoin in the Zoom.
No, ma'am, not needed. Just stop the screen share and then reshare it, ma'am. You have to share the complete screen. As of now, we are only able to see your Chrome browser.
So
you unscreen and start screening once again. So that
now it came, sir. It's not coming.
No, your PPT is not
No,
yet
no.
open, ma'am. We are only able to see your Chrome screen.
You first unscreen, then start once again.
We
Share.
close this.
Stop share. Yes.
Now you open your PPT ready, keep PPT ready. Then you share.
I'm not visible. Am I visible, Ramani?
No, ma'am.
You start your video.
I'm pressing start video, but it is not starting.
Panelist, allow to start video.
Ma'am, the setting is
It
open.
asks me to start the video. Start my video. I am pressing. But it's not coming.
Please share your screen, ma'am. Let's start the PPT.
You start sharing your screen.
Screen.
Share screen and green undi kada. Press check.
I have pressed. It is coming. Share. Again, I have to press the share.
Yes,
now.
yes. You have to share again, ma'am. Yes, click on share.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it done now?
Yes, ma'am. Please open your PPT, ma'am.
Open your PPT. Down.
No, it's
in the bar.
Yes, yes.
That one. Yes, open. No, not that.
Not that.
Just open your file, ma'am.
The
Open your
cataract
file.
IMA. That one you
I
open.
have to. No. I have to go to the desktop.
Not necessary. Go to the bar. Click the PPT. Click the PPT. Open. Now you can see the first one.
Cataract IMA, cataract IMA, yeah.
That you click. Yes.
Okay.
Now you keep in slideshow mode.
Okay.
Now you start your video. You have a mic symbol and video, no?
Yes.
You click that mic in the video. We can see you.
Now it's not allowing me. Am I audible?
Yeah,
You're audible, ma'am. You're audible. I'm just click
I'm
the.
clicking the start video. It's not coming.
It's okay, ma'am. You can continue with your.
Continue.
Slide share mode.
Okay.
Third option. Third. Beside that, ma'am. Beside that. One more.
One more. Yes.
On that. Yes. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you, my senior colleagues, junior colleagues, my all the faculty. I am Dr. Jyotirmayi, working as professor in Government Regional Eye Hospital, Visakhapatnam. At the outset, I want to thank immensely Dr. Ramani, who is my classmate, and all the other organizers, Dr. Ramesh Garu, Dr. PJ Srinivas Garu, and other members who gave me this opportunity to present in such a wonderful two-day conference. So at the topic given to me is cataract surgery, what is new? So you all know as cataract is a denaturation of the proteins in the lens, which cause obstruction in the visual axis, leading to defective vision of the patient. It mainly due to senility. Other causes are also there. This topic is a very essential topic. Is given to me by Ramani. It's very nice. Actually, I wanted to talk this topic in previously also, because in olden days, when our professors used to tell that after cataract surgery, the patient should be lie down in a prone position for more than 2 weeks. If only one eye surgery is done, bilateral bandaging should be given. For more than 2 weeks, he should be in a prone position, in a supine position, and should not move, because without any sutures, with a large incision, the up to wound healing, the patient should lie down. The cataract surgery has developed immensely. Lot of developments have come in the field of cataract surgery. Today, that the patient after undergoing cataract surgery is going out within a few hours as an OP procedure. This is being done. Though not in government hospitals, in private, all the private hospitals, the cataract surgery is being done as a OP procedure. Only in government hospitals, because of certain rules and because of the population we get in government hospitals, they require, they are not so clear, they do not maintain so clean atmosphere. So we ask them to stay for 2 days. And for the reason of orgasry also, we have to ask the patient to stay in for 2 days, although it is a OP procedure. But to become a OP procedure, a lot of advancements in cataract surgery has happened. The cataract surgery is very commonly done and very the outcome is very good when compared to glaucoma surgery, where glaucoma is a cause for permanent blindness, but cataract is one of the preventable blindness, cause for one of the preventable blindness, and we can treat the condition very much ideally. So what is new about cataract surgery means the increase in life expectancy and quality of life resulted in rise of expectation regarding outcomes of cataract surgery. So previously, cataract surgery is only to eliminate the obstacle in vision, thereby providing some restoration of vision. But it became a refractive procedure now to eliminate all refractive errors, including preoperative astigmatism, surgically induced postoperative astigmatism, and you should eliminate all the refractive errors that occur along with cataract surgery. We should eliminate preoperative astigmatism. We should eliminate surgically induced astigmatism because of our large incisions and applying of sutures, etc. We have to eliminate all those refractive errors and give the patient a very good, the patient should be postoperative immetrope. Means the patient should get 6/6, that is distant vision and a normal distant vision and near vision. So, cataract surgery is one of the commonest and successful procedures due to vast developments in the past few decades in preoperative investigation modalities. So many preoperative investigation modalities have developed, especially when doing cataract surgery. We have to implant intraocular lens. The power of the intraocular lens implanted should be, we have to calculate correctly, accurately the power of the intraocular lens to be implanted. Now we used to do by A-scan biometry. A-scan biometry means axial scan biometry. That correctly assesses the axial length of the eyeball and gives by certain formulas, by undergoing certain formulas, gives the accurate power of the intraocular lens to be implanted in the eye in a particular patient. So until nowadays, the A-scan biometry is being done. But now advances in measurement of the power calculation of the IOL to be implanted has changed. Recently, another modality came known as IOL master biometry. So this IOL master biometry is a high resolution partial coherence interferometry, which has a great accuracy. With a great accuracy, it measures the axial length of the eyeball, the anterior chamber depth, and the corneal curvature readings, which are essential for the calculation of, by different formulas, calculation of the intraocular lens to be implanted. So that modification has come in the preoperative investigation modality. Not only that, so many other investigative modalities have developed like ocular coherence tomography and so many other modalities for ruling out any other pathologies in the posterior segment. So coming to anesthetic techniques, previously we used to give the general anesthesia or retrovulvar anesthesia with very long needles, which is very dangerous and which pierces the eyeball easily with perforation of the globe, and retrovulvar hemorrhage complications are more. Nowadays, the anesthetic techniques have changed. With we are giving commonly the perivulvar anesthesia with a small needle, and the anesthetic complications are drastically reduced. And also, the nowadays, especially phacoemulsification surgery is being done under topical anesthesia, topical drops only, without giving any local block. So topical anesthesia is enough. So for doing surgeries, especially it is done in outer corporate sector. So under topical anesthesia, the patient after surgery need not be given any bandage. The patients are given dark goggles and sent within few hours as a OP procedure because the anesthetic is not given. So yeah, also very much development in the surgical procedures. I'll explain later. Then IOL replacement technologies and very much research is being done in various IOL designs to reduce all the complications, post-operative complications or intraoperative complications, and give good results post-operative to the cataract surgery. So coming to a word about the past history of starting of cataract surgery. It has started in 600 BC by Maharshi Susruta, who started the process of couching. Couching is nothing but the technique involves using a sharp instrument to pierce the eye at the limbus and dislodge the opaque lens, which has become cataractus from the central visual axis inferiorly into the vitreous cavity. So couching, you can see in the figure, couching being done. The cataractus lens is dislodged inferiorly into the vitreous cavity by using a sharp instrument. So it is very aseptic conditions it is done. So there is high danger of the retinal detachment complication, the post-operative infection, and all the other lens-induced complications will be there. So after that, after couching, next modality developed is intracapsular cataract extraction. Mainly cataract surgery is done in two modalities, intracapsular cataract surgery and extracapsular cataract surgery. So in olden days, that is early 90s, when we are postgraduates, we used to do intracapsular cataract surgery only. Then IOLs though came, but not to our sector. So intracapsular cataract surgery means we have to remove the cataractus lens in toto along with lens capsule, both anterior and posterior, by using cryo extraction and thereafter prescribing high power convex aphakic glasses post-operatively. So these aphakic high power, almost +10 diopter aphakic glasses, the patient will be cosmetically not good. There will be high magnification. The patient will have field effects, and there will be so many problems, other problems. And also, especially if the cataract is only unilateral, we cannot give aphakic glasses after surgery because the patient will have diplopia, unequal refraction of the two eyes. So the aphakic glass cannot be given. If the aphakic glass cannot be given, the patient's vision is almost very low. So the ICC is being done in 80s and 90s. So after the advent of IOLs in the 80s and the 90s, the ICC, intracapsular cataract extraction, is no longer done. So the extracapsular cataract extraction, nowadays the surgery being done is extracapsular cataract extraction. Here the lens, as you all know, has anterior capsule, posterior capsule in the center nucleus surrounded by the cortical matter. So we have to preserve the posterior capsule intact with a rim of anterior capsule after capsulotomy to implant the intraocular lens. That is the extracapsular cataract extraction. So nowadays all the surgeries are under extracapsular cataract extraction only. Again, in this, there are various modifications have been developed. Initially, conventional extracapsular cataract surgery we used to do means a large incision 10 to 12 millimeters superiorly at the limbus we used to give and apply sutures after implanting IOL. So sutures are necessary for this incision because it is direct incision and it is very large incision. We have to close the incision. So development of surgically induced astigmatism with the large incision and sutures, which is the cause for low vision post-operatively. So when we apply sutures, there is every chance of the surgically induced astigmatism more because of large incision and the sutures, because of sutures. So after this, cataract surgery is modified into small incision cataract surgery. That is manual small incision cataract surgery. That which we do manually without the aid of any instrument. So any machine. So manual small incision cataract surgery, it involves special construction of wound called scleral tunnel, which is a self-sealing and does not require any sutures. So therefore, we can reduce suture-induced, what are all the complications with sutures? So many complications with sutures. With sutures, the patient will have immense irritation post-operatively. Sutures may act as nidus for infection and astigmatism. So we can cut all this by avoiding sutures. So we have to specially construct a wound known as wound called scleral tunnel, which is self-sealing. So here the length of the incision is 6 to 8 millimeters. Now the manual small incision cataract surgery has become the method of choice in the developing world, as it is very easy, fast to learn by the surgeon, cost effective, simple, and applicable to almost all types of cataracts. So whereas the next procedure, phacoemulsification, we cannot, is very difficult to do in grade 4 nuclear cataract. So next procedure that came is the phacoemulsification. In 1967, an American ophthalmologist by name Charles Kellman revolutionized cataract surgery when he introduced phacoemulsification. So the surgery is known as commonly phaco. The scientist you can see here, Charles Kellman. The machine you can see in the figure. So in phacoemulsification, what happens? The nucleus is being we insert a phaco probe, which is ultrasound driven, it exerts ultrasonic vibrations with a titanium tip. So it breaks the nucleus in situ. In situ, it breaks the nucleus and emulsifies and aspirates the nucleus and cortex through a considerably smaller incision. The length of the incision is roughly 2 to 3 millimeters. In phacoemulsification, we need not bring the large nucleus out through this larger incision. We can cut short the incision here and we emulsify the nucleus in the bag itself and aspirate all the remaining cortical matter. So the idea is to do the procedure through a short, small incision. Thereby, we can reduce the surgically induced astigmatism and also post-operative complications. And also post-operative convalescence period to the patient is very comfortable. So a machine is used with an ultrasonic handpiece which vibrates at a frequency of 40 kilohertz to break the nucleus and emulsify into smaller pieces and aspirate the cortical matter, and foldable IOLs are implanted. Here, we cannot implant a rigid IOL. Rigid IOL means at least 6 millimeters size of incision should be there. But through a small incision, how can we implant the rigid IOL? So there is a modification of so many modifications in the field of IOLs, intraocular lenses, because which should be implanted through a small incision. So the foldable IOLs have come into view. Phacoemulsification now considered the safest and preferred method of cataract surgery in the developed world. So it is faster and less complicated, especially when done with an experienced surgeon. The smaller incision results in phacoemulsification, smaller incision results in a very stable anterior chamber throughout the surgery, thereby preventing intraoperative complications, early post-operative recovery, and reduced post-operative astigmatism. So next, in the process of cataract surgery advances, the next surgery is flax. Flax means it assists only certain steps in cataract surgery. That is, flax means femtolaser assisted cataract surgery. So femtolaser assisted cataract surgery is also known as robotic surgery. Robotic cataract surgery you can see in the figure. So it is customized for each eye. It has highest predictability and also better and quicker healing. So here laser is used only in certain steps in phacoemulsification to perform corneal incisions, capsulotomy, that is capsulorhexis, and initial lens fragmentation. We use this laser. So this also corrects up to 1.5 diopters of astigmatism. So next is the advent of intraocular lenses. We have to know about the intraocular lenses. the man responsible for the incredible breakthrough of restoring vision in cataract patients by inventing artificial lens and placing inside the eye is Harold Ridley, Sir Harold Ridley. So he finally founded a cure for aphakia. In the olden days, we used to treat aphakia only with glasses, which are more side effects. So he finally founded a cure for aphakia by introducing first man-made intraocular lens. So during World War II, between British Nazi Air Force, Ridley observed small fragments of shattered cockpit lodged inside the pilot eyes, which did not show any relevant inflammatory reaction for more days when they are left in situ. So with further investigations, it was revealed that those particles were made of transparent acrylic similar to polymethyl methacrylate, which was used initially for making the intraocular lens material, that is optic of the intraocular lens. The rigid intraocular lens is made with PMMA. After associating with Rayner Company, he implanted first IOL in a 45-year-old lady at St. Thomas Hospital, London on November 29, 1949. You can see in the figure. However, IOLs did not find widespread acceptance in cataract surgery until 1970s. So first, monofocal IOL. Monofocal means that we usually implant in a government sector also. So it works only for one distance. It works only for a distance vision. For near vision, one has to use glasses. So monofocal IOLs are used to restore vision for one area of focus, usually distance. Reading glasses, we have to supplement. So then next modification is multifocal IOLs. So multifocal IOLs provide simultaneous distance and near vision. So trifocal IOLs. Next, trifocal lens provides intermediate vision also in addition, which is a recent modification, trifocal IOL. So most common adverse effects with these lenses are glare, halos, and loss of contrast sensitivity. Some adverse effects are noted with these.
Last 3-4 minutes, madam, for you.
Okay, sir. Next is adjustable IOLs. Adjustable IOLs, power can be adjusted after surgery once all healing is complete. So it can be adjusted with the help of metered dose of ultraviolet light. So next modification, accommodating IOLs. Accommodating IOLs. These accommodating IOLs can change the eye focus from distance to near as they interact with ciliary muscles and joints using hinges at both ends. You can see in the picture to latch on and move forward and backward inside the eye, similar to normal accommodation of normal crystalline lens of our eye. So it is similar to normal accommodation. We can see in the picture. It usually is connected with, interact with the ciliary muscle and joints. Next is the next advancement is toric lens. So toric lens is specially designed lens that corrects the pre-existing corneal astigmatism. So at the time of surgery. So toric lenses have different power in different meridians. So lens should be positioned in the correct meridian to reverse the pre-existing astigmatism. So if the patient is having pre-existing astigmatism, you have to put a toric intraocular lens by correctly implanting. So multifocal toric IOLs are also available. So next option is extended depth of focus IOLs. These form a single elongated focal point which enhances the depth of focus. This reduces glare, halos which occur with multifocal IOLs. Then blue light filtering IOLs. Normally, the natural lens contain chromophores which prevent the entrance of ultraviolet rays into the eye. The ultraviolet rays usually damage the retina. So natural lens has chromophores which prevent the blue light from entering the eye. So here in intraocular lenses also, the filters the UV, ultraviolet and high energy blue light, which has the probability of damaging retina. So next, coming to IOL material, the advances of phacoemulsification enabling smaller surgical incision led to development of soft foldable IOLs. So initially PMMA, which is rigid IOL, then converted to soft foldable. These lenses can be foldable. So foldable IOLs made of silicon, hydrophobic acrylic or hydrophilic acrylic. So the foldable IOL is loaded into the injection cartridge that has been pre-filled with the ophthalmic viscosurgical device. The cartridge is then inserted into a handpiece, which is operated using a manual plunger or screw mechanism, and then inserted. So at last, there is research going on continuously to make an ideal intraocular lens that meets all the problems. But it is under research only. Some of the characteristics of a modern IOL that should be all these characters that should meet. So foldable, it should be foldable. So allows for smaller incision. If it is foldable, we can it allows for implantation through smaller incision. It should be injectable, so minimizes the exposure of intraocular lens to ocular surface contamination. It should be aspheric. The optic should be aspheric. Aspheric means improves the contrast sensitivity by minimizing spherical aberration. So it should be square posterior optic edge. Usually after cataract surgery, some individuals after some few months or years, they develop a complication of posterior capsular opacification. This posterior capsular opacification occurs due to lens epithelial cell migration. They proliferate, they migrate into the visual axis and onto the posterior capsule, and they differentiate and form a posterior capsular opacity, which again causes defective vision of the patient. So to prevent the posterior capsular opacification can be prevented by altering the design of the IOL. So square posterior optic edge IOLs minimize postoperative posterior capsule opacification. The IOL should have square edge posterior optic edge should be there. Then biconvex optic allows for a thinner optic. So all these modern IOL characteristics, so many modifications and recent advances are being done in the field of intraocular lenses to meet all these refractive problems. So this finishes my talk. Thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for sticking on to your time at the first. And it is a very intriguing lecture for all the delegates who are non-ophthalmologists on the board, that everyone has to go through this senile process at one point of time or other. But I think most of the delegates are still young to undergo this. For the younger generation, the another intrigue is the refractive conditions. So
Sir,
next topic would be on
sir,
the refractive.
Dr. C.V. Gopal Raju sir has joined, so I can see him. He is the moderator of this session, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Sorry for late joining. I have not seen you running in Kakinada.
We are privileged to have you, sir.
Sir was there in the beginning, but due to this inaugural session and his work, he might have left.
Sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, to be on the panelist board as moderator, sir. I am Dr. Panidhar. Though I am not popular in ophthalmic circle, sir, I am also an ophthalmologist, as General Secretary of IMA AP STATE. So now let us go to the next lecture, sir, or is there anything you want to add?
Before this, if you give me a few minutes, I would like to share which can be useful to all the others.
Right, sir.
Especially nowadays, what we are facing is more and more the physicians and urologists and nephrologists are using the alpha blocker, tamsulosin, for the prostate problem, and also some of the alpha blockers for the hypertensive. So that causes the pupillary poor dilatation, and then we are facing challenges during the cataract surgery. So really we have to educate all the general physicians and then the urologists that the alpha blockers, wherever we are using, will have an impact on the ocular iris tissue. So that we will have a challenge during the cataract surgery.
So if you are planning to start the medication, so I would request they have a thorough ophthalmic examination. If they are having an early cataract, better for them to undergo cataract and then start the alpha medication. So this we would like to educate the general physicians and then the general practitioners. So if the subsequent any IMA meetings, if you give us a chance, we will be presenting the videos and the evidence of how difficult for an ophthalmic surgeon who the patient is already on alpha. Thank you.
Totally, sir. We'll have a separate session of IMA AMS on ophthalmology to sensitize the IMA members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now the current topic is on the refractive surgery. What are the pros and cons of refractive surgery by Dr. G.V. Prasad, Visakhapatnam.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
I'm Dr. G. Prasad. Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
can
We
you
are
see
able to
this?
see your screen, sir.
Screen share is
Okay.
Can't see you, sir. You on your video. You
Okay.
joined with video, sir.
Yeah. Now, can
Yes,
you
sir.
see me now? Like,
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes.
Dr. I'm Dr. G. Prasad, practicing at Medicover Hospital, Visakhapatnam. So, thank you. Thanks everybody, IMA, AMS, and all for giving me the opportunity. So today I would like to speak on refractive surgeries because Madam has previously spoke about recent advances in IOL surgery, like cataract, which is old age problem. But now refractive surgery is a young age problem now because so many patients are, because of digital screen usage and near reactivity, the refractive errors are becoming very much common now. In certain countries like Taiwan and China, almost 50 to 60% patients are myopes. So the refractive surgery is gaining very good, very popularity. And at least we, ophthalmologists, general practitioners should have an idea about refractive surgery. So I will, in this forum, I want to talk little basics, and then we'll have certain advances or number of type of refractive surgery I want to speak about. Right, change. Okay. So, okay. So this is the normal eye. If you see here, this is the cornea, which is the front part of the eye. And there is anterior chamber between the iris and the cornea. And there is a posterior chamber between the cornea, iris, and the lens. Here, this is small one is posterior chamber. And this is all vitreous. And this is the fovea on the retina, where the light will get focused on the fovea, which gives acuity of vision. So light rays which are coming from far, they get refracted at the cornea first, and then they go through the lens and then get focused on the fovea of the retina. So mainly the refractive power of eye, usually around 60 diopters, out of which 40 diopters of refraction occurs at the cornea interface, cornea-ear interface. So the cornea-ear interface, because there is a wide variation of the refractive index, so the most of the refraction occurs at the cornea. So that's why corneal procedures are very important for managing the refractive errors. So cornea has a 5 layers. If you see here, this is the epithelium, outermost layer. Then there is a Bowman's layer here. There is stroma, which is 90% of the cornea is stroma only. Then the Descemet's membrane, and then endothelium. So this is the basic corneal structure. Okay. So refractive errors are, they occur generally, suppose if it is a normal eye, so light rays coming from distance, they get the refracted at the cornea, then they go through the lens and they get focused on the fovea. So this is the normal vision. Patient will have normal, good vision. If it is a myope, what happens is, if the eyeball is too long like this, or if the cornea is too steep also, the light rays gets focused on the in front of the retina. So that is the problem with myopia. That's why it's called, they can see the near objects very well. That's why they called it as nearsightedness. So we have to manage myopia. Either we have to increase the steepness of the cornea. We have to make it a flat cornea so that the light rays will get focused on the fovea. So in a hypermetrope, if you see, the eyeball is either short or the cornea may be flat. Flat. So the light rays are getting focused on the behind the retina. So to make it all right, you have to make the cornea steep so that the rays gets focused in front of on the retina. Like that, only astigmatism, there are different foci. So one axis will get in front, or one axis will be behind, or at two multiple points the rays will get focused. So that is called as astigmatism. So the aim of refractive surgery is to alter refractive state of the eye and enable patients to see without visual aids by changing the corneal shape or implanting a lens inside the eye. So either you change the lens corneal shape to get more proper focus on the fovea, or you put a separate lens over the normal intraocular lens. That is called as phakic intraocular lens implantation. So ultimately, the goal is to reduce the dependence on glasses or contact lenses, and also to improve the acuity of vision or quality of vision. It can be improved with refractive surgery. There are so many indications for refractive surgery. If you see, mainly the vocation. Nowadays, many people like army recruitment, police recruitment, and especially pilots, they want 6/6 vision without glasses and without any corneal pathology. So that is one of the main indication young people come for refractive surgery. And other thing is sports. People who are involved in sports, they come for because they don't want glasses. They cannot play with glasses. So they want the refractive surgery is one of the main indication for in sports loving people. And other is cosmesis, for a bulky glasses in front of eye all the time, especially for females. Cosmesis is one of the main indication for refractive surgery. And other patients, some people wear contact lenses for a long time, and there are complications with contact lenses. They cannot tolerate the contact lenses. They come for refractive surgery. And other people wearing glasses for a long time, so many years, so they get frustrated with wearing glasses, changing glasses every time. So they want for a refractive surgery so that they can get rid of the glasses. So if you see here, this is the steep cornea in a myope. So laser treatment is applied here on this side, and the cornea becomes flat. So in myope, this is in myope, the cornea, you want the cornea to become flat. Like here, the central ablation of the stroma will be there. So the cornea becomes flat in myopia. Whereas in hyperopia, so there is a mid-peripheral ablation. So the central cornea will bulge like here, it will become more steep. So in hypermetropia, you need a mid-peripheral ablation. This is all computerized ablation profile. Everything will be in the computer. So it will take up the ablative procedure. So you have to give the refractive power and what are the required parameters. Laser will ablate the cornea. So there are various types of refractive surgeries like LASIK. One is which is everybody knows LASIK. That is called as laser in situ keratomyosis. And other procedure is photorefractive keratectomy, which is now more popular than LASIK. I will tell you why the PRK is getting more popular. And the third one is small incision lenticular extraction, SMILE. This is now gaining popularity, though it's a little costly. And other corneal involved procedures like corneal inlays, intracorneal ring segments, intacs, radial keratotomy, astigmatic keratotomy. Sometimes these surgeries are done, not commonly. And other thing is lens-based procedures, because if the refractive power is very high, you cannot ablate the cornea so much. So there, the phakic intraocular lens, that is one lens will be artificial lens, will put it on the normal lens. So that is phakic intraocular lens. And if suppose everything is not suitable, like chamber is not shallow, very shallow, cornea is very thin, high powers, then you have to go for a clear lens extraction and put an intraocular lens. So this is that commonly used lasers in refractive surgery. One is excimer laser, which is 163 nanometers, ultraviolet laser. So it will ablate the corneal stroma, and it removes the required amount of the stroma so that the cornea gets flattened or it can get steepened. Whereas femtosecond laser is a recent innovation. It's a complete bladeless. Suppose this is called bladeless surgery because the laser will do all the procedures like flap removal, ablation, everything will be done by the femtosecond laser. This is called as femtosecond laser, is a bladeless surgery. So LASIK, here femtosecond laser or microkeratom blade is used to create a flap on cornea. And once the flap is reflected, excimer laser reshapes the corneal stroma so that the cornea may get steeper or flatter. So then the flap is replaced on the stroma. So there are various types of other advanced procedures also are there when there is high order aberrations like comma, trefoil and all. So there a special laser procedures, wavefront guided or wavefront optimized LASIK or topographic guided LASIK. These procedures are done. They're a little costlier, but if the cornea is very irregular and there are so many advanced aberrations that these procedures can be done. So LASIK, if you see here, so initially it's marked here, then microkeratom is placed on the cornea here, and we induce some pressure so that cornea, so it should not move. And predetermined keratom thickness of the flap, like generally it's 120 microns flap is made. Sometimes it may be little, we can alter the flap. And with microkeratom, you make a flap, corneal flap. This is 120 microns, almost like a thin corneal flap is made in the anterior stroma. And then flap is reflected with the cannula here on the surface of the cornea. It has a hinge here. You can see the hinge here. It's not reflected here. So flap is just put here with the hinge. Now the cornea is dried. Now the laser is put in place. Now it's stroma. So it will make suppose if it is a myope, there will be central ablation will be there. If it is hyperopic, mid-peripheral ablation can be done. So the laser will take up, do the ablation, then wash it, and then reposit the corneal flap on the cornea. So LASIK procedure, it will take only 5 to 10 minutes time. And this flap can be done with the femtosecond laser also, where there's a bladeless laser. Femtosecond will remove the flap instead of microkeratom. So you can use microkeratom or femtosecond laser to do the flap and then do the ablation and then deposit the flap. That's the OPD procedure. Okay, next. So what are the advantages? The risk of central haze formation is very less common with the LASIK when compared to PRK, and a shorter visual rehabilitation because it may take 1 or 2 days. They can go to job in 1 or 2 days, and post-operative pain will not be much because one day there will be small pain because epithelium is cut. The next day onwards, you can go to normal work. The only problem with LASIK is there is flap-related complications are very sometimes really problematic. Sometimes the flap will dislocate sometimes flap will tear. So all these flap-related complications are very much there. And the cornea also should be little thicker when compared to PRK. So long-term corneal ectasia, blurring, and all these complications are there with all the refractive procedures. So the main problem is, so whereas PRK, if you see, PRK is photorefractive keratectomy. Unlike LASIK, the surgeon doesn't create a real air, the corneal flap will not be there. So alcohol solution or with some surgical instruments, you remove the corneal outer layer like epithelium, and then excimer laser is applied to reshape the cornea. And because there is no flap, bandage contact lens is applied so that it won't irritate and pain will not be much. So the latest also there is transepithelial laser application. Laser also is available now because you need not remove the corneal epithelium with alcohol. So directly laser will remove the epithelium, it will ablate, and then you can put a bandage contact lens. If you see here, this is the bowel or well where the alcohol is 20% alcohol we put here and keep it for some time, 15 seconds. Then we wipe it off. You remove the alcohol. You should not allow the alcohol to go to the limbal area because the limbal goblet cells may get damaged. So then remove the wash with plenty of balancer solution or ringer lactate. Then you can now remove the epithelium with remove the epithelium, because once you put alcohol, the epithelium get loosened. So you can easily remove the epithelium. So completely remove the epithelium in the optical zone about. So wipe it off completely with the, there should not be any fluid. Then you apply laser. Now you apply the cornea. So the stroma get the either central ablation or mid peripheral ablation, depends on the refractive error, or it can be in astigmatism also you can do ablation. You ablate the cornea. Then you put now to decrease the haze, nowadays we are using mitomycin for a few seconds to come and decrease the corneal haze. So you wash it again now after putting mitomycin, you wash it off completely with the BSS, and then you can use a contact lens. You can put a contact lens, put an antibiotic drops. Put a bandage contact lens like now here, and to decrease the irritation, because the epithelium gets heals in 2 days. The entire epithelium will cover the ablated area, and you can remove. So, okay. So the advantages is removing a small, like 50 micron epithelium only. Lot of residual bed will be there. Stroma is not much damaged, because in LASIK we are removing almost 120 microns flap. Here we are removing only 50 microns. So a thinner cornea, borderline cornea, we can do PRK. That is the best one. And the flap-related complications will not be there in PRK, whereas flap-related complications are common in LASIK. Not common, but when they occur, it's problematic. So the disadvantage is healing time for PRK is longer than LASIK. So people can go back to work with LASIK in the next day or 2 days, but PRK may take another 1 week to complete recover. And initially there are 1 or 2 days pain will be there in PRK. So haze formation is also high if you if you do laser for a large powers, like more than 4 diopters, 5 diopters, there may be corneal haze formation, and you have to use steroid drops for several months, 3 to 6 months. You have to use steroid drops. Sometimes steroid-induced glaucoma can occur. So that is the disadvantage of PRK. And the other procedure is SMILE. This is small incision lenticular extraction is a newer procedure, but it corrects the myopia and small astigmatism only. But hypermetropia, it's not very useful. So it uses femtosecond laser to create a circular piece of tissue in the inner layer of the cornea called a lenticule. In the stroma, it produces a thin cut, anterior cut and posterior cut, and a lenticule is formed. Then it creates a small incision on cornea also. Through that small incision, this lenticule is removed, so the cornea gets flattened. So it's a promising alternative to LASIK, because more corneal nerves are not, many corneal nerves are cut, and cornea is stable because there is no flap, and it's a very stable one. But the only thing is you need a little bigger, thicker cornea, and it's a little costlier. Now, if you see here, this is a SMILE procedure.
Sir, last 4 minutes for you.
Okay. Okay. Here the cornea is anteriorly and posteriorly. Femtosecond has cut a lenticule. Now it's separate through the small incision. You remove the lenticule. With a few minutes. So with the spatula, you separate the lenticule from anterior and posterior surfaces like this, and then you remove the lenticule. So this is the lenticule we removed here. So then the cornea gets flattened now. So this is for lower powers you can do the smile, because there is no not many corneals are damaged, so dryness will be very less. So it's a very good procedure. It's almost alternative to LASIK, because LASIK is not losing its popularity. So eliminates flap creation and attendant risk. There are advantages: reduced degree of posterior post-operative corneal denervation and dry eyes. So the disadvantage is increased. There are so many complications and needs thicker cornea. So when we compare PRK, LASIK, and SMILE, this PRK is more suitable for patients with thin corneas or corneal scars. Requires removal and regrowth of epithelial cells. Post-operative healing period can often be uncomfortable, and it may require more time off from works and activities, at least 1 week to 10 days. Whereas LASIK, quick visual recovery will be there, but creation of a flap on the cornea and complications. So SMILE is a quick visual recovery, no flap is created, and quick return to activities. So phakic intraocular implants, I'll go fast. Phakic IOLs are lens implants that are used to treat moderate to high diopters of myopia. Suppose if the patient is not suitable for PRK, LASIK, or SMILE, then we go for a phakic intraocular lenses. So it achieves superior visual acuity and no risk of corneal ectasia. And unlike cataract surgery, natural lens is not removed. Phakic IOL is inserted directly posterior to the iris. Usually we are doing posterior chamber phakic intraocular lenses. And this only disadvantage is an intraocular procedure, and it should be done in the operating theater. And there are some rare complications of cataract formation, glaucoma, infection, and inflammation. And if you see here, there's just a brief video. This is the lens loaded into the cartridge. This is the phakic intraocular lens loaded into the cartridge. You can see, I will go fast. This is the cartridge and injector. Now we made a 2.8 mm incision on the cornea. Okay, this is the side port to inject viscoelastic substances. Now, so now the lens is being injected into the anterior chamber. Here you can see through the 2.8 mm foldable intraocular lens is either porcine collagen or hydrophilic material. Both the lenses are available, and the lens is intact here. It's a young patient. With a spatula, you push the lens behind the iris into the sulcus between the iris and the lens. Like here, you push the lens. So you are not removing the natural lens. So accommodation will be preserved. So the other optics also, other loops also, they will be pushed behind the thing. And you wash the viscoelastic material which is put into the cornea to protect the endothelium. Okay. So this is the phakic intraocular lens. So here refractive lens exchange. So here, suppose if the patient is not suitable for all these procedures and the patient insists for, because thick lenses, patient is not able to wear glasses or otherwise marriage problems, all these things will be there. So sometimes for young patient also, we have to remove the lens. That is refractive lens exchange. Cornea is very thin, anterior chamber depth is very shallow. Then we have to go for a refractive lens exchange where we remove the normal lens and put an intraocular lens inside the intraocular lens is placed. Here, there are so many new lenses are available. Madam spoke about all those things, accommodative IOL and multifocal IOLs. These will focus for distance, intermediate vision, and for near vision also. So this is the last option, because young patients, there are chances of retinal detachment in future will be there. They have to be regularly followed, but occasionally we have to go for a refractive lens exchange because of marriage, and if the patient is not suitable for all the other procedures. So indications is cornea is too thin, too flat, too steep, and it's not fit for photoablative procedures. This procedure is a refractive lens exchange is done. So the chances, because it's intraocular procedure, chance of infection, retinal detachment, all those things, complications in their post-operative complications can occur like cataract surgery. And the contraindications of laser fake refractive surgeries, one-eyed patients generally we avoid refractive surgeries, and patients of glaucoma and retinal diseases generally we avoid. And if there is active ocular disease with severe dry eye also, we should better to avoid the refractive surgeries. And patients of autoimmune or connective tissue diseases which can impair wound healing is better to avoid refractive surgeries. And the main requisite is it should be refraction should be stable for at least 1 year prior to surgery. And sometimes herpes simplex virus can get activated after surgery. So all these contraindications are there we have to consider. And adverse effects of foreign body
Sir, better
sensation,
you go
delayed
into
halos,
concluding.
dryness may persist for long time, but they subside in time with some time. And complications sometimes can occur with overcorrection, sometimes undercorrection, infection, irregular astigmatism. These can be enhancement procedures can be done with when there is some complication which can be treated. And refractive surgery, ideal candidate is aged 18 years and older, healthy eyes, and patients of chronic dry eye, it is better to avoid LASIK. And PRK is recommended for people who engage sports and military enforcement personnel. And corneal thickness, if it is adequate, if it is thin, you go for PRK. Otherwise, you go for a refractive lens exchange or phakic IOL to avoid the risk of abnormal corneal thinning. And refractive surgery, high refractive errors may not be eligible for LASIK or other refractive procedures. So high refractive errors, you have to go for a phakic IOL or clear lens extraction. And the recovery, I told you. So presbyopic case. Now the important age is presbyopia. After 40, we get nearsightedness. So they farsightedness. This is called for near you can't see. So many people are asking for free glasses free life after 40 years. So there are so many procedures available. If they got mild cataract also, we can go for IOL insertion now. There are other things also available for presbyopia, but they're all under development. So nowadays, if there is some cataract, we can do early surgery and implant a trifocal and intraocular implants or accommodate IOL. So in summary, low to medium refractive errors is better to go either LASIK, PRK or SMILE can be done. Whereas with thin cornea, it's better to go for a PRK, a photorefractive correctomy. High refractive errors, go for a phakic IOL. And patients not eligible for ablative refractive surgery, you go for a clearance lens extraction and IOL implantation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your elaborate view you have given about the refractive.
I think I'm in time. I finished in time.
Yeah.
That's
I should thank you for that also. Now, may I request.
I can see Gopal Raju.
Dr.
Gopal Raju.
Yeah, G.V. Prasad, now even
Gopal
the
Raju
cataract
is the
surgery
master of
also.
refractive surgery.
Yeah, G.V. Prasad now, who is my boss,
Raja, I can't
he is
hear
my
you.
teacher. Thank you, G.V. And then even the cataract surgery also nowadays qualifies as refractive cataract surgery. So that also you can briefly tell.
Okay, because that is the
Nowadays
important.
cataract surgery, now we are using the trifocal lens and then the extended depth IOLs, even the astigmatic correction. So that is also qualifies as the cataract, refractive cataract surgery.
Okay, refractive surgery in old age, refractive surgery in young age.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very nicely covered.
I think Dr. Madhusudan, ENT surgeon from Nanjal Madhumani Hospital, is waiting on the line. He is the first speaker of this session. If anybody wants to interact on that cochlear implant and congenital deafness, they can do so with Dr. Madhusudan. I had a nostalgia with Dr. Madhumani Hospital. I had been as an office bearer of IMA more than twice to his hospital, which at the top floor accommodates all the meetings of IMA. I think the 30 years of continuous free eye camps every year, ear camps, cochlear implant, is very unique and very heartwarming experience that IMA had with Dr. Madhusudan.
Sir, we are running 1 hour late, sir. I think
Yeah.
we proceed with the next session, and if any
Yeah, yeah.
doubts are there, they can post on question and answer, sir. I can
Only-
see how vastly the ophthalmology branch has grown. We should really have one exclusive session for ophthalmology, sir.
It is the
With
first,
IMA
thing.
we definitely do a meeting with the ophthalmology, sir.
One
Thank you,
point
Doctor.
I just want to cover, that is ophthalmology is the first branch to adopt physics in a big way in the medical field. So thank you, ma'am, for all the opportunity given to me to chair this session.
Thank you, sir. We are immensely thankful to you. Now let us start the next session. The moderators.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll start with the next session, for which we have the moderator, Dr. P.R.K. Prasad, sir, MS MCH Plastic Surgery. And the speakers for the session will be Dr. Radhakrishna, MD Pediatrics, Director, Omni RK Hospital. Another speaker will be Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, MS MCH DNB Plastic Surgery, former principal of AMC Vishakhapatnam. And Dr. Siddha S.C. Chakra Rao, MBBS BA, FICA, FIM, AAMS, Chairman, Indian Resuscitation Council Federation. We'll start with our first speaker, Dr. Radhakrishnan. Sir, handing over to you, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. I congratulate Dr. Ramani and team for doing a wonderful job. The selection of topics are wonderful. My topic, little things that will thrill you, is a topic because in today's the delegates, it's a mixed bag of all branches. So we have gynecologists, we have pediatricians, we have ophthalmologists, we have every branch. So I've taken this small topic, little things that will thrill you. Let us see how much it will thrill you. I'm very confident many of you know the answers, but there'll be some who will really benefit from this presentation. And let me tell you, it's an interactive session. You can answer your questions into your mind, and I'll give you a gap of only 1 or 2 seconds. You can see whether your answers are correct or not. Now, way back in 1987, that was my second year of practice. I heard a lecture from somebody in Chennai. He was talking on a topic PUO, and the first question was how to position a thermometer as simple. He asked us, in those days, it was mercury thermometer. Now we have much better digital thermometers and even infrared thermometers, how to position. So my question would be, would you put it in A or B style, from the front or back? Give an answer.
So they can put in the chat boxes, sir.
Yeah, they can put it in the chat box also. Wonderful. Would you put it from the front, behind, any of the above, none of the above? Chat box. Let us see how many answer. Well, the answer is none of the above. So the correct answer is below up, like that. What is the reason we have to put this? The answer is correct is, if you put it from the front or back, you can shoot the axilla and you can never get the correct reading. So I do not know how many of you use a thermometer like this, but this is the correct way. We have to use a thermometer so that we do not overshoot the axilla. Now, these days, after the COVID, we have the infrared non-contact thermometers. Now, way back more than 37 years or 38 years ago, now frequently our students, when they present a case, they say the child had 2 loose motions, had 4 vomitings. So I ask you, which of the spellings is correct? Is it double T? Is it double M? Is it VO, MITINGES? That is 3, 4, 5. Well, the answer is?
People are saying 3, sir.
Yeah, people are saying 3. Well, the answer is none of the above. Please remember, there is no word like vomitings.
Is vomiting.
Vomiting.
So vomiting, but we have a habit in India saying vomitings. This was our pediatric surgeon Venugopal. when we were postgraduates in the first year, told us, Radhakrishna, there's nothing like vomitings. So from that day, we learned that we can't use the word vomitings. Okay. Now, look at this child. Hundreds of us have seen as students: depressed nasal bridge, mongoloid slant, protruding tongue, hypotonia, and it's so straightforward syndrome. If I ask you a simple question, is it Down syndrome, right or wrong? How many of you would say right? How many of you would say wrong? Is this Down syndrome or not?
Wrong is the answer, sir.
Wonderful answer. Wrong is the answer, because there's nothing like a Down syndrome. It is Down syndrome. The spelling of Down syndrome is Down syndrome. Yes. Somehow we have a habit of adding S. We say Turner syndrome. There's really no Turner's, no S. Klinefelter syndrome, no Klinefelter syndrome. DiGeorge syndrome, no DiGeorge syndrome. Marfan syndrome, no, it is Marfan syndrome. Apert syndrome, no, it is Apert syndrome. We add S to everything. Okay, so that was a Down syndrome, not Down syndrome. Okay, as a house surgeon way back in 1980, I'd seen a case. I did not know the answer for a long time. So let me give you the history. 25 years, primary delivered a 3.1 kg female, healthy baby. We always say, put the baby to the mother as early as possible, put the baby to the breast as early as possible. And the intelligent mother did so. When she was not getting milk, she expressed the milk in a spoon to feed the baby. And look, the milk was Coca-Cola colored. She had some milk from second and third day, but it was rusty, Coca-Cola colored milk. I did not know what it is, why the milk was Coca-Cola colored. I asked our gynecologist, madam, then, madam, it is having a blackish color. How can milk have a blackish color? The gynecologist did not know and said, just leave it. So after 7 days, we observed everything disappeared. So this particular patient did not have tenderness. What was this condition? I've seen more than a dozen conditions in my practice. Anybody has seen such cases? The incidence of this Coca-Cola colored milk would be along 1%. Anybody can answer what is this disease or condition? Well, I'd seen more than 100, more than 10 or 20 cases. This is known as rusty pipe syndrome, a benign condition. Yesterday, 30, 40 years ago, when we were living in government buildings, initial water was rust in color because of the rust in the pipes. In the same way, many of the mothers who were in the primaries, especially the primaries, when they meddle with the breasts, the mothers who have performed nipple exercises can have a small fine bleeding because the alveoli is surrounded by fine capillaries. There can be bleeding. It's an absolutely benign condition, One need not worry. But unfortunately, such things are not mentioned in textbooks. So that was a rusty colored milk. So anybody next time sees a black colored milk, don't worry, we call it as rusty pipe syndrome, which will clear automatically, usually bilateral. Now look at this second case. 6-year-old male child brought for diarrhea 3 days. Mother was persisting regarding diet. So many times we say, give a soft diet, give curd rice. The mother said, doctor, my child refuses curd. So in practice, I observed at least 1 or 2 kids in a month who refuse to take curd. And if you force these kids, they vomit food. The mother will say, he will run away from people eating curd. So what do you call them? My child refuses curd. I asked so many gastroenterologists and so many people in my first 10 years of practice, they never gave me a good answer. If he doesn't take curd, let him take some other thing. No, why do they refuse curd? So I got the answer. They're called as selective eaters. This I learned after 2.5 decades of practice. Some people refuse certain foods because the taste buds do not suit. In the same way, a 4-year-old child was brought and the mother asked, sir, is this syrup white in color? I asked why. He will refuse anything which is white in color. I had a classmate, whenever we used to eat sweets, he never liked sweets which had a cashew. So this fellow Satish, I didn't know 50 years ago why he was refusing cashew. He was a selective eater. So selective eaters do not like a color. They do not like a special taste. They do not like a sticky item. They might not like a special thickness. So these are known as selective eaters. The reason is their taste buds do not like these things. So for these children, never force them, give small amounts over a period of 6 months or 1 year. They may gradually like the color, they may like the texture, they may like the taste. Now, look at this case. 4-year-old male child was brought with a history that he had diarrhea 4 days ago. Now it has got control. They asked the mother why she brought. The mother said, during diarrhea, the child passed 100 threadworms and 3 roundworms. The parents were worried the child will have millions of threadworms and hundreds of roundworms. I advised mebendazole for 3 days, but the child did not pass a single worm. So 2 things could have happened. During the diarrhea, all the worms were flushed out. The second option is the medicine is not working. So in practice, we prescribed albendazole. Many of the children, they don't pass a single worm, not that the worms are not there. So what is the reason why the child did not pass? Answer, I didn't know for a long time. The answer is 30, 40 years ago, when I was a postgraduate, we were using pyrantel and piperacin. They were paralyzing the worm, but not killing the worm. The worm survives in the human intestine because it has a cuticle which produces anti-enzyme. The minute a worm is killed, it will be digested. Albendazole and mebendazole, which we are using last 30 years, are killing the worm. So once the worm is killed, it will get digested. So I'll ask you, how many of you tell your patients' parents that they will not expect any worms in the stool after using albendazole? Because many of our parents are intelligent. They want to test the doctor's efficiency. So after giving albendazole, they would like to see the stool of the child, and to the surprise, they find that none of the worms are there in the motion. They think the doctor prescribed the medicine which did not really work. So if I ask you, how many of you tell your patients, many of you will say, I've never told. So next time when you prescribe albendazole, make sure you tell the patient's parents that they will not find any of the worms because they're digested. Now, in pediatric practice, we see the children having flat feet, pest planners. So what do you do when a child gets flat feet? The question now is, most flat feet do not require surgery, can ideally be managed with special footwear. How many of you agree? How many disagree? Most flat feet do not require surgery. They just require orthosis. So many of you would say, agree. Let us see. So if you get a child with flat feet, what do you do? Take an X-ray, take a MRI, take a CT, none of the above? The answer is none of the above. Now, 25 years ago, Professor Dharma Rao, a brilliant orthopedician, gave a lecture on approach to flat foot. And he said, doctor, to the pediatricians, when you get a child with flat feet, don't do anything. Just ask the child to stand on the toes. If he gets an arch like that, that is absolutely benign. Leave it, don't do anything. So if he doesn't get an arch and standing on the toe, you call it as a rigid flat foot. If he gets an arch, you call it as a flexible flat foot. 99% it is flexible flat foot. Just leave it. So next time when you get flat feet child, ask him to stand at the toes. If he gets an arch, it is benign. Just leave it. Nothing, no surgery, no orthosis, nothing. Very, very rarely, when they stand on the toes, you don't get an arch, which you call it as a rigid flat foot that requires the ortho consultation. Until the lecture of Dharmara, we used to refer all these cases to cobblers who were using special shoes. So now we will give a correct answer. Most flat feet do not require surgery, can ideally be managed with special footwear. The answer is disagree, because they do not require anything. So most flat feet neither require surgery or footwear. So next time when you get a child of more than 3 or 4 years, just ask him to stand on the toes. If you get a wonderful arch like that, just leave it. Majority of the times, nothing, no surgery, no orthosis, nothing. And if you do not get an arch, it is very rare, refer to an orthopedician. So what is the lesson you learn from this? Many small practical things are not mentioned in books, or if mentioned, you do not grasp it. Listen to good experienced speakers. This is an example where we heard from Dr. Dharma Rao. Until then, we had a misconcept. Now, many times we see children and adults having a space between the teeth. What do you call it? What do you call that space?
Diastema, sir.
Wonderful answer. Wonderful answer. That is known as diastema. When you get that diastema, avoid the lip and look for a thick frenum. Second option, look for a hypothalamic lesion, look for a pituitary lesion, take a history of injury to the teeth. The answer is avoid the lip and look for a thick frenum. That is a normal frenum. That was the thick frenum. Okay. What is the advice when you have a thick frenum with diastema? Please refer to a dental surgeon for a consultation before the age of 10 years so that correction can be done. Now, many times we see children, while they have the temporary teeth, permanent teeth have already started by the age of 6 years. So 2 options are there, 4 options. Remove the temporary, remove the permanent, remove both, wait for the temporary to fall naturally. The answer is, most of the times, wait for the temporary to fall off naturally. That is not the answer. Remove the temporary. The answer is remove the temporary. Send it to a dentist, they'll remove the temporary. If you do not do that, you get crooked teeth. Okay, look at this case. 9-month infant brought with black worms in the motion of 1 week duration. Non-motile, brach threads, no response to albendazole. The mother said they were not motile, like black threads. The only thing I thought was worms, because the mother also suggested they were worms. Microscopy, I did not get an answer. So the motion was having black threads like that. I did not know for a long time. By the end of 6 months, the mother gave an answer. One of the mothers said, she gave the answer. Anybody can give a clue why children between 6 months and 1 year have black threads in the motion? Black threads, like worms in the motion? Well, the answer is banana. So a child consuming banana can have black threads in the motion. And this is the point I learned from the motion. I had seen more than 1,000 cases in my 40 years of practice where mothers was worried, doctor, my infant is having black worms in the motion. So if you ask the mother, they give a history. Now look at the 6-year-old male child wasting left half of chest, recurrent cold and cough once in 3 months. Height and weight were 10th percentile, which is not bad. On clinical examination, surprisingly, I did not have a decrease of breath sounds on the left side. VFVR were normal and the breath sounds were very clear on the left side. I expected a collapse on the left side. Then I took an X-ray. Surprisingly, the X-ray was also normal. Look at the child. Left hemithorax has collapsed. X-ray was normal. Well, anybody can answer why the left hemithorax is collapsed like that with a normal X-ray? Well, the answer is, why disparity between clinical and X-ray? It's not a X-ray of some other patient. It's the X-ray of the same patient. Well, the answer is congenital absence of pectoralis major. We learned in anatomy that the pectoralis major has a clavicular head and a sternal head. Here, the sternal head was absent from birth. Okay, so the chest is prominent because of absence of sternal head. Many times, madam, another 3 to 4 minutes is there for me. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
3 to 4 minutes. Okay. Look at this child with the redness around the perineum with the itching. Is it seborrheic dermatitis, candidiasis, diaper dermatitis, perianal infectious dermatitis? For many years, I used to think it was candidiasis. Well, the answer is perianal infectious dermatitis. It is caused by group A beta hemolytic streptococcus. They respond very well to mupirocin. So what is the local name? You ask the grandmother what it is, she'll immediately say it is red bum monkey, Scotimudanasa, a very popular condition in the pediatric age group. People, so that was a perianal infectious dermatitis and not candidiasis. Please remember, in candidiasis, you have satellite lesion. So you can see that small dots, satellite lesion. So that was not candidiasis. A small pit 1 inch or 2 inches behind the anus is very common in children. What is this condition? This condition is known as sacral dimple, a benign condition which is absolutely harmless, seen very frequently. Many times parents say, my child cannot sit, my child matam eskuni కూర్చోమంటే చచ్చినా కూర్చోదు, ఇలాగే కూర్చుంటది, sits in the W position. So it's not an uncommon condition. So this is known as persistent femoral anteversion, a nearly benign condition which improves with time. Persistent femoral anteversion. Sometimes a child is brought, doctor, my child can do anything, circus like this. So what is this condition? Benign hypermobility. What is the, there is a scoring for this one. Children with benign hypermobility can sit in any position. Okay, last 2 minutes. A 2-year-old female child was brought by their panicking parents that the sweet little daughter's vaginal opening has disappeared. The grandmother clearly remembers white discharge and she was definite of vaginal openings. Parents and more so grandmother was deeply upset as they were concerned about the child's future. So have a look at the vaginal opening. There's no vaginal opening who had a vaginal opening previously. Seen in 1% of the children. What is this condition? This condition is where a normal vaginal opening disappears is known as labial fusion. Seen in 1% because of vulvovaginitis, the labia minora becomes sticky. They adhere. They respond very well to estrogen ointment, and this particular condition is very common in the pre-pubertal age because the estrogens are very low. And mind you, it's seen in 1% of the girl childs. They respond very well to estrogen ointment, and the majority are asymptomatic. Occasionally, they can be associated with UTI. Now, a 2.5-year-old child was brought with to a PICU with a history of consumption of unknown quantity of tab serenase. Luckily survived. After 1 month, he ate away 5 tablets of Inderal, survived. Last time he came after 3 months after having eaten away 30 tablets of Eptoin. The parents said this child was normal, and they brought the elder sibling. Said, doctor, this child, like the previous child, eats away whatever is non-edible. So we could have saved the child had we known that the child had pica. Pica, they eat whatever they want, which is non-edible. So we could have saved the child. Any child with pica, if they have pica results from iron deficiency. If you correct the child with iron, they stop eating after 1 month. Okay, look at the small soft tissue swelling in a 3-year-old male child. He was apyrexial, putty-like material, very common, non-tender. He had phimosis. The answer is smegma pearl, a very common condition, benign. You correct the phimosis. Correct phimosis, everything will clear. Look at the small tack. Parents say, Mudlo pilakundi doctor garu ani. Child with constipation, small tack, so common. Any child with constipation, there's a good chance he'll have small tank. This is a pile, sentinel pile. Now, look at the last one case. 42-year-old Suresh brought that his daughter, whenever passes urine, ants which are plenty get attracted like this. He was upset that his parents are diabetic, he is diabetic. Now 1-year-old child has become diabetic. So what could be the cause? It's we investigated, sugar normal, everything was normal. So what could be the cause? The answer is very simple. The answer is, what is the answer? If ants get attracted to urine, not only for the sugar, but for the small protein. So if ants are getting attracted to the urine, it just means the mother has not cleaned the urine. So ants get attracted to anybody's urine if it is not clean, not only in a diabetic. Now, very frequently we get children, adolescent children, young adults, that they hands and feet sweat a lot like this, and their examination paper becomes like this. Parents are very unhappy. This is hyperhidrosis palms and soles. Frequently, it is associated with hyperhidrosis axilla. Please remember, there is excellent cream, aluminum, 20% aluminum chloride hexahydrate applied onto the palms. When you apply that for 3-4 days, you get a dryness for 3-4 days. Now, last question, the last spotter. My child, when passing urine on the floor, if it dries, it shows saltiness like this. It's not abnormal. It's just phosphates in the urine. Now, 13-year-old boy has a breast swelling. They're painful. On squeezing, you get a secretion. This is quite common, not a dangerous condition. It is physiological pubertal gynecomastia. The question, how many males have gynecomastia at puberty? You will be surprised to know 40 to 60%. So there are differential diagnosis of gynecomastia, but the commonest is physiological pubertal gynecomastia. They can reach sizes as large as a female breast. Okay. Reassure is this a treatment? You also have drugs and surgery. 99% they respond to reassurance. Now, many times we have a sneeze. 1980, I was a house surgeon, Dr. Surnarayana, a genius in ophthalmology, was telling his assistant professor, see, after a case of surgery of cataract, see that he doesn't sneeze and cough. The assistant asked, sir, how can I stop sneezing? I can ask him to stop coughing. Then Professor Surnarayana said, whenever, now what are the situations where you get sneezing and you want to stop, especially at the time of eating, when we are the super VIP in a procedure? There are 101 methods. One of the best methods is to just press on the upper lip. The sneezing will stop. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Madam Ramani. Thank you for the, thank you, Chairperson.
That was a very informative and very entertaining topic, sir. We did know so many common things. Very nice, sir. It was a better choice. You have chosen this, and really it is a correct choice, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us, IMA. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We have with us our next speaker, Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, sir. He'll be talking on an insight into cosmetic surgery. Handing it over to you, sir.
So please unmute, sir. Unmute, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is somebody changing the slides, or
You can.
I will do that.
Yes.
Mhm.
So you stopped sharing the screens.
Yeah, I'm starting again. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. The entire team of the IMA AMS, and particularly Dr. P.A. Ramani, for having chosen us and asked me to speak something about the cosmetic surgery. In fact, she has given me the title of an insight into the cosmetic surgery. So I've decided to be more philosophical in for the reason that I want to give the basic philosophy behind the cosmetic surgery rather than dealing with each individual cosmetic surgeries, because each one of them will take an entire session. So I feel it's appropriate to give an overall view as to what cosmetic surgery is all about and why cosmetic surgery, rather than going through individual cases. And towards the end, of course, I'll be showing some of
Slide
the
share
important...
mode.
Pardon?
Slide share mode. Slideshow.
Yeah. I'll put in slideshow. No, it has gone too far ahead. If I'm putting in slide share, something wrong.
You, so you go back, sir. You go back from slide share mode. You click the first, you move it backwards, sir. Go to the first slide. First slide. Yes. Now you can click. Now you come into.
Again, let us see how it goes. Yeah. We all know that plastic surgery is a subject which deals with any age, from womb to tomb. It's an art and science that we deals with both function as well as form. However, function always takes the priority whenever we have a problem. We have to remember that it's a subject which deals from womb to tomb. That means from the neonate to those who are on the deathbed. And at the same time, from head to toe, because there is no regional differentiation. There is no differentiation with regards to a particular organ in plastic surgery. However, to understand this vast subject, it has been divided into two categories. One is known as a reconstructive surgery, wherein the last parts are brought back to the normalcy, basically aiming at the function. The other very important aspect here is an aesthetic surgery. That means the function of the individual is normal. However, for eyes, for the appearance sake, operations are performed. So in reconstructions again, as I told you that it is from head to toe, we'll have to define them and divide them into different systems like congenital anomalies, trauma, burns, so on and so forth. Basically, here we are concerned about the aesthetic surgery more appropriately for the reason that it is not only the outward appearance that is important, it is the mind of the afflicted which we take care of. That's the reason why aesthetic surgery is a better term than the cosmetic surgery, though cosmetic surgery is very popular. And why do we do this particular aesthetic surgery? Way back in 16th century, towards the end of the 16th century, there was a great plastic surgeon, Italian plastic surgeon by name Gaspar Tagliacozzi. He told the entire world as to the importance of the cosmetic surgery or aesthetic surgery. He said that we restore, repair, and make whole those parts which God has given, but which nature has taken away. Not so much that they delight the eye, but they buoy up the spirit of the individual and help the afflicted. Meaning by, it is the mind of the individual which is very, very important when we take care of these patients. They should feel good when we operate on them. It's not only that they function well is always a priority, but feeling good from one's own mind is equally important. So way back in 16th century, he has told the entire world as to the importance of the appearance. Whenever we have a vision, whenever we look at somebody, when we look at a small child smiling or a beautiful flower, so we react in a certain way. When you look at a horror movie or when you look at something which is unsightly, you react in a different way. What's happening? Why our brains are so tuned to all these? So you have a visual stimulus, which goes, as we all have studied it on MBBS, to the occipital cortex, the so-called area 17. From there, a series of changes take place and various parts of the brain get involved. More so, particularly the prefrontal cortex, which deals with the emotional regulations. That's what makes us differentiate what is good and what is bad, what is rewarding and what is not, what is soothing to us and what is appreciated. So a lot of studies have been done. For example, I refer to one of the very famous and a very interesting study wherein a group of children were subjected to the examination by a group of teachers. All these students, small kids, around 10 years of age, they were all lined up and the teachers, a group of teachers were asked to grade them with regards to their intelligence without asking a question. just looking at the face of the individual, all the teachers were asked to grade whether what would be the likely intelligence they expect from that particular face. And similarly, the same set of students were given to another set of teachers of the same standard, but a different set of the students, and asked them to give them marking with regards to how they are looking like. Surprisingly, the children who have scored higher marks in their intelligence without asking a question, in other words, the teachers who marked them higher marks, they all got the higher marks even in their appearance. So the appearance and intelligence correlated. What does that mean? It may not be true always, but what does that mean? That means the human brain always thinks of something which is positive, and they try to, if the appearance is good, they try to give more marks to them, or in other words, they feel like they appreciate or they think the individual is more intelligent. So in other words, all of us in the back of our minds, we all appreciate the beauty. So for appreciating the beauty, we have in our brains, it's a complex interplay of the emotional, cognitive, and perceptual procedures. This has to be understood. The various parts in the brain that have a deep interplay will be in these different parts. The prefrontal cortex, which is being the main one, insula, the amygdala, and the most important is the default mode network. Basically, this becomes very active whenever there is an aesthetic appearance, particularly related to the art and beauty. So this basically varies from the personal experiences of an individual. The person who experiences a particular way, he would be memorizing that, and over a period of time, he would like to have the same experience again. And at the same time, this depends a lot on the cultural background also. For example, take an African, they will appreciate the African faces better than the Asian faces, and vice versa. So the cultural background of an individual also plays an important role in appreciating the beauty. So these are all the concepts of beauty which made us think of making an individual more beautiful, so that the mind of the afflicted, that means the individual feels more confident. Individuals, because of the appearance, the moment they feel more confident, their work output would be better. They'll get better opportunities, and similarly, they will be having a wholesome life. So all these aesthetic procedures from the head to toe, they can be mentioned. However, remember that these are the important procedures that are routinely done by many plastic surgeons, starting from the Botox to hair transplant, facelift, and all. All these are the areas where there is no functional problem. However, one has to remember that it is not only the pure aesthetic surgery which is to be performed by a plastic surgeon, but we'll have to understand that every surgery that is performed by a plastic surgeon, be it a reconstructive or aesthetic, a better cosmetic outcome or a better aesthetic outcome is always appreciated by the person as well as by the world. Take, for example, a simple problem like this. Child is having a little suppurative depression. If you see the 4 pictures on the left side, little suppurative depression. A small procedure like a graft, a conchal cartilage graft, will make a sea of change, so that makes the lady very confident. So this is the dividend that one gets out of the aesthetic surgery. So this girl, having got this particular surgery done from here to here, will make a lot of progress in life for the simple reason that she becomes more confident. Similarly, this child is able to hear normally, but she's having bad ears. That means the auriculocephalic angle of the ear is increased. That's the only problem that she has. But if you see the post-operative picture, the pre-operative and the post-operative picture, you see the sea change, both from the front and the side. So this is the otoplasty, which is done as a routine procedure, which is a common aesthetic procedure. But this makes a lot of difference in one's life. Another lady with a nose, a depressed dorsum, you put a small implant there, and it gives a good definition for the nose. That again changes one's individual mind. May not be seen from outside. One may not see this from outside, but for the individual who has this problem, there's excess deposition of the fat and the pendulous abdomen as a result of the childbirth, this will have a lot of effect on her mind. So doing simple procedures like liposuction and an abdominoplasty will make one change from there to there. So this again influences the individual's mind, and they'll have a life which is wholesome. That's the reason why one should not think that cosmetic surgery is meant for vanity. It is not the surgery of vanity. It is the surgery of the mind. One has to remember that this makes the life wholesome by performing surgeries of this nature. So the other aspect is there is a gray zone between aesthetic surgery and the reconstructive surgery. Like I have told you earlier, reconstruction is performed for those body parts which are absent, which are deviated, which are deformed. They are to be made normal in order to get back the function. There are times when the function and aesthetics go hand in hand, and there are certain reconstructions which need to be done cosmetically well or aesthetically well, so that the patient and the whole society appreciates, in the sense it should be acceptable to the society and it should be acceptable to the individual. I'll show you some of those examples. This girl with hemifacial atrophy, hemifacial microsomia, what we call. Here, there is a deficiency of the bone, there is a deficiency of the muscle, there is a deficiency of these entire soft tissue, that means including the skin. So here, child will be able to masticate normally, but there is a deficiency which need to be filled. At the same time, and while filling that, you cannot have a blob of tissue there. You have to balance in such a way that it is appreciated by her, as well as by the parents, as well as the peers. So first of all, you take care of the bone by expanding the bone and bringing it to the middle. So most of it is corrected, but still the right cheek is flattened compared to the left cheek. Then you do another procedure, because it's all done in multiple procedures. You take some soft tissue from behind the back in the scapular region, known as scapular and the parascapular flaps, and try to anastomose the blood vessels, what we call through microsurgery, to give a final appearance like that. So here, what have you done? We have done a reconstructive surgery, which is aesthetically appealing. So even in reconstructions are to be performed aesthetically well. Just restoring the tissue is not enough. Restoring the tissue and maintaining the balance, striking the balance of the face and other parts of the body is the key to the success. This is a day-to-day affair. We see this very often. We may think that everything is normal except for that small keloid, which will basically he'll be putting his hand around that keloid all the time. And while he's studying, his concentration will not be there on the studies, but only on his keloid on the right ear. So you simply remove that and give 1 or 2 injections of Kenacort into this particular scar. It will be near normal. So that makes a lot of change in the individual's life. Another common condition that we come across, a temporomandibular joint ankylosis. Whenever there is an ankylosis, mouth will not open. In such cases, we will be opening the mouth by doing a temporomandibular surgery. After doing this temporomandibular surgery, the child will be able to masticate normally, open the mouth normally, which she has not been doing hitherto. But the child will not be happy with that, because this particular deformity after the release of the temporomandibular joint is also important. So when you put a bone graft there and make it the jawline perfect, the child will have a lot better life ahead. So this is another aesthetic surgical principles being utilized in reconstructive surgeries as well. Another very common problem known as the wry neck, what we call, or torticollis. Here, the child is otherwise normal, but we'll be looking at to one side most of the times. People will be asking us to what happened to you and all. A simple surgery following the aesthetic principles will make the child a lot better, changes the life of the child. Another common problem that we come across is the bigger keloids here. A perfectly done craft will always leave the patient happy. So this is just to tell us how important is plastic surgery, being reconstructive surgery being the primary one, but 70% of the reconstructions are done amongst the plastic surgeries in our country, and about 20 to 30% would be the aesthetic surgeries exclusively for beautification. When you take West in America, it is just the reverse. About 70% of them are aesthetic surgeries and 30%. So basically, the more and more aesthetic surgeries tell us the financial background or the growth of that particular country. So as we are progressing, so when I started my practice, there used to be around 10% of aesthetic surgeries and 90% used to be the reconstructive surgeries. Now we have about 30% aesthetic surgeries and about 70% reconstructive surgeries. So the crux of the matter is aesthetic surgery is something which should not be considered as a surgery of vanity, but it is a surgery to make the individual wholesome. It is the individual's mind which needs to be addressed. It is the individual's mind which needs to be understood before undertaking or contemplating these surgeries. And this is a surgery which has to be followed, and every reconstructive surgery as well has to be looked upon well, so that an aesthetic outcome has to be obtained. So in conclusion, it is aesthetic surgery is a better term to be given because it is the mind of the afflicted which we are addressing, and the mind is the key when we are addressing this. This makes the life wholesome. It is not only the form function, but it is a form which is also important. And one should consider aesthetics in reconstructions as well. And always one has to understand that aesthetic surgery is an integral part of plastic surgery. Of late, we have seen in the society that every specialty is performing this aesthetic surgery only to make it more complicated. So aesthetic surgery requires a lot of training even after MCH, so that the right patient can be chosen, the right procedure can be performed, and the complications can be minimized. So keeping all these things, one has to understand that cosmetic surgery or the aesthetic surgery is an integral part, and it is our own mind that has to be tuned towards the aesthetic surgery and should be appreciated. And I appreciate the entire IMA team of AMS for conducting this wonderful program and giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much.
So Dr. PRK Prasad sir, are you there?
Unmute PRK.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Sudhakar, for the emphasizing the importance of body image, the image of our own body in our own mind, that ultimately matters in our day-to-day activities, our professional success, and our own personal, in realizing our personal ambitions and all. Any questions there?
I think they will give in the chat, sir. If anything is there, sir can answer in the chat. You want to add anything, you can tell, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sudhakar, sir, our own teacher who readily accepted, though he's busy with another conference, he accepted immediately, and he was with IMA AMS, a prolific academician and administrator. who has been as principal of Andhra Medical College for 7 years, and in the most difficult time of COVID, and he has set right all the 3 districts, and wonderful work that he has done. Thank you very much, sir, for being with IMA AMS, sir. If anything is there, from the chat boxes, we will see, sir, because 1 hour we are already late. Thank you so much.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you very much, Ramani. Thank you for your nice words. Thank you, PRK.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I now invite our CPR man of India, Dr. SSC Chakrarao Garu. Take over, PRK.
PRK, sir, you can invite the next speaker.
So now invite Dr. Chakrarao, Chairman of Indian Resuscitation Council Federation, for his topic on. What's the topic?
The topic is
Status of CPR in India.
Status of CPR in India, sir.
Oh, yeah. Please take over, Dr. Chakrarao.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to tell you about this status of CPR. Actually, there is no status for CPR in India before 2017. There are certain people doing CPR without any useful guidelines, and some of the people from abroad, they brought some guidelines and they are implementing those guidelines. But in 2017, Indian Resuscitation Council has come up and brought the Indian guidelines, because there are a lot of differences between the implementation of the guidelines in India and abroad. This is one of the works of Labrat has conducted a survey in 2016 and find out that 98% of the Indians are not trained in CPR. Yes, it is true, because even though we're all doctors, it is not included, the CPR is not included in our curriculum. It is only hearsay that somebody will be injecting intracardiac adrenaline and somebody is injecting, somebody is making a chest compression, and we do not know what to do. And most of the times, when a victim falls down on the ground, becomes unconscious, because then as there is no cerebral circulation, we try to pull them upright and make him to drink some soda or water, which is not correct. So here, this is the thing. And actually in 2015, when Dr. Abdul Kalam, our former president, was giving a lecture in Shillong, he suddenly collapsed and nobody has resuscitated him and he died. So Indian Society of Anesthesiologists has come forward, and this meeting was held on April 16th of 2017. And we have selected people there. You can see a lot of people from different parts of India. And I have given the job of making these guidelines. So there are many senior people, many people have assembled. Actually, I have assembled, asked them to assemble in Hyderabad, because it is the center of the country, and they have assembled. And we have formed a team to bring out the Indian guidelines. Why there is a need for Indian guidelines? People may think there are, you all think that there are American Heart Association and their guidelines. It is actually the American Heart Association is a part of International Liaison Committee of Resuscitation, and their guidelines we are following. But we do not have an emergency medical system where an ambulance can come within few minutes and we can resuscitate the people. But here I will show you one video. So this is actually what we have to do. What we have to do. But usually, even this is a cardiac arrest that has happened outside the hospital. Usually, even the doctors, they try to call for an ambulance, and we do not know when the ambulance will come. Ambulance has not a green passage. Ambulance will be stuck up in the traffic. There is no respect for the ambulance to give a message, but it is very difficult. And by the time the ambulance comes, definitely he will be brain dead, and the victim will be moved to the nearest medical facility, and they declare dead. So the problem is a lot in India. About 4,280 people are succumbed to cardiac arrest every for 1 lakh population every year, and these cardiac arrest 70% are occurring outside the hospital and mostly at home, and 90% of these cardiac arrests they die because we do not know how to do a CPR. Every minute delay in resuscitation of the cardiac arrest will reduces the chances of survival by 7 to 10%. So there is no golden hour here. It is not. It is only the golden minutes, and immediate help received by will definitely make the victim survive. In places like Seattle, where 95% of the people are trained in CPR, the success rate is 65%. And when you do it properly, definitely the results will be doubled or even tripled. So this is the Indian resuscitation guidelines, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Compression only life support we have designed that is called COLS. It is for the resuscitation outside the hospital for layperson and school children. We wanted to impress upon the school children and train them, because the school children, they can teach their parents, they can teach their neighbors and friends, so that more success rate will be there. Another is the basic cardiopulmonary life support, that we call it as a BCLS. This is for the trained paramedics and medics outside the hospital or even within the hospital. We have changed the nomenclature here because we do not want to have any problem with the other competing guidelines. So now finally we are part of the ILCAR now, and like AHA or the European Resuscitation Council or the Resuscitation Council of Canada or the Resuscitation Council of South Africa or the Resuscitation Council of Australia and New Zealand. And we have also have a Nation Resuscitation Council comprising of Singapore and Japan. Now Indian Resuscitation Council is another resuscitation council, the 8th in the number, and we are proud to say that we are one of the 8 in the world to promote CPR in the world. And our CPR is even people are asking from Sri Lanka, even the South America, Peru, and other people, because this Indian guidelines are more valuable in less resourceful countries. So these are all the survival links. And actually, if we keep it like this, so early recognition is important, early chest compression is important, and early transfer. Here also, when you are doing this, in the BCLS also, high quality CPR and early defibrillation. Another thing I wanted to tell you is here in India, we do not have AEDs. Even I don't think we have enough AEDs in Visakhapatnam also. Probably in the airport, there will be one. And I feel that every building should have one AED because it saves a lot of time. And another thing is all the high-rise buildings or flats you are staying. Of course, GTV Ramesh has got 4 floors building. I don't think he has a AED. Everybody should have an AED. AED is after all, it costs about 1 lakh or 1,20,000, and everybody should have it. Like that, in the hospital also, the early recognition, we will be knowing these deaths will be occurring either in the ICU or even in the normal bed also. So these are all the things. And finally, why we are emphasizing on the chest compression is this is all the material what we have prepared. This is what we wanted to keep it on the important areas. So this is the why we have these internal Indian guidelines. I told you, India has got we claim that we have about 95% literacy, but we have a lot of superstitions, lot of fallacies, lot of misconceptions, and even with the doctors, many doctors even now they think that intracardiac adrenaline is the drug of choice when there is a cardiac arrest. And the American Heart Association or ILCAR will be reviewing their guidelines every 5 years. But our people, most of our doctors, they will not read the recent ones. They get trained only once in their lifetime and they think that is the end. But every 5 years, there will be changing of the guidelines. Not only changing of the guidelines, there will be a lot of important things that will be occurring. Even sometimes every. So now our guidelines have got a BCLS and as a compression only life support and the CCLS, and there is also accreditation for the NABH course also we will be doing. And not only that, for the MBBS, because with a lot of effort, we could see that it is not kept as a curriculum, but they are asking, the NMC is asking to teach the CPR as an introductory course when they are joining MBBS course. Like that, this is the man on your right side is Dr. Vinay Nadkarni. He is an Indian origin man. He was at that time is the chairman of the International Liaison Committee. Previously, he was also chairman of AHA. Now, actually, he is the chairman of the International Critical Care. He frequently visits India, and whenever he visits, he calls me and he advises me what to do and all those things. And finally, on 1st of June, we got the recognition, and now India or the Indian Resuscitation Council is the Council Federation is in ILCAR. So why we made a federation? Why we made a federation is because anesthetists are not the only persons involved in the CPR. There are many persons like pediatricians, emergency medicine physicians, the critical care physicians, and even IMA doctors. Everybody should be involved in this CPR. So when J. Jailal was the president of IMA, I requested him, he has signed a document and given that the IMA wants to participate in the this one. So all these associations put together, it was a very difficult task to bring them, and even the Cardiology Society of India, in the Indian College of Critical Care, Indian College of Cardiology, everything put together, we brought the Indian Resuscitation Council Federation. So tell me when I am succeeding. These are all the different publications, mostly done in the Elsevier Journal. These are all we had a lot of big success, and we went to South Africa. There also we did many things. We had conducted one international online meeting with the important people of the ILCA. We have released one first day cover. And this is also one of the persons of European Registration Council. This is the first day cover, and this is the stamp. And this is what we have done. In the first day, in the first instance itself, when they have started World Restart a Hard Day, which happens to be on the 16th of October every year, we have done 2 lakhs trainings. Next year, we did 5 lakhs training. Next year, they said not only giving trainings, you have to create awareness, because India is a very thickly populated country with 140 million, 140 crores population. You have to do it. Then we have addressed them on especially Doordarshan and other TVs, the FM radios. Even I request you from the IMA to address. If you want, I can send you the PowerPoints. You address the people, public. You address the school children, and even in 2019, we met the CBSE chairman, and it was included in the curriculum of 9th class in the CBSE course. So nowadays, almost alternate, except for the government schools, all schools are CBSE taught, and definitely we can implement them there. Especially unless we make it compulsory, our people will not follow this. This is actually, the books were released by the vice president at that time, Dr. Mr. Venkaiah Naidu garu. And this is, I met the NABA chairman and apprised him. He has accepted. And this is what I have shown, that the Central Board of Secondary Education has accepted this in their books. And this is the Ministry for State. She is also a doctor from Nasik, but she lives in a place near on the northern part of Madhya Pradesh. She is Parveen Pawar. She is the Minister for State. She has come when I went there to inaugurate a training center in Safdarjung Hospital, Delhi. She has come all the way, and the director of DGHS also has come. So, because of the amalgamation of many societies, about 5 societies, we have registered it separately with an incorporation, and we made it as Indian Resuscitation Council Federation. So it is in the curriculum. DNB is also insisting on the TCLS and BCLS. Now we have ATG and 12A, and these are all the associations that are involved in this. The Indian Academy of Pediatrics, the Indian Medical Association, Indian Society of Critical Care, Indian College of Cardiology, Association of the Emergency Medicine Physician, and the Indian Society of Anesthesiologists. With all these things, we could go further. And now we have started a journal on resuscitation. The journal already somebody has uploaded about 3 articles. It will be coming soon. And these are all the people who are recognized by the ILCA. ILCA means Indian International Liaison Committee on Resuscitation. This is actually the body which governs the resuscitation bodies in the world. So it was started in 1992, and this is the body. And now we are all the members there. We have about 5 members. I think we can add the next another 5-6 members in the next meeting. And actually, they have asked us to conduct one meeting, face-to-face meeting. Actually, they have given us time to hold it on 2024, but probably in the last yesterday, he has informed me he may give you the chance for us to hold it on 2026 or something like that. And now we have a lot of issues. One is whoever is trained, he should be identified as a promoter and as a first responder. And he should be given a chance to identify himself with a GPRS, and a telephone CPR also can be done. And I told you earlier, all the buildings, high-rise buildings, should be given NOC only if they have a trained person and a AED. And it should be make it mandatory to have an AED in all the establishments, malls, convention centers, hotels, parks, cinema halls, bus stands, railway stations, and even the hospital corridors. When we have big hospitals, of course, KGH itself will be having more than 2,000 beds, and it is very difficult to bring a defibrillator from the ICU to the person who has collapsed in the OPD. So we should have a system, and even we have to use the drones to carry the AEDs, and the ambulance should be given a green path, and they should be escorted by the police when there is a need. And it should be, we have to prepare many many films, and they should be telecasted or projected in the cinemas to create awareness. This is actually National CPR Day. We wanted to be pronounced by the government. We are writing to the government because 27th of June, Dr. Abdul Kalam has died. And so now let us work together. On 16th of October, World Restart Day, let us make a grand event. And I request the IMA has got a lot of branches, and each branch, if they can buy 2 mannequins, and if they acquire some training, don't think that all the doctors knows CPR. I really tell you, none of us, even I retired as the National Director of Health Services about 14 years back. Unless I have taken the training, we do not know how many times we have to compress and what to do and all those things. So this is a Make in India program, and let us train. And with those 2 mannequins in every IMA branch, you can teach the school children, you can teach the lay public and everything. Now we are the members of ILCAR, and this is my name. This is a part of organization of ILCAR, and this is the place actually where when we have attended the Brisbane meeting, that is the place they have announced that Indian Resuscitation Council Federation is the member of ILCAR. So this is a Make in India program. Let us say that the Atmanirbhar Bharat, we can save a lot of foreign exchange if you take training from the Indian Resuscitation Council. The other councils, they charge very heavily, but in India, actually in Andhra Pradesh especially, we have 40 centers of training. We have centers in every medical college we are training, and the government of Andhra Pradesh has asked us to train their 10,000 nurses, and every Saturday our people are training for the last 2 months, and it has almost come to an end. Now we made it compulsory for the nursing students also. They have to take the training. And now I request all the practitioners, even though you think that you know everything, but you just take the training and know what Indian Resuscitation Council Federation is doing. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving the opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Ramani Garu. Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you, Dr. Prasad. Thank you, all the IMA heads, Dr. Fanidayar, and other people. Thank you very much. That is the end of this speech. Oh, this is actually
Dr. Chakarrao Garu's initiative, Every Citizen a Lifesaver. For the past 4 years, we all have been seeing Dr. Chakarrao Garu taking this into every household, every area. I mean, it's a tremendous energy that he has at this age. And I'm very glad that one of our seniors is doing this. And I really hope it will come into all curriculums. And like you said, IEDs in all areas must be presented in the next few years. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful lecture. And PRK, please take over.
I think we should appreciate our proud leader. IMA is very proud of Dr. Chakarrao. Apart from this resuscitation, he has been ably managing the PPW scheme, the Professional Protection and Welfare Scheme of this thing. Resuscitation, I think we should add to his age also. I think his health is also, he braves his health also in going far and wide across the world, taking the risk and learning the things and disseminating the messages across the country to the IMA members especially. And the fire safety AED in every high-rise building versus fire safety, we should discuss which is advantageous to the profession. That is also one thing. Fire accidents, I think with the equipment, whatever equipment we have, we may not be able to manage the fire, but with the AED, the success rate will be more than 60-70%. That is also one thing. I don't know why NMC is allowing this as an introductory course in MBBS. Once the anatomy, physiology, and the pathophysiology is known, if the course is introduced at a higher level, it will be more comprehensive and integrative. So anyhow, now and then, Dr. Chakarrao is whipping the IMA executive with a message and satire to spread the message of this CPR, this basic life support, this thing. But for what of time?
Whenever you want me, we are ready to come online and in Zoom, and we can teach.
Yeah.
But if you want hands-on is most important. You can go to any of the medical colleges. Every medical college has got a skill center now. You can take a training there. But theory we will teach you anytime. Anytime, just it takes about 2 hours. I have a lot of videos and all those things, but I have to cut down my talk to the level. Otherwise, it will be.
It should be a hands-on experience, because I had a brief training in Red Cross once. Whatever, how much you read or theorize the thing, but it is the hands-on training that, especially on this CPR, that is useful. We thank you, sir, once again, and we'll definitely take up the issue now.
Thank you. You have allowed me to ventilate my issues.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramani.
Thank you, sir. Once I had a very sad experience on a train, sir. I was called by the attendant saying somebody collapsed after coming out from the washroom in the. I'm also a Red Cross trainee, sir. I used to go to junior colleges and train the students there. But here, this person was very hefty and tall. And you don't believe I did it for 20 minutes. In front of my eyes, he collapsed. His pulse stopped, his respiration stopped. I started the CPR. I was continuing because we know that we have to continue until the aid arrives. So with that, I did, and it was a way, I can never forget that. We could not save, even after doing 20 minutes, nothing. And after that, help arrived at next station and he was removed. The dead body was removed.
Yes,
So
we should also insist the government and railways to keep an AED and ambu bag, because nowadays giving a mouth-to-mouth breathing is very.
I did that, sir, for 20 minutes. I did, sir. But in spite of that, nothing was there. Because I couldn't believe.
One cannot do more than 20 minutes, but we have to we have to
And
do
it's
till the AED comes.
it arrives. So
And,
I think we
another
should have a digitalized mannequins where the exact pressure that is should be used should be recorded. Like
they are available, but they are very
the light
expensive.
will glow if the
Now I requested them
pulses
to
appear, respiration start.
low-cost mannequins.
I've seen.
Low-cost mannequins also will be coming. Probably I asked them October there is an anesthesia conference in Visakhapatnam. I asked them to bring there. I will inaugurate there.
So that should be there for the BC. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad, sir. PRK Prasad, sir. Do you want to add anything, sir? Prasad, sir?
We can move to the next topic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One and all, we'll close this topic as such, and then the next topic will start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we are here for the next session. And for the next session, we have our moderators, Dr. B.D. Madhavi, MD Professor and HOD of Community Medicine from Rangaraya Medical College, Kakinada. And our second moderator will be Dr. Vani, Professor of Gynae from Andhra Medical College, Vizag. Our topic, the speakers for this session will be Dr. Bhaskari Kohli on maternal mortality rate and where do we stand. And the second speaker will be Dr. Leela from Digumurthy Consultant, Gynecologist, KIMS Icon, Vizag. She will be speaking on burden of cancer cervix in India and strategies to combat the problem. Before we start, I would just request the speakers to stick to the time as we are already being 1 minute from the due time. Please stick to the given time. Now over to the moderator.
Good morning, all. I'm Dr. Devi Madhavi. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate the organizing team of Andhra Pradesh, the AP IMA AMS Society, Dr. Ramani, Dr. Faninder, Dr. GTV Ramesh, and all the others for taking up this wonderful session. And I had the opportunity to listen to my previous teachers and earlier sessions too, and they are very interesting and very appropriate for the IMA members. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Bhaskari Kohli, Associate Professor of Community Medicine at ACSR Nellore. Bhaskari will be talking about a very important aspect of the progress of the country. As we all say, we are talking about health. And one of the important measurements or dimensions of measuring the welfare of our people is maternal health. And maternal mortality has been used as an indicator in health. And let us see where our country is progressing in terms of maternal health through her. And I hope she'll be also covering the various initiatives and the role of stakeholders in reducing this maternal health. Over to Bhaskari Kohli for her session.
Madam, please unmute, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing me, Devi Madhavi, ma'am. First of all, I want to thank all the IMA members, and also I want
Just
to...
1 minute, Dr. Bhaskari. I just want to introduce you to all. You are daughter of none other than Dr. Karuna Murthy, sir, who was a very big leader in IMA AP State and even at the national level. We welcome you to this. That is why purposefully I included you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wanted to put that as after her sessions because I thought she was emotional, but fine, good. So that's a proud addition to what Dr. Kohli is. She's the daughter of Professor Dr. Karuna Murthy, who's also a community medicine expert and a public health expert of national repute.
Yeah, I want to thank all the IMA dignitaries for actually nominating me to the board of Academy of Medical Specialties, and especially Ramani ma'am for taking care of me through all these things and making me a speaker among all the stalwarts. Actually, when I'm seeing from the past yesterday, I'm seeing where I am. Actually, I am thinking myself where I am now among these people. And now actually I'll, without wasting my time, I'll start off my presentation. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your screen, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. My topic for today is on maternal mortality. Where do we stand? Myself, Dr. Bhaskari, Associate Professor, Community Medicine in Government Medical College, Bengal. So, what is maternal mortality and what are we standing here? Okay, woman dies every 2 minutes during pregnancy due to pregnancy or childbirth.
Madam,
Bhaskari, put it on full screen mode.
Yes.
It's not in full screen, ma'am. So where I have to do?
No, same thing that you've done, ma'am. The bottom right corner. Yeah, third icon. Yes.
Yes, okay.
One.
So maternal mortality itself is an indicator.
On slide.
Go to slideshow.
Slideshow mode.
It's in the slideshow only, ma'am.
No, it's not opening here.
You go to bottom right side, there will be a cup-like thing, you click it.
Orange one. If only we can do it. Ah, that one. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Click it. Not coming? See on the bar. No. Ah, yes. But then it is not.
Coming, ma'am?
No. See,
I'll share it.
Yeah.
అది నెక్స్ట్ లేదా మన ప్రెజెంటేషన్ రెడీ చేసుకోండి.
So is it visible now?
Go to the full screen.
See on the bar there you have home, insert, design, animation, slideshow is there. You can click there also. Slideshow. Yes, yes. Oops. Top.
Up.
Slideshow.
After home, you have insert. Insert, design. After that, animations. After that,
Slideshow is
next.
there.
Animations. Go next. Move your cursor.
Your arrow.
Move your cursor.
2 places to right to the arrow.
Next.
So actually, my thing is the screen is
Proceed like this. You proceed like this, clicking the cells. No problem.
Make a white screen.
No problem.
Proceed. No problem.
No problem.
It's okay.
How is it okay, ma'am?
You had to press the slideshow and then from the beginning you had to click.
Currently, we don't see anything, Bhaskari. We are not seeing anything.
You open your presentation, click on the slideshow and click on the from the beginning slide.
Yeah, now it's perfect. Continue.
Okay. So maternal mortality itself is an indicator of our status of our maternal health services provided by the government and provided by the healthcare providers in the country, and the status of the woman in the society, and also it indicates the overall development of the nation. So here my topic I will be discussing in these headings, that is the definition of various definitions used in the presentation, and then the global scenario, status in India, causes of maternal mortality and how are we going to prevent it, and role of our professional societies in reducing the maternal mortality. So definitions. First of all, what is maternal death? So a death of a woman while pregnant or within 42 days of termination of pregnancy, irrespective of duration and site of pregnancy, from any cause related to or aggravated by pregnancy or its management, but not from unintentional or incidental causes. Then what is late maternal death? So after 42 days and within 1 year of termination of pregnancy, if a death occurs, it is called late maternal death. According to ICD-11, they have combined these two and they have kept the word as comprehensive maternal deaths. So why are we more concerned about these deaths? So we can reduce the deaths of the mothers or pregnant ladies by introducing many preventive measures, and also by introducing the health sector reforms, and also by improving the scales of the personnel, and also by improving the by bringing about social reforms. So we can reduce the maternal morbidity who are entering the primary care visit, and also in the hospitals we have to see for the near misses mainly, so that we can reduce the deaths. Then how are we going to calculate the number of persons or number of deaths? So that is how are we going to compare the countries? We use three criteria for that. First one is maternal mortality ratio. The second one is maternal mortality rate. And the third one is adult lifetime risk of maternal death. So the first one, maternal mortality ratio, is the number of maternal deaths during the given time period per 1 lakh live births. Maternal mortality rate is the denominator changes here. The number of maternal deaths during a given period of time divided by person years lived by the woman of reproductive age. Then what is adult lifetime risk of maternal death? Here it is the probability of a 15-year-old girl who will eventually die due to maternal causes in her lifetime. So in India, it is around 0.21% according to recent SRS. So what is the status of maternal mortality globally? Here, maternal mortality globally, it is around 223 per lakh population globally. And African region, it is 532. In a region of Americas, it is 68. And Southeast Asian region, it is 117. Our goal for reducing MMR in SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals, is to reduce it to 70 by the year 2030. So this is a graphical representation of the different countries where they stand in terms of maternal mortality. And coming to India, so we have from the year 1990, we have reduced our maternal mortality from 556 to as low as 97 in the year 2020. So still we are far ahead for reducing it to 70 of maternal mortality rate as per the SDG goal. Even though the overall country's state is on 70 MMR, but the different states are showing different numbers. So coming to the highest state, which is showing the highest MMR is shown in Assam, that is 195, and the lowest MMR is shown in Kerala, that is 19. Our Andhra Pradesh stands at the fourth level from below, that is at 45. So our MMR is at 45. Though the number in Assam is high in the year 2020, when we see the reduction from the 2001 to 2020, it has been very 500 times reduced. Then coming to the causes of maternal deaths. So there are different causes of maternal deaths. So there can be divided into direct obstetric causes or indirect obstetric causes. Direct obstetric causes are related to those resulting from obstetric complications of a pregnant state throughout the pregnancy or labor or puerperium, or from the interventions, omissions, or incorrect treatment, or from a chain of events resulting from any of the above. Indirect obstetric causes are those resulting from a previously existing disease or that developed during the disease that were not due to direct obstetric causes, but aggravated by the physiological effect of pregnancy. So the obstetric causes most commonly was in the year 2001 was due to hemorrhages and indirect causes, but due to rise of other comorbid conditions and also HIV and all, the indirect causes has raised to 27 and 30. The other direct causes to 30. Hypertensive disorders the death due to hypertensive disorders is on rise up from 5 to 14. Then, so whenever we are seeing maternal mortality, we have to see 3 delays. That is delay 1, delay 2, and delay 3. Delay in recognizing the problem and deciding for the seeking care. So this mainly reflects at the person level. So the person, her education, her status in the family, and decision-making power in the family, all these and her health education regarding the maternal issues, this plays very, very important role in this part. And then delay in reaching the health facility. So here it is a referral system and also the transport facilities for that lady from the primary unit plays a role. Then delay 3, that is the delay in receiving the adequate treatment. The skills plays a very, very important role in this part. And then what are the barriers that limit the quality of maternal health services? So main barrier will be the social barrier. That is her education, her status in the community. That is her income, her education, gender norms, malnutrition, early marriages, high fertility. And then health system failures translating to poor quality of care, insufficient number or inadequately trained health workers, shortage of essential medical supplies, poor accountability of health system. Certain external factors also will play a role in case of maternal mortality. That is during a health, where the health system becomes fragile. That is during humanitarian crises or climate crises. So how are we measuring in our country the maternal mortality? We are measuring through maternal death surveillance response system. So previously they used to do through rhyme and verbal autopsy. Now they are doing by MDSR. This has been started in the year 2017. So when a maternal death occurs, these following questions we have to address. That is, was the death related to pregnancy? What was the underlying cause of death? Was the death preventable? What are the contributing factors to the death? What specific and feasible actions might have changed in the course of the events? So then, how are we going to prevent the maternal mortality? So since maternal health is a life cycle approach, so we have to improve the maternal health right from her childhood itself. So there are different phases where we will be improving the health of the mother. First thing is in the child phase, we will be providing adequate nutrition, health education, and prevention of malnutrition like anemia preferably. And then through iron supplementation. And then during the adolescent phase also by improvement of the nutrition. And through Anemia Mukt Bharat, we are giving weekly iron and folic acid supplementation to the adolescent people. And then maintenance of personal hygiene, preventing worm infestations, and then menstrual hygiene is also very, very important. And then RSSK, that is Rashtriya Swasthya Surakshit Karyakram, that is regarding prevention of teenage pregnancies, where this contraceptive care will be given for the adolescents, and adolescent reproductive and sexual health is also very, very important. Then regarding pre-pregnancy phase, that is after marriage, balanced nutrition to be provided to the people, and then anemia prevention, and then adequate spacing. Once the spacing, when the gravida is increasing, the maternal mortality is also increasing. That's why we have to provide adequate spacing, and then comprehensive abortion care which should be provided to the people who doesn't want a pregnancy, that is in case of unwanted pregnancies or other social problems. And then birth preparedness. So preparing the lady to give birth is also very, very important in the pre-pregnancy phase. Then in the pregnancy phase, so once the person is found to be pregnant, we have to, the government has initiated MCTS tracking, that is mother and child tracking system, where each and every mother is given a card that contains all the information regarding the mother, her health, her high risk status, and then type of birth she is given, and type of visits she has been undergone and all. Then comprehensive abortion services. So comprehensive abortion services is provided for the unwanted pregnancies, especially because due to certain rules in the acts, our healthcare providers or the professionals we are not willing to deliver abort the babies, so they will go for illegal abortions and then sepsis and then maternal mortality occurs. That's why MTP Act also has rationalized, and now recently in the 2021 they have amended the act to for certain conditions, social problems. The abortion services can be extended from 20 weeks to 24 weeks. In certain social problems where like rape victims and mentally ill people and then teenage pregnancies also. And then quality ANC services to be provided for the baby, for the pregnant lady. So at least minimum visits and then minimum number of iron and folic acid tablets, supplementation of calcium, and then visit by a obstetrician or gynecologist or specialist services to be provided in the quality antenatal care. So through this, actually government has started one program, that is Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritya Abhiyan. In that, what happened was they want to give a quality care to the pregnant lady. So in the last trimester, a visit to a obstetrician or a specialist in the government health setup is necessitated. In that, they have included the IMA and also the FOXY organizations. So in the form of I Pledge 9. So that is in every district, gynecologists are whoever volunteered will be visiting a government health facility on the 9th of every month. So and they are volunteering to give services, antenatal services to the pregnant ladies. Then screening. So in the screening, previously we used to screen for HIV, syphilis, and the other conditions like anemia and all. Now, recently, they have added a screening for gestational diabetes and hypothyroidism also in that. And then anemia control. Once the pregnant lady is found to be anemic, she will be given extra doses of iron and folic acid or iron injections based on their anemia status. Then PPT-CT, that is prevention of parent-to-child transmission of HIV. So here what happened was the HIV itself may cause the death, or HIV and pregnancy will induce the death of the mother. That's why PPT-CT program and also the child prevention from the transmission of the disease from mother to child, they are providing PPT-CT. Then Kilkari. So here Kilkari is every week 72 messages are passed on to the pregnant ladies through radio messages or SMS messages, so that on health education regarding pregnancy and childbirth. Then during the phase of labor, the skilled birth attendance of the birth is very, very important. And then provision of JSY, that is Janani Suraksha Yojana, Janani Susu Suraksha Karyakram, and delivery points. So Janani Suraksha Yojana provides a demand generation. So once it is incentive based, so once the lady is receiving money, she will more opt for institutional delivery. So for improving institutional deliveries, they have come up with Janani Suraksha Yojana. And in the Janani Sisu Suraksha Karyakrama, they are providing free of cost drugs, and then they are providing free of cost take home of the pregnant lady, and also they are providing free of cost stay at the hospital, and then improving the PHCs and CHCs to form a delivery points. And then one more program that is started in the 2017 is Lakshya, that is Labor Room Quality Improvement Initiative for improving the quality during the labor of the lady. And then prevention of BPH. Though our state is having lesser MMR compared to the national status, certain states like Assam are having higher MMR, and also this attributed for their more home deliveries. So to at home delivery to prevention of BPH, that is postpartum hemorrhage, they are providing misoprostol to the lady at the 8th month for the lady who is deciding to deliver at home. Then in the postpartum phase, frequent home visits as per the norms, and then advise on the danger signs in the postpartum period to the lady, so that she will visit immediately to the primary health setup. And then the government has initiated a Daksha skill lab training, skills lab training, that is comprehensive skills to facilitate the training of healthcare providers for improving the quality of RMNCH services in the partnership of Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. And then, what is our role as a healthcare professional associations in this whole reduction of maternal mortality? So professional associations can offer a unified voice for women's health by promoting and educating about essentials of effective healthcare of women at the level of general public. They can provide awareness at the general public, to the governments, and also to the international aid organizations. So our association, that is IAPSM, Indian Association of Preventive Medicine, has formed a maternal health committee nationally, which facilitates national level academic activities like seminars, workshops, training programs, carries out research and monitoring of and evaluation of health programs, develops course and fellowship programs in the subspecialties, helps in developing technical documents for the national level, and planned action projects on capacity building, community interventions, etc. Any other activities in the subspecialty which are on line of goal of objectives of IAPSM are also taken up by the Maternal Health Committee. So then the Association of Obstetrics and Gynecology, that is Federation of Obstetrics and Gynecology Societies in India. They have initiated a program called Narika in keeping with the FOXY mission of reduction in maternal mortality. Advocacy around reproductive and sexual health and rights of women has been raised, and they took the platform for a holistic perspective covering the emotional, physical, and psychological aspects of women evolution from her menarche to menopause. And then one more initiative by FOXY was Nari Naipunya Skill for All. That is, they are giving training for all the paramedical courses regarding the antenatal care and intranatal care, and also the postnatal care during pre and post-operative care also. And then IMA initiative. So IMA initiative is mainly in the recent times is Mission Pink. So educating the women regarding her menarche and the menstrual health, and also in the safe motherhood was initiated by Mission Pink of IMA division, including the medical student networks. And many NGOs are also playing a very, very important role in spreading the awareness regarding the maternal health in the female population. So together we can prevent the maternal deaths. So finally, today I am very, very privileged to present in front of this august audience. And today is a mark of the birthday of my father. I thank everyone for giving me the opportunity on the birthday of my father.
Thank you, Bhaskari. Thank you for bringing it up. We also remember that he was with us till last year physically, was with us in participating in many of the public health activities. In fact, the state IMA, or even at the national level, he was, Dr. Karunamurthy was the honorary member for the public health. And also in the state of Andhra Pradesh, he encouraged the student section of the IMA. IMA MSN was again one thing very close to his heart.
Actually, I want to quote one thing, ma'am. His last words were also regarding that only. He was telling, I want to present a conference of MSN in Tirupati.
We'll make it happen. And I can definitely say that you've done us proud by this presentation. You have shown how the progress, the topic that has been chosen is something of very vital importance for public health and the different stakeholders, be it the IMA, the FOXY, the preventive medicine, and all our private practitioners who are members of the IMA. I'm sure will agree with you that we are doing much in the field of maternal health.
Thank you, ma'am. One more thing, ma'am, gynecologist and obstetrician, ma'am. So I'm sorry. I just took from your website only. I don't know exact what work you are doing. If I have made any mistake, please excuse me.
No, this in your given time you've done well. So my observation from the community or from the field is there is still scope for creating networking and encouraging early referrals. So as a tertiary care specialist, we always see that we find that the delays in seeking health care is often present. So from the grassroots level to everybody, all our practitioners, I urge them to identify high-risk pregnancies early on and then early referral, in addition to the primary prevention measures that we are taking up. Thank you so much. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Bhaskari, for the good session, very crisp and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhavi, for being with us, IMA. And then next we'll go to the next session. It is a video that is sent by Leela Digumarti. Dr. Vani. Dr. Vani, are you there?
I'm there, Ramani.
You
there.
Please introduce and carry on.
It is very privileged to me to introduce Leela Digumarti, an extraordinary person who is doing lot of work on preventive oncology with respect to gynecology services. And she has initiated many programs regarding cancer prevention and early detection of cervical cancer in the city of Visakhapatnam and also surrounding parts of Visakhapatnam. And presently she is working at KIMS Icon Hospital. And more than that, she is more involved in the social service pertaining to the programs related to cancer cervix. So you can start the presentation, the video presentation. So hope I'm audible, Ramani?
Yes, you are there. Why the video is not starting? Volume? Shyam, we are not able to hear.
You're not able to hear, ma'am?
Yeah.
This is
No, ma'am.
What are the WHO global targets? So the 3 targets.
It is okay now. Shyam, it is okay now.
Then conclusions of my talk.
I think the speed is too quick.
Understand what is the global scenario of.
Shyam, can you reduce the speed?
The lighter color indicates that those countries have with.
Yes, ma'am.
Carry on.
Audio, I think the speed.
No, that is 30-minute audio. We don't have time for 30 minutes. They have kept the speed at 1.5.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead.
A lower incidence of cervical cancer. As the intensity of the color increases, you see that the incidence of cervical cancer is increasing. So India is in between the lighter and the darker shades. So coming to exact figures of cervical cancer burden in India, it is the second most common cancer in women after breast cancer. In 2020, it accounted for 9.4% of all cancers and 18.3% of new cases. That means the new cases account about 1,23,907. And the tragedy is majority are diagnosed in stage 3 and stage 4. That's why we lose them within the next 1 year of diagnosis. The age standardized incidence rate has decreased substantially by 39.7% in the last 3 decades, but it is still the leading cause of death in 12 states in India, especially northeastern states of our country. So after knowing the incidence of cervical cancer, we need to have a little bit of understanding how the cervical cancer occurs. So most of you must have heard about this human papilloma virus infection, which is considered to be the main cause for the development of cervical precancer and cancer. So if you carefully see the slide here, this is the normal cervix. And this normal cervix, when it is exposed to these kind of risk factors like multiple sexual partners, early sexual debut, high parity, and the male circumcision is considered to be one of the protective factors, which is of course related to the religious practices. So this normal cervix has a risk of getting exposed to human papilloma virus infection once the sexual activity starts. And this virus enters into the epithelium of the normal cervix, and slowly it produces changes in the epithelium. So what the virus does is it gets integrated into the nucleus of the cells and slowly brings changes in the epithelium. And finally, it gets converted into the precancer followed by cancer. So if you observe the pictures here, this is the normal cervix. This is the pink color ones indicate that the cells are affected by the virus and the changes are happening, the precancerous changes. And once the precancerous progress over the year, because of the persistence of high-risk HPV in the body of that particular woman, the infected cells totally convert the epithelium into precancer, cancer, and that cancer slowly becomes an invasive cancer. So what is the susceptibility for development of the cervical precancer is related to high-risk HPV infection. That means there are several types of HPV, but 16 and 18 types are more prevalent in women who have cervical cancer. Similarly, weak immune response, other sexually transmitted diseases play a major role. Then even multiple HPV infections, smoking, long-term use of oral contraceptives also alter the environment of the cells. Then the virus gets integrated into the cells, that is the HPV integration, causing genetic instability. Then it activates the tumor suppressor genes. They become inactive, not active. So they become inactive, and as a result, then slowly develops into cancer. But all these changes don't happen in overnight. They take several years to happen. So let us say if somebody gets HPV infection at the age of 20, so it takes more than 10 years to 15 years for them to develop the cervical cancer. So in early stages of this infection, if you have a good immunity, the infection gets cleared naturally, and only those who have got persistent infection will have a risk of getting this cervical cancer. So that is what we have to understand, because all our targets to eliminate cervical cancer depend upon understanding of this oncogenesis. So that is what I'm going to describe in subsequent slides. So if you know that WHO targets, what are the WHO targets? Because we know the cervical cancer is a preventable cancer, but it is still not yet prevented. So based upon that, the call to action, this was given by the Director General of WHO. This call was given in May 2018. So through cost-effective evidence-based interventions, including human papilloma virus vaccination of girls, screening and treatment of precancerous lesions, and improving access to diagnosis and treatment of invasive cancers, we can eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem and make it a disease of the past. So this is the call given by Director General of WHO in 2018. Subsequently, in 2020, WHO has come out with the global targets. So the global targets are mainly planned in such a way that in the next 10 years, we will be working towards elimination of cervical cancer. So we want to, the vision of the targets is to see a world without cervical cancer. Threshold is all countries should have less than 4 cases per 100,000 women years in cervical cancer. So if you see less than 4 per 100,000 women, then it is no longer considered to be a public problem. So in India, the range of these cases vary as low as 6 or 7 per 100,000 to almost 27 per 100,000, depending upon the different parts of our country. So what are these global targets? So 90% of girls, adolescent girls, by the time they reach the age of 15, they should be fully vaccinated with HPV. And 70% of women who are screened, should be screened, eligible women from the age of 30 to 65 should have a high precision screening test, that is a HPV screening test, at least twice in their lifetime, that is 35 and 42 years of age. And it doesn't end there. Those women who are screened positive, either for pre-cancer or cancer, they should be identified and treated. So you should have a continuum of care. That means vaccination at one end as a primary prevention, screening as a method of secondary prevention, then early diagnosis, treatment as tertiary prevention. So if you can reach these global targets in the next 7 years, that is what is left behind for us, you will be seeing cervical cancer-free world after 60 years. So it's really appears to be a tough target for all the countries. So, but we all need to work towards achieving these goals. So how to reach these targets? So that is the next part of my talk. The first target is the vaccine, that is human papilloma virus vaccine. So for that matter, any disease, if you want to eliminate completely, you have to have a primary prevention in the form of vaccination. We know about the smallpox, we know about the polio. So similarly, we all need to think of vaccinating our adolescent girls, for that matter, even boys, against human papilloma virus vaccine. So this discovery is a crucial breakthrough. There are different types of vaccines available. So the non-covalent vaccine covers against 9 high-risk HPV types, that is HPV 6, 11, 16, 18, 31, 33, 45, 52, and 58. Quadrivalent vaccine works against 6, 11, 16, and 18. 6 and 11 are responsible for viral warts. Then bivalent vaccine is HPV 16 and 18. Right now, it is not available in the market. We have quadrivalent and non-covalent vaccine. So originally, the vaccines were approved for girls by FDA in 2006 and for boys in 2010. So in 2017, before the global targets were declared, WHO has issued a position statement that vaccination to be included in national immunization programs. It should be a strategic part of coordinated comprehensive program to prevent cancer and other diseases caused by HPV. So primary target is girls 9 to 14 years before sexually active. Then you have, it's not just targeting only 9 to 14 years, multiple age cohorts should be targeted, which will result in greater impact. So that's what the WHO has given in the statement. 2 doses between 9 and 14 and 3 doses from 15 years onwards. So there is an emerging evidence that the dosing can be reduced and interval can be prolonged. Now latest, we are saying that single dose before the age of 20, then 2 doses after the age of 20, that's enough to offer good protection against HPV virus infection. So the important point here is we need to vaccinate all the adolescent girls, if possible boys, as early as possible, so that there'll be a good coverage and it will offer a definite protection. The immune system of adolescent girls and boys is quite effective in producing adequate antibodies against HPV infection before they sexually become active. So this is an Indian vaccine, the Servavac. Some of you must have heard about this vaccine. It is manufactured by Serum Institute of India. It also offers protection against 4 viruses, 6, 11, 16, and 18. It has come into the market and it is available as a 2-dose vials. And we follow the same schedule of giving 2 doses between 9 and 14 and 3 doses after the age of 15. So it is licensed both for boys and girls from the age of 9 to 26. So these are the trials. Several trials have done, phase 3 trials, and they have established the immunogenic potential of our Indian vaccine against the imported vaccine, Gardasil. So the same dosage schedules, girls 2 doses, as I said, between 9 and 14, women between 15 and 26 years, 3 doses. Similar dosage schedule for boys also, 2 doses before 14 and 3 doses after that. So we have our own vaccine, and we have a greater responsibility of educating, vaccinating our young girls and boys. And I think IMA can play a major role in stimulating the parents to bring their sons and daughters for vaccination. So coming to the second target, that is screening, we need to have a population-based screening. That means it's not like screening high-risk women. In some conditions like breast cancer, we try to screen high-risk population, but here this is all the population between the ages of 30 and 65 are at risk of getting cervical cancer. So it should be a population-based screening, which is introduced in 2016 by the Ministry of Family Welfare. Their recommendation is VIA, that is visual inspection testific acid, once in 5 years as a recommended screening test. The age group is between 30 and 65. It's not just the government alone who is concentrating for the screening activity. Several NGOs, professional bodies, and medical specialists are actively involved in screening. And again, I really emphasize that the screening should become a part of examination of a woman, gynecological examination of a woman, and all MBBS doctors. It's need not be a specialist. Anybody, everybody who has a basic understanding of anatomy, of female genital system, and who knows just to do VIA, even the health workers can do this screening activity. And again, IMA has got a major role to play in reaching a larger population to cover the screening. So according to the National Family Health Survey of 2015 and 16, conducted in all 29 states and 7 union territories, it is showing that only 25% of women aged 30 and 49 years were ever screened. There are several reasons for this poor coverage. Religion, region, socioeconomic status, and education influence the coverage in many studies. That is knowledge attitude practice. So a lot of roadblocks are there for bringing women for population-based screening. So what are the screening tests that are available right now? So this tray, which you can see, it is useful for simple visual inspection with testific acid, very popularly known as VIA test or vinegar test. It's very easy to do it, but it is quite subjective. And you can train any health worker to look at the cervix using the speculum, then putting this 5% acetic acid over the cervix for a full 1 minute and inspecting the cervix under good light to see any histo-white areas. So if there is histo-white area, that is described as VIA positive. If it is not, it is called as VIA negative. And all these VIA positives from a primary healthcare level can be referred to a higher center for further evaluation. And this, the second slide is showing the cytology, that is the pap smears, which is again very popular, and many of us know. This is the one is the conventional. Now we have the liquid-based cytology techniques. So this wire and the brush are using for taking the liquid-based cytology. And we do have a HPV-based screening test, which is considered to be most sensitive test, because these two tests, what you have here is this device is with the cartridge based, and the other one is again a HPV test, that is a COBAS HPV. So these are actually considered to be partial genotyping test. That means you know which type of HPV infection a lady has in her body. Also, you can detect with this HPV test. So because it is considered to be the most sensitive test, the WHO is recommending HPV as a primary screening test. But there is a problem with HPV; it's not easily available everywhere, and it is a little more expensive. But in the long run, if you follow HPV screening modality, because of high sensitivity, it appears to be cost effective, and you can do screening only twice in the lifetime of a woman at age of 35 and 45 for a normal general population. If they're immunocompromised, then probably you need to do it once in 3 to 5 years. And this device is called as a smart scope. That is, you instead of doing naked eye examination and VIA test, it is actually augmentation using a good light under magnification that you can do the VIA test. And it also has got a tablet which is having a good image capturing and using AI, that is artificial intelligence algorithm. The machine itself will give you the interpretation whether it is normal or abnormal. So many things are available now for us to do the screening test. But only thing is we need to be willing to do the test and willing to bring women for screening. That is the major important aspect to have a wider coverage. So for this, as I said, we need to have a good infrastructure. Basically, more than the infrastructure, we need to have the passion to do the screening. We don't want to leave any woman who comes to our clinics for any problem. So be unrelated to gynae, even if she comes with some other general complaints, you can always ask them whether she heard about this breast and cervical oral screening, and whether you should educate her to have a screening test. So we should always manufacture equipment locally. That means we need to have our own indigenous developed HPV test. The TrueNat, what we were using for the COVID, can be converted into HPV test with the same cartridge-based test. Trials are happening. Then, of course, we need to have finances for preventive health, and we also have to establish monitoring and evaluation system. Screening should become a part of continuum of care. So everybody should become a part of this screening activity. The gynecologists, general practitioners, professional bodies, NGOs, all together can bring a major change. It's not just one person who is doing it, but everybody should be actively involved in doing this. Screening, we can screen very easily 3 cancers: oral cancer, cervical cancer, and breast cancer. So these are some of the pictures which are actually done at the ground level, because I believe in more of an action than advocacy. So I can keep on talking endlessly about all these things, but unless we go down into the community and do it. So these are some of the pictures which I run very quickly. So these are the training activities. Mostly the gynecologists here are involved. They are going to different parts of India to screen basic healthcare workers, the primary and CHC doctors in doing this VIA screening and other things, which is happening with collaboration of many professional bodies. So one such professional body which I am in charge as president is Indian Society of Colposcopy and Cervical Pathology. So we tie up with many NGOs and do these activities pan-India. So this is again a master training program. Some of us are actively involved in doing these programs. And these are some of the pictures, again, training the doctors. These are all the primary healthcare workers and primary PHC doctors, district level doctors. These are majority are MBBS, or some of them are just specialists in obstetrics and gynecology. They were all taught about all these screening programs. So we also run the training programs to the specialists, how to do the screening. It's not just screening, how to treat the screening positives. All these things, we've been doing it quite regularly and successfully through these professional bodies. So to reach the larger community, one is the training. The other part, as I said, is reaching the larger community. We need to overcome so many barriers, and we should actually go into the community and do the work. So that is very, very important. So these are some of the activities again done by various gynecologists. Some of them are even getting the help from IMA. That is, I think, in Ghaziabad. This doctor is actively involved with in the IMA, her name, and she's doing all these public awareness activities and other things. So this is again bringing women after counseling to the centers for screening. And then these are the local activities done by me. I also tie up with various voluntary organizations in Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam, and Vijayanagaram districts. With their help, they actually do door-to-door survey, stimulate women to come for screening camps. I go very regularly, almost twice or thrice in a month to different parts. And once these women are brought there, I do breast and cervical screening. So with these activities, we are able to reach some parts. I know the numbers are smaller, and slowly we are able to stimulate more and more women to come for screening. And our activity doesn't end with screening. If they are screen positives, they are further evaluated based with the biopsies or whatever it is, and they're also given adequate treatment. So we are completing the entire cycle. We are not just happy with doing the screening alone. So the third part is the treatment. So any pre-invasive cervical disease, we do have a variety of treatment choices. Local destructive treatments in the form of ablation. That means the cervix, which has got an abnormal area, can be destroyed by simple cryotherapy, cold coagulation, or laser ablation. Or other methods that is called the excisional methods. We use the loop excision or cold knife bone excision and other things. So these treatment modalities are very simple, can be carried out as an outpatient, and they don't require any major surgeries in the form of hysterectomies for a simple precancerous lesion of cervix. So these are some of the treatment devices. This is a cryo, and this is called a thermal ablator. These are all outpatient devices, and the procedures can be done within 10 minutes. That don't need any anesthesia or anything. And this is called a wire loops, where we use these for excision of the cervical abnormal area. This needs a bit of anesthesia and other things. This also can be done as an outpatient procedure. So these are all precancerous situations can be managed using these treatments. But if the biopsy shows that the lady has got cancer, then definitely we need to stage it, and we need to treat it according to the stage of the cancer using either radiation or chemotherapy, or if it is a very early stage, we can even do a radical hysterectomy. So my take-home message is no single intervention can eliminate cervical cancer. You can't just be doing only vaccination and think that it will be eliminated, because you can vaccinate only adolescent girls, maybe up to the age of 26. What about the people who have missed the vaccine? You have to take care of them. So vaccination in a single strategy will result only 0.1% mortality reduction. Whereas if you combine screening and treatment of pre-cancer, so all the three modalities you use, definitely it will have an impact, and you can reduce many, many deaths related to cervical cancer. So WHO Global Strategy aims to set the world on the right track to work towards elimination, which can be realized 60 years later. So the road to cervical cancer prevention in a nutshell, as a primary prevention, think of HPV vaccination. Then as a secondary and tertiary prevention strategies, we have to do screening, diagnose the screen positives, and offer treatment to all these screen positives. After that, you have to follow them up. So with this, I thank you the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity. So I usually work with the concept of vaccinating the daughter, screen and treat the mothers. So if you adopt any schools, then you can do these programs together. It will be very easy because both the parents can and the children can be sensitized in one go. So that is the best way of doing it. Yeah, otherwise, even if you see your own patients in the clinics, you can talk to them about screening, and you can also talk to them to bring their children for vaccination. So with all these things, all of us work together, then definitely we can realize the targets that are set by WHO. Thank you very much.
So as usual, the talk was wonderful. And the last slide was very catchy. To vaccinate the girl child and screen her mother. So the same concept she was discussing with many of us. And I think it's a wonderful strategy whenever a mother and daughter duo comes to our clinic, with whichever is the complaint. It is better to vaccinate the girl child and screen her mother simultaneously at the same visit. So I think we can wind up this session, Ramani.
Yes. Thank you, Vani, for sharing this, and we'll go for the next session. Over to Dr. Jasmine.
Thank you, ma'am. Now for our next session, we have a moderator as Dr. Somini, who is the Professor of Gynecology, Andhra Medical College, Vizag. And our speakers for that session are Dr. Vani. Over to the moderator. Dr. Somini, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, all. I'm privileged to chair the session of introducing my friend, Dr. Vani, who is academician.
Unmute. Somini, unmute.
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes.
Unmute.
I had done.
Yes, ma'am. We are able to hear you, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Vani is my good friend, a good academician, both patient-friendly and student-friendly. And she is after doing the surgical cases and also teaching the students. And this topic is also important for us, what she is going to tell us, because it is rising cesarean section is a global pandemic, as given by WHO also a concern. Though it is a rescue for saving the mother and baby, but still it can also, there are various hazards, especially in the low income setup. It has become a financial burden to them. Now, Dr. Vani will discuss in detail about it.
Okay, thank you so many. So I'll start sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am.
Okay.
Even you have to make it as a slideshow, Vani.
Yeah. Yes?
Yes, good.
Okay. So thank you, Ramani, for choosing a very interesting topic from our side. It is regarding the concern for the rising cesarean sections. So here in my first slide, I've put 2 question marks. First is rising C-section rate and a cause for concern or not. So I would like to answer these 2 questions. So I'll complete my presentation. So whatever I'm talking in the next coming 10 minutes are all with evidence. All these are taken from the WHO recommendations on non-clinical interventions to reduce unnecessary cesarean sections. In the same document, the WHO has said in 2015 itself, after examining the whole situation throughout the globe, it has found out that cesarean section rates, anything more than 10%, are not associated with reduction in the maternal and newborn mortality rates. They also mentioned that cesarean sections can cause significant and sometimes permanent complications, disability, or death, and should be sparingly be used only when medically indicated. So these 2 statements I have taken directly from the document. To answer the second question, is it a matter of concern or not? Yes, definitely it's a matter of concern. Sustained unprecedented rise in cesarean section rate is already a major public health concern, and there's an urgent need for every one of us to look into the evidence-based and then address this abnormal trend and find out ways how to reduce the C-section rates. In an analysis to search what are the factors which are associated with high cesarean section births, they may be clinical or non-clinical. Looking at the clinical part of it, there are so many changes in the characteristics of the overall population. We find now more pregnant women who are obese, more pregnancies with multiple pregnancies, and the increase in the maternal age at the first conception, and more pregnancies occurring after ART. So these are the clinical factors which could be associated with increased cesarean section rate. However, the non-clinical part is of more interest. Many women now are increasingly waiting to determine how and when their child would be born. And there's a lot of generational shift in their personal work and family front. There are a lot of obstetrician factors also in the form of increasing fear of medical litigation. Overall, organizational, economic, and social factors all together are being implicated in the abnormally rising C-section rate. So this is a slide taken from the National Family Health Survey 5, which happened in 2020. So their statistics have said that it is not very interesting for us or encouraging for us to see that the two states of Telangana and AP are leading in the C-section rate. Telangana accounting 60.7% C-section rate combinedly in the private and public sector. And ours is not very good part. 42.4% is our overall C-section rate in the state of Andhra Pradesh. The NFHS4, it has already dictated that the rate of C-sections have doubled from 2004 to 5 to 2015, from 9% to 17%. And the fifth survey has said that among all the states, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh are leading with 61% and 42% of C-section rates respectively, which is not very encouraging for us. So when the risks of the adverse maternal and neonatal outcomes were analyzed by the WHO, so just a minute, were analyzed by the World Health Organization, even after doing a cesarean section, the maternal mortality was 13.3% in contrast to 3.6% after vaginal delivery. It is not percent, it is per 1 lakh live births. And the same situation with the amniotic fluid embolism, it has also almost 5 times more with a cesarean section when compared to a normal vaginal delivery. So though we are doing cesarean deliveries thinking that it would benefit for the mother or the neonate, actually the maternal mortality and amniotic fluid embolism are higher in a cesarean delivery than in a vaginal delivery. While C-section could be a life-saving procedure in medically indicated cases, unnecessary C-sections can lead to an increased risk of maternal morbidity and mortality as well. So what are the risks out of a cesarean section which is done unnecessarily? The immediate risk could be anesthetic complications. We all know, even for spinal anesthesia also there could be a lot of problems. And while compared to a vaginal delivery, the blood loss in a C-section is definitely twice higher. There's more chance of bowel or bladder injury in a C-section. And already I pointed out that amniotic fluid embolism is higher in a C-section. And in the post-operative period, infections, wound disruptions, hemorrhage, more requirement for blood transfusion, more chance of venous thromboembolism, all these are higher in a C-section versus a vaginal delivery. And in the subsequent pregnancy also, this becomes now a high-risk pregnancy. See, all post-cesarean pregnancies are high-risk pregnancies. They are at an increased risk of placenta previa with or without accreta. And nowadays, we are finding many cases of placenta accreta, which will end up in a cesarean hysterectomy. And also, there's a more chance of rupture of the uterine scar and more chance of a repeat cesarean section as well. However, in medically indicated cases, C-section also has a lot of benefits. For the mother, it is relatively safe, accommodating the concerns and the wishes of the mother and avoiding damage to the pelvic floor theoretically. And for the fetus, there's a reduced risk of neonatal mortality. And for the obstetrician also, it is a benefit because she can do it at her convenience in the terms of timing or the duration of the delivery. The reasons behind the increased C-section rates as analyzed by WHO and also by ICMR, they said that the fear of litigation is the chief most cause of an increased cesarean section rate, especially in our country. And the next most important cause is C-section on maternal request, which should be... Yes?
Pani madam,
So any problem? Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. And there could be so many demographic details, increasing maternal age at first conception, and acceptance of a smaller family norm, and the doctor's opinion, the C-section is more favorable for both of them, the patient and the obstetrician, and more important is the privatization of the medical care. So the reasons could be interlinked and they could be complex. So now there is a movement that is going on. How can we intervene to decrease the C-section rate, which has got abnormally high, especially in our Telugu states? The single most important factor, how to reduce the alarming rise of C-section, is physician motivation. All the obstetricians should have in their mind that we should not perform unnecessary C-sections. So obstetricians' motivation is the most important point to bring a change or to reduce the C-section rate. From the obstetrician purview, every obstetrician should be having evidence-based clinical practice guidelines for C-section. At the same time, the obstetrician who is performing more VBAC, that is vaginal birth after C-section, should be honored by giving supplementary or additional fees. And especially when performing the primary C-section, second opinion to be sought is another very important intervention from the obstetrician side. While doing elective C-section, especially for twin pregnancy, in twin pregnancy, only if the first twin is non-cephalic, it is indicated to go for a C-section. And in case of preterm birth also, better is a vaginal delivery than a C-section. And in many cases, we see that the indication is a fetal growth restriction or a small for gestation baby. That is also not an absolute indication. We can, however, have a vaginal delivery with giving magnesium sulfate as a neuroprotection. And in case of transmissible viral infection, also we can do a vaginal delivery in contrast to a C-section, which is haphazardly undertaken. And the next important is, already I've said, vaginal birth after C-section. So this should be encouraged. The obstetricians who are doing more VBAC should be definitely honored, or they should be given more incentives. And all patients should be educated that even if she had a first-time cesarean section, in the subsequent pregnancy, there's always a chance that she could have a vaginal birth. So therefore, the motivation of the patient to accept a VBAC is the job of the obstetrician herself. And the third important point is maternal request for C-section. So nowadays, we see many of the parents and the couple themselves are asking for a elective cesarean section at a specific muhurtam or some auspicious day. So it should not become its own indication for cesarean section. And so this problem was also addressed by ICMR. They have said that maternal request for cesarean section can be definitely be declined by the obstetrician if the obstetrician is very stubborn and strong. So in such a case, we have to offer counseling and then educate the woman that vaginal birth is far better than having a cesarean delivery. The next important is the commonest indication for doing a C-section, according to me, because we conduct cesarean audits regularly, is failure to progress. So here, in my opinion, that the obstetrician should be very, very patient to decide a case as failure to progress. So many a time, we have prolonged latent phase. So this latent phase could be up to 20 hours in case of nullipara and 14 hours in case of a multipara. So therefore, we should be patiently waiting for the active phase. And according to the new guidelines, 5 centimeters is declared as the onset of active labor. So therefore, until 5 centimeters, we can wait very, very patiently, not to decide before 5 centimeters as a failure to progress. And even in the second stage, so now the definition has slightly changed, that 3 hours in case of multi and 2 hours in case of 3 hours in case of primary, 2 hours in case of multi is a reasonable time to wait in case of a second stage. And then regarding induction of labor. So induction of labor, also we can patiently wait until 41 weeks of gestation. Until 41 weeks of gestation, we can wait if everything else is normal. So therefore, even for induction also, if you can wait patiently for 41 weeks, and if you have followed the guidelines properly, then we would end up with a successful induction rather than a failed induction. The other important interventions are, according to the WHO, is one-to-one support services. So majority of the women, they have a fear during labor, and if we can provide one-to-one support for the woman during labor and delivery, then the outcome would be far, far better. So this will also improve the patient satisfaction and will significantly reduce the C-section rates. The other important intervention according to WHO is the use of a partograph. So this use of a partograph routinely for all delivering women will educate us, or at the field level for the ANMs or the staff nurses who are delivering at the PHC, when to intervene and when not to intervene, when you can wait patiently. The other thing is the senior consultant obstetrician should be involved in the decision for a C-section. And the other is the electronic fetal heart monitoring should be restricted only to high-risk pregnancy, not and then should be used very, very sparingly. And for all breech presentations or transverse live presentations, we can try external cephalic version. Now it has just become point of theory and less practically used. But every obstetrician should be familiar with the external cephalic version. And for the twin pregnancies, don't go for unnecessary cesarean section, only if the first twin is non-cephalic. So that is a clear indication for a cesarean section. So the same thing I've depicted in picture-wise, promoting external cephalic version, one-to-one services, partograph, and then this ultimately will result in a good satisfaction and good fetal-maternal outcome. And this slide is showing another non-palatable one for us, that the South Indian states have a higher C-section rate, and Telangana and Andhra Pradesh are leading in the C-section rates. The WHO has also recommended that it is obstetrician's job in deciding or in involving how to reduce unnecessary cesarean section. So many laboring women will be having a lot of fear for pain. So therefore, constant counseling regarding the childbirth fear and pain. Secondly, painless labor is already a known entity, and every hospital should be willing to provide pain relief techniques. There are various non-pharmacological intervention also for pain relief, and every woman should be educated the advantages and disadvantages of C-section versus vaginal delivery. And deep breathing techniques or exercises which will reduce the stress on the laboring woman, and also psychological education is very important. These are all the non-clinical interventions which we can do at the facility level. The other important thing is only one thing I would mention, that is the collaborative midwifery obstetrician model, which the Western part is having midwife and obstetrician duo. This model and the staff in that manner, that is midwife obstetrician model, if it is there as a 24-hour backup services for every obstetrician, then the outcome would be definitely good, and we could reduce the cesarean section rates. And for the private institution, equalizing the obstetrician's fees for vaginal birth and cesarean sections. So there are a lot of comments from the public that only for money the obstetricians are doing unnecessary cesarean section. So by equalizing fees for vaginal birth or even a higher charge for vaginal birth would be more incentivizing for the obstetricians. And at the hospital level, all of us should be doing a C-section audit. At least monthly, we should be doing at our facility level how many C-sections we have done, and where it could have been prevented, what are the unnecessary C-sections we have done, and how we can do it in the next coming month. So this level of C auditing would be very, very self-appraising to reduce the C-section rates. So therefore, the primary C-sections are to be reduced. So preventing the first time cesarean section is a major drive to reduce the overall C-section rate. As already mentioned, there are numerous factors why C-section rates are increasing. Obstetrician should be very, very patient to allow a normal labor. And second opinion for deciding before a C-section is very important, especially in case of a low-risk primigravida. So the same problem is addressed even in our country multiple times. There are many articles showing how to address the high C-section rates in some parts of India. And our FOXY Association also is doing a lot of work on how to reduce the rising cesarean section rates. So this article is showing our primary sections overused. Definitely they are overused. And we as a team of obstetricians were very, very interested and committed to reduce the C-section rates in the near future. So to conclude my talk, the C-section rates definitely are doubled from 2000 to 2015 over the world, especially in our country. And C-section in a primigravida is a major contributor for the increased rise. So therefore, we should be very patient and also be very, very sure that we take a second opinion, especially when we are doing a C-section for a low-risk primigravida woman. We have to pay more attention to the modifiable indications for the primary C-section and honor to have a second opinion. WHO, FIGO, and FOXY, every organization is giving a lot of guidance and materials and guidelines on to how to reduce the C-section rates. And we have the C-section audit by the Robson's 10-group classification system, which every facility has to adapt. And we have to introspect ourselves where we can reduce the C-section rate and where we are going wrong in contributing for the rising in the C-section rates in our particular facility. So thank you one and all. This topic is quite, I think it is very interesting and very important for all the practitioners to know what are the contributors for the rising C-section rates and where we stand and what is our role in reducing the C-section rates, especially in our Telugu states. So thank you, Ramani, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Vani, for your excellent comprehension of this topic. When not to do the C-section, definitely the counseling and partogram are at help, and it is not the request from the patient which has to be accepted now to decrease the C-section rate. It is a combined approach at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Vani, for accepting invitation from IMA AMS to be a speaker. My long friend and a senior gynecologist from this part. Good academician. Thank you so much. I can see Dr. Achyut Rao, who is the MC observer for this IMA AMS on the panel. Please address the delegates and the panelists.
Thank you, madam. So, as usual, madam, very good teacher and speaker, everything. A very nice topic. But the thing is, following the rules is very difficult due to patient attenders like that. That is the cesarean section. Madam already told. So, that is very difficult to control. So the present, it is one of the very difficult task to control cesarean sections. Government sector somewhat better. Outside is very difficult. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nice
sir.
talk.
I request you to stay back for the valedictory function at the end of the sessions. Thank
Okay,
you.
madam. Okay.
I just like to add a word because I'm an obstetric anesthetist all my lifetime and a private
Ramesh,
practitioner.
Please, sir.
Yeah. See, I think Vani has rightly pointed out, one of the things is audit of all the hospitals doing cesarean sections. At least a secret audit will, let us know where we stand and where we can correct ourselves. There is no check for anybody as such. Only thing is somebody is coming and putting some comments. Otherwise, there's no check amongst the private practitioners and so some audit of the frequency or the percentages of cesarean sections and the indications for which they are doing, I think will help in a long way. Maybe we can, instead of putting fines and or some punishments, we can actually, IMA or somebody can take up some audits like this and may not publish them, at least tell them that, see, the others are doing it at this rate and yours are doing so high. Maybe we can have some checks and balances. Thank you, Vani. It's a very good
From the
topic.
association also, sir, what difficulties the practicing gynecologists are having, what additional training they need in having offering better obstetric services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramani, for the opportunity, and I being the state nodal officer for the C audit. So I think I have done the justice for the topic given to me.
Thank you.
This audit is being conducted in the government institutes, and even in the private setup also, it is now making it mandatory, sir.
Yes. Next speaker, you can call him. So
our next speaker is Dr. Jayanti. Dr. Jayanti. Dr. Jayanti is professor and head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Guntur Medical College, my parent institute. And she is a good academician. And also she is a member of ICOG. And frequently we see her in all the national expert case discussions and all. And this topic is also very important. The patient needy and the doctor friendly topic, the effect of gestational diabetes and the mother and the fetus, the protocols to decrease the morbidity and mortality. To Dr. Jayanti.
Ma'am, we are not able to hear you, ma'am. Jayanti, ma'am, you have to unmute yourself.
Unmute, ma'am. Unmute. I think you have to join with the audio, video, something. Any problem?
Dr. Jayanti, is that panel link sent to you?
She is both on. I can see her mic and video both are on. Why we are not able to hear?
We are able to see her, but we are not able to hear you.
I think your computer audio may be low. The audio in the computer, the speaker in the computer may be low. Can you just increase it? Increase.
Jayanti, we are not able to hear you.
Somebody call, I'll call her.
Jayanti ma'am, you'll find a small arrow kind of a thing where your mic is, right? Click on that. You'll find options, right? And then select the speaker from the system like that. There's an arrow that you have to click beside the mute button.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
We are
we are
able
able
to
to
hear
hear
you.
you now.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll share my screen. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll put a.
Slideshow.
Yeah. I'm not able to see the slideshow.
Slideshow just beside animations. Go home,
Ah.
insert, dot, design, transition.
Yeah, just click from beginning, ma'am. You see that from beginning?
Okay.
Yeah.
From beginning you can click.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk a common topic and which is very apt for the present day because there is a much increase in the gestational diabetes and diabetes complicating pregnancy. The term coined by the FIGO now is the hyperglycemia in pregnancy. So the definition of GDM is glucose intolerance of varying severity at the onset or detected for the first time during pregnancy. But the new ADA definition is the diabetes detected in the second and third trimester, which is not clearly overt. That is, it should not be more than 200 milligrams % after 2 hours. So this is the flow chart and the classification of hyperglycemia in pregnancy. The pregnant women may be a pregestational diabetes, which may be type 1 or type 2, or hyperglycemia in pregnancy may be a overt diabetes or GDM, or it may be early GDM or a standard GDM, and the cutoff is 24 weeks of the gestation. So the incidence is rising up, and now in India in urban it is 17.8% and semi-urban it is 13.8%. So most of the complications of the diabetes and the gestational diabetes are preventable with good glycemic control. So this is the important flow chart showing what are all the problems that a woman can encounter because of the hyperglycemia in pregnancy. So these are all the problems. So all of you know that the pregnancy is a diabetogenic state. The insulin is the hormone which controls blood sugar, and there are so many hormones during pregnancy which raises the blood sugar. That is the estrogen, progesterone, steroids, and the human placental lactogen and placental insulinase which destroys the insulin. So overall, the pregnancy itself is a diabetogenic state. So the relative diabetogenic potency of the various hormones you can see in this chart. So the highest is with the cortisol, which is 5 times the relative risk, but progesterone is also high relative risk, that is 4. So this is the flow chart showing the secretion of the insulin. When you take a food, first phase, that is immediately after taking food, what is all the insulin that is stored in the pancreas will be released. And then slowly it goes into the second phase by promoting the slow breakage of the pre-proinsulin and coming to the insulin. So the first phase of the insulin release is defective in gestational diabetes mellitus. So insulin resistance is very highest in the morning. So these are all the facts. So gradually the insulin requirements gradually increases in the pregnancy and reaches the peak by 9th month of the pregnancy, that around 36 weeks of the gestation, and falls after delivery. So the normal insulin requirements during pregnancy are in the first trimester, it's 0.7 units per kg body weight, and second 0.8 units per kg body weight, and third trimester roughly 0.9 to 1 unit per kg body weight. So this is the important classification. A woman that approaches an obstetrician or gynecologist may be a pregestational diabetes, or she may be a patient of gestational diabetes or a diabetes mellitus in pregnancy. So what is between GDM and DM is the cutoff of the blood sugar. But to say it is a gestational diabetes mellitus, the postprandial 2 hours blood sugar should always be less than 200. When it is more than 200, to call it as a diabetes in pregnancy. So just briefly go through the, when a pregnant lady who is a non-diabetic comes for a checkup and pre-pregnancy counseling. So good history taking, clinical examination, good glycemic control, and maintain her body weight and assess the complications, review the drugs and counsel regarding the complications and prescription of the folic acid per day. So you have to do a retina examination if it is not done in the previous 3 months. And you assess the complications related to kidney, then go for a creatinine, protein, albumin, and go for a fundus, ECG, echo, and TSH whenever it is necessary. And you have to review the drugs and change the oral hypoglycemic agents to metformin and glyburide. Glyburide also we are not routinely using, so we use metformin regularly. And antihypertensive agents like AC inhibitors and ARBs should be changed to other drugs. So another important point to remember is provide a blood ketone strips to the patients because the decay occurs at low blood sugar levels during the pregnancy. And you ask the patient to report the doctor whenever she feels sick and she has excess vomitings. And you have to counsel the mother regarding the complications to the mother and complications to the baby and a need for a diet control, and explain her regarding the diet and exercise and explain her regarding the medications. And then if the patient is not a known case of diabetes, you can advise GTT and rule out pre-gestational diabetes if she comes for a pre-pregnancy counseling. So this is an important flow chart for everybody to remember. What are the glycemic control targets in pregnancy? So the fasting blood sugar should be less than 95 milligrams per cent, and first hour postprandial blood sugar should be 140, second hour 120, and nocturnal between 2 to 4 a.m. it should be more than 60 milligrams per cent, and HbA1c target should be less than 6%. So patient is not a diabetic, and now she's pregnant and she came for the first visit. So according to the national guidelines, so Indian women are more prone for diabetes because of the ethnicity. So you have to do universal screening for all the pregnant ladies for the early identification of the gestational diabetes mellitus. So it should be done in the first visit and second between the 24 to 28 weeks, because I already told that the pregnancy related hormones are maximum at around 24 to 28 weeks at the diabetogenic hormone. So you have to repeat it 24 to 28 weeks. And the test recommended by the government is the single step DIPSI test. So this is the flow chart from the NHM guidelines. So the first antenatal visit, do the test. If the test is positive, that is more than 140 milligrams per cent, label her as a GDM and manage as per the guidelines. If the test is negative, that is less than 140, you have to repeat the test at 24 to 28 weeks. And one point is we are seeing so many prescriptions where they do the random blood sugar and you can label them as they are not diabetics. And because if we do the only random blood sugar, we will miss so many cases of the gestational diabetes. So I request all the doctors who are practicing obstetrics, please do the DIPSI test, glucose challenge test or glucose single step DIPSI test for identification of the early gestational diabetes mellitus. And suppose if she is a diabetic, if she had a high HbA1c level, you have to give counseling because high HbA1c levels are associated with the risk of congenital abnormalities. And you have to explain her about the diabetic embryopathy and diabetic fetopathy and give suggestions according to her HbA1c level and counsel them for the strict glycemic control. And macrosomia, this is for a few important points to remember regarding why this is important. Because the maternal hyperglycemia leads to fetal hyperglycemia, there is more insulin in the baby, more fat deposition, and macrosomia in the baby. And you always see sudden third trimester fetal losses in case of macrosomic babies, and also diabetes and pregestational diabetes, because of the underlying cause is the hypoxia and the lactic acidosis. Because the glycosylated hemoglobin releases less oxygen, there is tissue hypoxia, and the baby will develop lactic acidosis and sudden cardiac arrest, which is mostly preventable by good glycemic control. So this is the flow chart. Cellular hypoxia leading to anaerobic glycolysis and lactic acidosis, which leads to sudden cardiac arrest in the fetus. So how to minimize this? With good monitoring, color Doppler, biophysical profile. The biophysical profile is preferred to Doppler because the cause is metabolic rather than the vascular pathology. So there are so many neonatal complications associated with diabetes. So respiratory distress, hyaline membrane disease, and premature delivery, hypoglycemia, hypocalcemia, hypobilirubinemia, polycythemia, and hypertrophic obstructive cardiomyopathy in the newborn. So these are the picture. This is the picture showing the birth injuries. This is the Erb's palsy, caput. In the infancy, 1 to 3% of developing diabetes mellitus in the later life. And this increases if the father is also a diabetic, and obesity in the adult life. And this is the caudal regression syndrome picture, which is specific for the diabetes. And there are so many congenital anomalies associated with the diabetes. Almost each and every system is affected, and a list of so many congenital anomalies associated with uncontrolled diabetes, especially in the first trimester. So what is the effect of diabetes on the pregnancy? There is more chances of preeclampsia, but nephropathy, no change. But retinopathy, there is 14% progress, and gastropathy also increases, and 1% risk of diabetic ketoacidosis and more chances of the infections. So antenatally, if she is a pregestational diabetes, you can start ecosprin basing on the guideline from 75 to 150 milligrams to prevent or to minimize the preeclampsia and folic acid. And the antenatal management should be as per the protocol. And fetal monitoring, you do the NT scan, you do the TIFA scan, and from 26 weeks onwards, you have to go for the growth scan. And more frequent scans are required basing on the complications that arises as and when they arise. So now we come to the important aspect of the management of the diabetes, that is the control of the blood sugar. So the things that are available are the medical nutrition therapy, the physical exercise, oral hypoglycemic agents, that is glyburide and metformin, and finally the insulin. So medical nutrition therapy. So individualized nutritional assessments are very important in gestational diabetes mellitus. You decide the diet that is necessary for every patient basing on the body mass index and the pre-pregnancy weight and the desirable weight, and basing on the local foods that are available. So the main aim is maintenance of normoglycemia, and she should not become hypoglycemic also at the same time. So you have a lot of formulas that are there in the National Health Mission guidelines. So the important one is the basal metabolic rate into physical activity level. And depending upon the weight of the patient and the work she should do, you calculate the energy requirements for the patient. So then the weight charts are also important, but you should not make her very fasting. So hypocaloric diets, they result in ketonuria. So moderate caloric restriction may improve the control without ketoacidosis. So this is the flow chart showing the total weight gain range that is necessary. As a normal weight, a pregnant lady can gain up to 12 to 16 kg, but an obese lady, only 5 to 9 kg she can gain. So this is the picture showing the food. The pregnant lady should eat 1 serving of the fruit, 1/4 of the thali should contain cereals, protein-rich foods, dairy products, and cooked vegetables. So management with the drugs. So whenever a case of GDM comes, GDM usually, I already said, it starts in the 2nd and 3rd trimester. So whenever you identify a lady who is having GDM, you offer her a dietary management and a physical exercise. And if it fails after 15 days, when her gestational age is more than 20 weeks, you can start metformin tablet when her postprandial blood sugars are more than 120. So you can increase the metformin dose up to 2 grams per day. So the side effects of metformin should be explained: nausea, pain, abdomen, diarrhea, heartburn, lactic acidosis, and hypoglycemia. So if there is no control with the metformin, you have to go for the insulin therapy. Insulin is the first drug of the choice, but metformin should be started only after 20 weeks of the pregnancy, not before 20 weeks. Insulin is the first drug, and sometimes the patient, if she refuses insulin, you should explain to her about the metformin and their problems, and if not under control, she should go for the insulin. So what are all the conditions where you directly start insulin? When the gestational age is less than 20 weeks, straight away go for the insulin. Don't try the metformin. When the targets are not reached with the oral hypoglycemic agents, or when there are complications like polyhydramnios, or when you see the patient in labor, you have to go straight away to the insulin and don't go for a metformin or glyburide treatment. So what are all the various insulin therapies that can be applied to a pregnant lady? So premix insulin 30/70, that is the available as Mixitard, the basal bolus resin, split thick resin, and continuous subcutaneous insulin infusion. So premix resin is an important resin which was prescribed by the Government of India and all the PHCs and the practitioners. This is the flow chart available in the guidelines. And the Mixitard is the drug that is accepted by the Government of India. So you have to start the insulin when the blood sugar levels are not under control after diet, exercise, and the metformin therapy. You can go for the insulin. So start when the 2 hours ppbs is more than 120. You see and follow this flow chart and start the insulin at, so you can see between 120 to 160, the starting dose is 4 units, 160 to 200, 6 units, and more than 200, you have to start the 8 units. And basing on this flow chart, for every third day, you repeat the fasting and postprandial blood sugars, and you have to titrate the dose of the insulin that is necessary for the target blood sugars. So you know the targets. Fasting is 95, second hour ppbs is 120. So once the dose is calculated and the dose is stabilized, you can continue the same dose of insulin and continue the medical nutrition therapy. And once the dose is stabilized, you have to repeat the FBS and ppbs weekly, 2 weekly after before 30 weeks and weekly after 30 weeks. So according to Government of India, only premix insulin, that is Mixitard 30/70, to be used subcutaneous injections. So monitor every third day till the dose is stabilized, then once in a week. So target, you remember, 95 and 120. So according to the NICE guidelines, insulin in pre-gestational diabetes, you have to monitor daily self-monitoring of the blood glucose, 4-pointer monitoring, 1 fasting and 3 prandial levels. Depending upon the severity, you can go for real-time continuous glucose monitoring or intermittently scanned continuous glucose monitoring, RT-CGM or IS-CGM. So this RT-CGM and IS-CGM, otherwise called flash, you have to not for every case. When there is an unstable or brittle diabetes, or when high fluctuating levels of the blood glucose, or whenever the lady suffers from a problematic hypoglycemia or a very high hyperglycemia, if the facilities are available, then you can go for the real-time continuous glucose monitoring or IS-CGM. But this is not possible in government setup and in the PHCs. So usually we go for the venous sampling of the blood glucose, fasting and 2 hours postprandial, remember 95 and 120. So the CGM important point is it measures only the interstitial glucose and it gives the blood glucose levels which is 10 minutes before, and it should be reconfirmed and patient may land in sometimes hypoglycemic attacks also. So what insulins are approved to be used in pregnancy? So the insulins which are in the white color, that is regular insulin, aspart, lispro, NPH, and detamar, are approved by DCGA to be used in pregnancy. But glargine injection is not actually approved, but the standard textbook of Williams says that there is so many over-the-counter use of glargines, and there are so many studies saying that the glargine is safe in the pregnancy. But as far as till today, the DCGA has not approved the use of glargine in pregnancy. So these are the various insulins, aspart, lispro. So the typical insulin protocols we use for a diabetes complicating pregnancy or pre-gestational diabetes, we can use basal bolus. So this is the previous slide. The premix only with the mixitard, basal bolus with NPH and injection actrapid. Split mix we don't routinely use, and continuous subcutaneous insulin infusion, not for every case. So routinely we start with the mixitard injection. So the most of the American guidelines says that if the patient is able to financially good, insulin analogs like lispro are better than regular insulin in controlling prandial levels, because the lispro can be used at the time of the food, and the time is also 15 minutes. So it controls prandial sugars much better than a regular insulin. So for a regular insulin, you are supposed to take the injection 30 minutes before taking the food, but lispro can be taken at the time of the taking food, and peak levels are also high, and prandial levels are better controlled with lispro. That is why the ACOG is now recommending the use of lispro and aspart for the prandial controls. So now it is important to remember how to identify hypoglycemia, and the patient, you should always explain to her what are all the important points about the hypoglycemia. The patient early symptoms are tremor, sweating, palpitation, hunger, and fatigability. And severe symptoms are confusion, visual disturbances, nervousness, and uncommon are seizure and loss of consciousness. And you ask the patient to take immediate sugar, 3 teaspoons in a glass of water. And then she has to take the food also. So you have to give, these are all the sites where you are supposed to give the insulin injections, and rotate the injection sites to prevent lipodystrophy, hyperesthesia, and cutaneous amyloidosis. So now we come to the last few slides, antenatal care of a pregnant woman with gestational diabetes. So DIPSI test in the first visit, repeat at 20 to 24 weeks, and a TFOS scan at 20 weeks, fetal echo at 24 weeks, and growth scan from 28 to 30 weeks onwards. There should be a gap of 3 weeks between the 2 ultrasounds, and good glycemic control, and there should not be any hypoglycemia. Monitor for polyhydramnias. You can give steroids for fetal lung maturity, but when you may need to increase the dose of the insulin while you are giving dexamethasone. And when to do the delivery? These are all the FOXY guidelines. A well-controlled GDM on diet, deliver at 39 weeks. GDM on drugs, delivery at around 38 weeks. And poorly controlled diabetes mellitus or GDM, you should be individualized. So fetal macrosomia more than 4 kg at 39 weeks is an indication for cesarean section. All the other cases, the route of delivery should be decided individually. So special precautions, you should not give the morning dose of the insulin. So you should not give long-acting and intermediate-acting insulins. You have to give only actrapid, and secondarily blood sugar should be monitored. And this is the sliding scale. Always keep this sliding scale in the labor room and maintain the blood sugars between around 130 to 140. And newborn also should be monitored because of the risk of the hypoglycemia. So you have to check the blood sugar half an hour to 1 hour after delivery, then once in 2 hours till the baby's blood sugar is stabilized. Less than 45 milligrams is hypoglycemia in a newborn baby. So signs of hypoglycemia in the newborn are stupor, jitteriness, tremors, cyanosis episodes, convulsions, tachypnea, high-pitched cry, difficulty in feeding, eye rolling, sweating, and lethargy. So be careful. The baby may land in hypoglycemic convulsions and cyanosed also. So the post-delivery follow. So immediately the same, but you have to do the fasting blood sugar and the second hour postprandial blood sugar on the third day of the delivery. And subsequently, you have to tie up these GTM patients to the NCD centers and do a 4 to 6 weeks.
Will you round
Yeah.
it, Doc?
Yeah. So the breastfeeding reduces the risk, long-term complications. So lifetime should be monitored. And these are all the key points. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak a few words on the most important medical complication during the pregnancy. Thank you very much, Ramani Madam. Thank you, Dr. Saumani, and thank you all the members of IMA. Thank you, Madam.
Saumani? Okay. Jayanti, I'm very happy that you are there for the IMA AMS and accepting to speak on this short notice. You have given a very good, extensive coverage on management of the gestational diabetes. Thank you so much. Now we'll go on to the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we would like to call upon our next speaker, Dr. P.V. Durgarani, DGO, MS General Surgery, Associate Professor, Siddhartha Medical College, Vijayawada. She will be talking on strategies to combat anemia in a young woman and which iron preparation to choose.
Dr. Durgarani, are you there? Two participants raised.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Please join. She is chairperson of Mission Pink Health of IMA AP State, very active and academically as well as service-oriented activities, always doing something very silently. Thank you. Durgarani, please start.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your brief introduction. First of all, I would like to thank our IMA State President, Dr. Ravikrishna Garu, Secretary, Dr. Panidhar Garu, and Ravindranath Garu, and Ramani Madam and Ramesh sir for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this large AMS program. And my topic is strategies to combat anemia in young women. And which iron preparation you choose. Slides. So good afternoon, all the delegates and the panelists. So I thought my topic will be in the afternoon before lunch. So that we'll have a beautiful salad with fruits and all. So post lunch anyway, kindly accept these virtual, because my topic is virtual, accept these virtual fruits and salad. So my topic. And why this topic? Anemia is a social and economical problem and not a medical one. And controlling of the anemia improves the quality of life and ability to care for family and self. In spite of many national health programs supplying of IFAs, there is a slow progress that is less than 1% per annum in the reduction of anemia from 2005 to 15. So that's why they have chosen so many activities. And why young women and adolescent girls? Anemia in pregnancy has not been controlled ever and anywhere. And quality of the life matters. Adolescent age group is 1/6 of the total population and the important one, and half of them are adolescent girls. 56% of the young women are anemic, inadequately prepared for life, enter the adulthood in a poor health. Maternal mortality is higher for younger women. This adversely impacts the national MMR. Infant mortality higher for young mothers. Unintended, unwanted pregnancies and unsafe abortions, and lack of knowledge regarding STIs and HIV substance abuse, sexual abuse, and growth needs peer pressure and environmental changes. This is a intergenerational cycle. Same adolescent entering in the reproductive age with anemia, then she may land up pregnancy of the woman with anemia and the baby with low stores. And if it is not controlled, then the baby will end up into an adolescent with low iron stores. Then added to that is a menstrual loss. Then she'll end up a young adult or adolescent with anemia. The global burden of the anemia is the most common public health problem affecting around 1.9 billion population of the world. And 90% of the cases of anemia were in developing countries. Africa and Asia accounts for 80% of the anemia cases. Despite the worldwide economic and scientific development, more than a quarter of the population remains anemic. And about half of the burden is a result of iron deficiency anemia. And iron deficiency is more prevalent in preschool children and women. And there we have observed deaths also due to anemia, like maternal mortality and infant mortality and perinatal mortality. So coming to the prevalence of anemia in India, there are 15 states were identified according to the NSF survey. So you can see the rates from the 4 to the 5. Still the levels are increasing, but there is no decrease. Most of the states, if you look at the left side, most of the states are more than 55% of the prevalence of anemia. So that is the one that you have to choose the new strategies to combat the anemia. The health consequences: poor cognition, concentration, memory, and school performance, depressed immunity, and there is low cell-mediated immunity, more prone for repeated infections, and poor motor development outcome, and increased fatigue, shortness of breath, child mortality. So small definition: hemoglobin levels below 2 standard deviation of the HB in the normal population of the same gender, age, who are living at the same altitude. And there is low oxygen carrying capacity, which causes unusual complication during the lifetime. So that will begin childhood, worsens adolescent girls, and aggravated during pregnancy. So distribution of the iron: 65% mostly in the hemoglobin and rest in the myoglobin and other hormones. The dietary sources: more from the meat, liver, and egg, peas, beans, lentils, green leafy vegetables. And this is the dietary requirement, 0.5 to 1 milligrams. And female in the reproductive is 1.5 to 2 milligram body requirements. If you take the dietary requirements, they are 15 to 20 milligrams in females. Because why? Only 10% of the dietary iron is absorbed from the gut. So dietary requirement is greater than the body requirement. Look at the daily losses. Menstrual male will have 1 milligram extra of daily loss. And absorption is mainly from the duodenum and first part of the intestine as a ferrous form, and it is an active transport. And look at the cutoff values of the hemoglobin percentage in females, non-pregnant or younger women, that is up to 12 milligrams, and with an MCHC of 34%. And classification: mild, moderate, severe. Mild anemia, that is up to the 10 grams from the normal value. Moderate is up to the 7, and severe is less than 7 grams. And overall anemia in the non-pregnant, if it is less than 12 grams, and anemia in pregnant woman if it is less than 11 grams. This is a flow chart showing the classification of the anemia regarding them with the MCV values: microcytic, normocytic, and macrocytic. And completion shake, I will give you these values depending upon the iron, ferritin, total iron binding capacities, and immunoelectrophoresis. If you see microcytic, iron deficiency and thalassemia, and normocytic, other infections, hemolysis, and acute blood loss. And macrocytic or megaloblastic will have the vitamin B12 and folate deficiency. What are the clinical manifestations? These may be due to mainly tissue hypoxia or compensatory mechanisms, or the rate of the blood loss or destruction of the RBC, and other. What are the causes? The symptoms will get due to tissue hypoxia, mainly central nervous, cardiovascular, muscular system. And neurological symptoms, why I have written, as you all know, the symptoms is because approach to the anemia should be started from the symptoms and proper history taking and case taking to arrive at a diagnosis. So if you look at the neurological symptoms, we all know dizziness, fainting, diminished vision, headache, tinnitus, vertigo. I have seen one patient is roaming all the clinics and ENTs, everything with the tinnitus. So the underlying anemia was not diagnosed. So we must know all the symptoms with anemia. And cardiovascular symptoms like dyspnea, palpitations, angina, claudication, heart failure, and orthostatic hypertension, and the signs tachycardia, bounding pulse, systolic murmur, and raised JVT. And musculoskeletal symptoms, this is a common symptom most of the people will give, like easy fatigability and tiredness. The other features are the pallor of the skin, jaundice, lymphadenopathy, splenomegaly, bony pain, petechia, hair loss, anorexia, and weight loss. So pallor of the skin is a beautiful picture showing koilonychia, glossitis, hands pallor, and palpebral conjunctiva. This is the overall symptoms from head to toe, central, eyes, skin, respiratory, involving all the symptoms. As the time is up, I'm shifting most of the slides. So coming to the iron deficiency, the other features are pica habit. And overview, if you see, the pre-exit for iron deficiency anemia is the iron deficiency. The iron deficiency will coexist with the anemia. So if the girl is already deficient in iron deficiency, and if we add it to the underlying causes like low intake and low menstrual loss and lack of sanitation and lack of healthy good habits, she may land up into anemia. So this is iceberg phenomena. So what we are looking is that one iron deficiency anemia, but the actual deficit is in the iron deficiency without anemia underlying that. So the activities are also concentrated towards getting those women those are having iron deficiency. They'll usually complain of loss of concentration, fatigue, and easy fatigability. Those we have to identify and supply. Give supplementation is necessary in those people. And proper history taking, diet, fever, family history, related symptoms, signs of cytopenia. And last, if there is any CBP was done, and previous diagnosis and anemia, medical history, surgical and blood loss, menstrual blood loss, we have to more insist in a case of girls. So iron deficiency anemia, all the indices will see, the all are decreased, MCV, MCH count and everything. And serum ferritin, iron, all are decreased with an increase of the iron binding capacity. The special test, bone marrow, iron stores, and morphology will show the reduced stores. So coming to the treatment part, the oral iron therapy and the parenteral we are having appropriate treatment according to the blood loss and degree of anemia. The daily total dose is 3 to 6 milligrams of elemental iron in 3 divided doses adequate. With higher dose, we can use in more severe cases. So the commonest one used is the ferrous sulfate with 20% of the elemental iron. Preferably should be given with a vitamin C or in a fruit juice that will increase the absorption. The preparation that are available are ferrous sulfate with a 20% of the elemental iron, ferrous fumarate 33%, ferrous gluconate 12%, and carbonyl iron. Carbonyl iron, mostly elemental iron is up to 98%. And the small note on oral preparation, oral iron should be continued for 3 to 4 months after correction of the iron loss. This corrects the anemia and replenishes the iron stores. The common side effects, nausea, epigastric discomfort, abdominal cramps, constipation, diarrhea. So it can be enhanced by adding vitamin C or a meat or orange juice or a fish, or it may be inhibited with cereals, tea or milk or tannin and phytates and phosphates. Coming to parenteral preparations, intramuscular, sorbitol and dextrose we used to give when we are doing gynecology PG, iron dextrose and sorbitol injections, IM, facing so many problems from the patients. And the newer preparations have come, sucrose, ferric carboxymaltose and iron isomaltase 1000 is the latest injectable form with low immunogenic potential and better efficiency compared to iron dextran and other sources. We can give it is in a single dose. So adverse effects of the parenteral as that of the oral, light-headedness or fever or arthralgia. Hypersensitivity reactions are more common. Hypotension, we have seen somebody suddenly fainting. And sometimes hypersensitivity may come after 48 to 72 hours. Where do you give parental preparation in case of malabsorption, poor compliance to oral therapy, severe intolerance, documented iron deficiency, patients with chronic blood loss, and who cannot maintain with oral iron alone? Whenever necessary, parenteral iron sucrose and ferrigluconate complex, they have a lower risk of serious reactions than Dextran can be given. And oral therapy is otherwise as fast, as effective, and much less expensive and less toxic. In addition to the therapy, we have to give dietary counseling. In mild anemia, repeat the count after 4 weeks. And at this point, hemoglobin usually rises at least 1 to 2 grams per deciliter and has often normalized. Severe anemia, appearance of the reticulocytosis within 48 to 96 hours, then HB rises 0.1 to 0.4 grams per day. Iron medication should be continued for 8 weeks after the blood value to normalize the iron stores. Not responding or poorly responding to oral therapy, revise your diagnosis. Because rapid hematological response can be confidently predicted in typical iron deficiency, blood transfusion is rarely necessary. What are the preventive measures or control? Balanced diet rich in iron, iron supplementation, prevention and treatment of hookworm infestation, and additional interventions. This is the balanced diet, legumes, green leafy vegetables, and these are the all nuts and everything. The slide why I had kept in Telugu is, I heard that in previous CME, when we are presenting in our mother tongue state or anything, one should be in Telugu. Ante Telugulo meer oka slide pedte, what you want to convey the message elvalsindi chala clear ga eltundani. So ee mottham topic main manaku kavalsindi entante diet main, like including all the balanced diet providing, that will most of the time will prevent anemia. Iron supplementation, administration of the weekly iron folic acid supplement, that is WIFS program, screening of the target groups for moderate to severe anemia and referring those cases to the appropriate healthy if they want to give a parenteral therapy. And biannual albendazole 400 milligrams for deworming, given 6 months apart. Information and counseling for improving dietary intake and for taking actions for prevention of the intestinal worm infestations. Prevention and treatment of hookworm infestation, personal hygiene, food hygiene and sanitation, and use of clean drinking water, and preparing and consuming hygienically treated food, and regular consumption of the albendazole 400 milligrams 6 months apart to control the helminths infection. The additional interventions are fortification of the food with iron, salt, flour, rice, etc., and prevention of the anemia by clean surroundings, insecticide use, and mosquito nets, and early identification as referral. The strategies to combat the anemia are short term.
2 minutes. Can you round up in 2 minutes?
Medical strategies like test and treat strategy, and medium strategies like food fortification, long term by giving all the national programs, food stratifications. And the National Rural Health Mission, which comprises of the adolescent reproductive and menstrual hygiene and school health programs, and WIFS program is supplying the iron medications and identifying the adolescent girls and boys also in the school, preschool, and supplying the iron medication. They are fixing 1 day in a week, probably on Monday, and 42 weeks in a year, 42 tablets, iron with folic acid, along with deworming. And this is a much important evolution of the anemia control program in India. National Nutritional Anemia Prophylaxis Program, NNAP, was launched beneficiaries including pregnant and lactating women and preschool children in 1972. And looking at high prevalence of anemia in pregnant women of about 80%, and this program was revamped as a National Nutritional Anemia Control, and focus is shifted to prevent the control. NNAP screened all the pregnant women for anemia and changed the IFA doses to 60 milligrams to 100 milligrams of the elemental iron. Then it became a part of the Child Survival Safe Motherhood Program, then a part of Reproductive Child Health Program. And 2012, WHO 2008 program was imposed along with the WIFS. And next, 2013, NIPA, National Iron Plus Initiative program was launched with a package of services for the treatment and management, mild, moderate, and severe anemia. What is the need for newer program? The fact is that in spite of all the programs, no marked improvement had been noticed in the magnitude of anemia. There are evidences that despite the pregnant women receiving 100 IFA tablets free of cost, the prevalence of anemia has still remaining alarming. Research reveals that the compliance rate of IFA is as low as around 30%. To overcome this, there was strong felt need for focusing on social and behavioral change in communication at community level. Considering this, the present government decided to give a right impetus and focus for driving the existing program into a full-fledged mission. Hence, by political will to strengthen the existence mechanisms and foster the newer strategies, Anemia Mukta Bharat was launched in September 2018 for combating the anemia. 2019, and the goal was to reduce the prevalence rate of anemia to less than 3%. And these are the 6 beneficiaries that are included: preschool children, adolescent girls, and reproductive women, pregnant women, and lactating women. So decreasing all the indices from 50 to 20 to 30%. 6 strategies, 6 beneficiaries, and 6 interventions. So with this, 450 million beneficiaries were identified and the project was started. The interventions are prophylactic iron and folic acid supplementation, periodic deworming of the children, adolescent, and women of reproductive age, and pregnant women, intensified year-round behavior changes of communication campaign, including ensuring a delayed cord clamping, testing of the anemia using digital methods and point of care, mandatory provision of the iron and folic acid fortified foods in the public health programs, addressing non-nutritional causes of anemia in endemic pockets, and special focus on malaria. The institutional mechanisms are intra-ministerial coordination, National Anemia Mukta Bharat, National Center for Excellence and Advanced Research on Anemia Control, convergence with other ministries, strengthening supply of chain and logistics, Anemia Mukta Bharat dashboard, digital portal, one-stop shop for anemia. And key activities, I told you to achieve this anemia control that should be started from the preschool. So 10 to 19 years of the school going, out of the school going children were given IFA and albendazole, and that is a BEEF program. Providing the good lunch, screening for the all girls with the anemia and pallor, and refer them for better management, a biannual deworming. And the main idea of giving me this topic is I am the chairperson for AP IMA Mission Pink Health. So Mission Pink Health has launched a program that is Pan-India Anemia Detection and Control. Under this, they have screening the children from the 5th class to 12th class, and they are maintaining the chart with age, sex, height, weight, and they're writing the remarks, history, and 1 or 2 cases they have referred with hemoglobinopathies, and they are doing the follow-up for 4 months and 6 months. So thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, madam. To conclude my topic, oral iron is the best and cheaper, low cost if patient is tolerable. And I have seen after giving this topic and inquired the staffs and students and interns, so most of them, somebody willing to take the iron preparation, which is small in size, and somebody is willing to take IV preparation, that is one shot. One shot lo ayipotundi kada, happy inkem akkarledu kada anamata. So that it depends upon the patient choosing is one, and degree of anemia is one. And all the strategies that have been covered from the Anemia Mukta Bharat to our Mission Pink Health. Thank you, madam. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Durga, because anemia is still the commonest disease complicating the pregnancy, and your Mission Pink awareness should reduce the incidence.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Durga. You have lived up to your name. Like Durga only, you have held the topic to deal the strategies that you have told from the individual level, family level, and then the rural village level to the state level and India, the central level, national level. You have really enumerated all the programs in a best way, and you have also told the type of preparation of iron that should be used. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have our next speaker with us, Dr. G. Hemlata, DCH Civil Assistant Surgeon, AP VVP Anandpur. She is going to speak on vaccination protocols from newborn baby to adulthood.
Dr. Hemlata, have you joined?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, she is our, somebody said, Pachi Mirapakai, so hot and so active leader of IMA AP STATE. We are very proud of you. She is the chairperson of Women Doctors Wing of IMA AP STATE. We welcome you, madam. Since you are a pediatrician, I have given this topic to you, vaccination from childhood to adult. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Hemlata, to this table. I am Dr. G. Hemalata, pediatrician and chairperson.
Unmute, ma'am. Unmute. Oh, she's there. Okay, ma'am. Carry on.
I am Dr. G. Hemalata, pediatrician and chairperson, IMA Women Doctors Wing, Andhra Pradesh. First of all, thank you to IMA AMS chairperson, Dr. Ramani Madam, Ramesh sir, and our IMA state president, Dr. Ravikrishna sir, and Fanidhar sir, Ravindranath sir. And good afternoon, that's Saumini Madam. Good afternoon to all. I am sharing my slides. Today, my topic is about vaccination protocol from newborn baby to adulthood. The history of vaccination. In May 1796, the Edward Jenner observed 2 milkmaids who had cowpox were not infected by smallpox. So, Dr. Edward Jenner injected cowpox source to 8 years old kid named James in the month of May 1796. James underwent few side effects. After 2 months, Edward Jenner injected smallpox source to James. This time, James was not affected any smallpox. Like this, Dr. Edward Jenner invented the first vaccine in the history and brought a revolution to the medical field. The importance of vaccination and how to protect children and adults. Vaccination, the act of introducing a vaccine into the body to produce protection from a specific diseases. Immunization, a process by which a person becomes protected against a disease through vaccination. What is a vaccine? A vaccine consists of a killed or live attenuated organisms or specific antigens of a pathogen, which when administered to the previously unexposed individuals will elicit an immune responses, but not cause diseases. The immune responses are mainly 2 types, active immune response and passive immune response. Explanation of how vaccine stimulates the immune system and importance of building immunity. Active immunity occurs when our own immune system is responsible for protecting us after a clinical or subclinical infections or vaccination. It comprises humoral and cellular immune responses. Primary immune response. It develops slowly over 3 to 14 days and may or may not be sufficient to counteract the infection. Non-live vaccines usually requires multiple doses to elicit satisfactory response. Secondary immune response, host responses to re-exposure to the infectious agents or a booster dose of vaccine. It involves formation of IgM followed by IgG antibodies. High titers of high affinity IgG antibodies usually sufficient to prevent diseases and provide protection for several years. Next, passive immunity. It refers to protection from disease provided by introduction of performed animal or human antibodies into the body, while these antibodies provide immediate protection by neutralizing pathogenic toxins or restricting viral multiplication. The effect is not sustained. Example, passage of IgG antibodies from the mother across the placenta to the fetus, transmission of secretory IgA in breast milk, and administration of immunoglobulins and antisera to prevent disease. And community protection. Vaccine effectiveness is the ability of a vaccine to protect the population from disease, and it is useful in the immunization program. It mainly depends upon vaccine efficacy as well as program implementation, that is coverage, cold chain maintenance, injection techniques, and age of recipient. Vaccine effectiveness is usually lower than its efficacy, but may be increased by herd effect. Effectiveness is measured by using disease rate in vaccinated and unvaccinated population and seroprevalence studies. What are the types of vaccines? The good vaccine is easy to administer, induces permanent immunity, and is free of toxic substances, has minimal side effects, and is stable for prolonged time. The types of vaccines are mainly 4 types. Live attenuated, these are BCG, OPV, MMR, oral typhoid, killed or inactivated, whole cell pertussis, IPV, rabies, hepatitis A, and influenza vaccines. Toxoids are diphtheria and tetanus toxoids. Subunit vaccines, these are mainly 3 types. Capsular polysaccharides, for example, typhoid, Hib, pneumococcal, and meningococcal. Conjugated, Hib, pneumococcal, and meningococcal. Recombinant, acellular pertussis, hepatitis B, papilloma virus. Live vaccines infect the recipient and replicate to elicit cellular and humoral immune responses. They mimic natural infection but do not cause disease except immunocompromised host. Killed vaccines are prepared by growing organisms in media followed by heat and chemical inactivation, do not cause infection but elicit protective immune response. What are the principles of immunization? Different live vaccines may be given simultaneously or at an interval of 4 weeks. Different types of inactivated or subunit vaccines may be administered simultaneously and a minimal interval of 4 weeks between 2 doses, except rabies vaccine. Live and inactivated vaccines can be administered simultaneously or at any interval of time. 2 vaccines can be given in the same limb at a single visit. Vaccines are administered at least 1 inch apart. A delay or lapse in the administration of dose does not require the schedule to be repeated. The missed dose is administered and the course resumed at the point it was interrupted. Vaccine should not be mixed with the same syringe. So, 2 vaccines are not mixed with the same syringe unless approved by manufacturers. Patient should be observed for allergic reactions for 15 to 20 minutes after receiving. Immunization is not contraindicated in minor illnesses. Hepatitis B, tetanus toxoid, and rabies vaccines are given along with immunoglobulins. List of essential childhood vaccines. At birth, BCG, OPV, hepatitis B given immediately after birth. If the patient is low birth weight or premature, these vaccines are given immediately after birth. 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 14 weeks, pentavalent. That means DPT, hepatitis B, Hib vaccine along with PCV vaccine, IPV vaccine, and OPV and rotavirus drops. In government hospital, pentavalent is available. In private hospitals, hexavalent is available. Hexavalent contains DPT, Hib, hepatitis B, and IPV. But in hexavalent, it is acellular pertussis vaccine. Normally, pertussis vaccine causes the mild symptoms. In pentavalent contains whole cell pertussis vaccine that causes mild symptoms. Acellular does not cause any symptoms. Next, 6th to 7th month, influenza vaccine. This vaccine is given before monsoon in every year. 9th month, typhoid conjugated vaccine. As of available data, there is no recommended for the booster dose. 10th month, MMR vaccine. 12th month, hepatitis A vaccine. 15th month, MMR and varicella vaccines. First booster of PCV and 1.5 year first booster of DPT. 18th month, second dose of hepatitis A vaccine. 4 to 5 years, second booster of DPT and MMR and varicella vaccines. If the baby's age is 10 to 12 years, Tdap and HPV vaccine. HPV vaccine 2 doses at 6th month interval between 9 to 14 years of age, 3 doses from 15 years are immunocompromised of any age. Why use combinations vaccines? Decreased number of immunization and immunization visits, increase likelihood child will be fully immunized, decrease need for cold chain storage, transport and wastage disposal, simply management, training and record keeping. But cost is more, these vaccines cost is more, cannot be given at birth, pertussis and hip cannot be given before 6 weeks of age due to decreased immunogenicity. Adult vaccinations. Influenza vaccine is given once in every year before monsoons. Tetanus, typhoid and diphtheria vaccines, Tdap or TD vaccines are given once and booster doses is given once in every 10 years. Varicella 2 doses. The gap in between 2 doses is 4 to 8 weeks. Here, next, papilloma virus in male or female 3 doses. Zoster given at the age of 60 to 64 years. MMR vaccine 1 or 2 doses depending upon the indication. Pneumococcal vaccine single dose. Hepatitis A 2 doses. Hepatitis B 3 doses. Meningococcal and Hib vaccines 2 or 3 doses depending upon the vaccination. Overview of vaccine safety measures. The most commonly used vaccines we have today have been in use for decades. With millions of people receiving safely every year, these will help to prevent more life-threatening diseases. Yet with all medicines, every vaccine need to go through extensive and rigorous testing before it can be introduced in a country. Once they are in use, they must be continuously monitored to make sure they are safe for the people who receive them. Maintenance of temperature is critical to the viability and protection of the vaccine. Within the refrigerator, OPV vials are stored in the freezer compartment. BCG, MMR vaccines are kept in the top racks of the main compartment. DPT, DT, TT, hepatitis A and typhoid are stored in the middle racks. Hepatitis B, varicella are stored in the lower racks. High-risk conditions in which certain vaccines are necessary. High-risk conditions like circumstances that increases the risk of infection, congenital or acquired immunodeficiency, chronic, cardiac, pulmonary, renal, liver and hematological diseases, diabetes mellitus, prolonged immunosuppression with steroids, radiotherapy, malignancies and asplenia during disease outbreaks travelers to endemic areas. Vaccine that may be necessary for high-risk conditions. These are influenza vaccine and meningococcal vaccine. If travel to endemic areas, Japanese encephalitis vaccine, cholera vaccine, yellow fever vaccine, rabies and pneumococcal vaccine must be taken. Mission Indradhanush. Recent survey indicated that only 65% of infants received full immunization coverage. In 2014, the Government of India launched Mission Indradhanush to strengthening and achieve full immunization coverage. The Mission Indradhanush derives its name for the 7 diseases prevented through vaccination. These are BCG, OPV, pentavalent and TT vaccines. These vaccines are given to the children less than 2 years of age and pregnant women. Vaccines, the myth and the facts. First one, vaccine causes autism. The fact is, there is no relationship between the vaccine and autism. Second one, it's not necessary to vaccinate so early in life. The fact is, these vaccines prevent many of the deadly diseases in young. Third one, the vaccine schedule is too aggressive and should be spaced out. The fact is, the immunization schedule is determined by decades of medical evidence and the vaccines are more effective to prevent diseases. Fourth one, vaccines causes the disease. The fact is, vaccines does not cause diseases. They don't contain active virus. Fifth one, vaccines contain unsafe toxins. The fact is, vaccines contain trace amounts of formaldehyde, mercury and aluminum. The sixth one, the effectiveness of the vaccine was never be proven. The fact is, scientifically proven vaccines are extremely effective. Seventh one, not vaccinating my child affects only my child. The fact is, this simply is not true. Eighth one, young people does not need to get the COVID-19 vaccine. The fact is, but children and young adults can still get very sick. COVID-19 vaccination. The COVID-19 vaccine have played a crucial role in controlling the spread of the virus and saving countless lives. They are a testament to scientific innovation and international collaboration. Bharat Biotech, an Indian biotechnology company, the development of COVID-19 vaccine called Covaxin. Covaxin is an important contribution to the global efforts to combat the pandemic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Somni ma'am, our moderator for the session. Thank you to all the speakers. Now we would like to go on with the next session, for which we have our moderators, Dr. Ramesh, MS MCH Surgical Oncology, Apollo Hospital, Visakhapatnam, and Dr. Pradeep, MBDM Medical Oncology, Apollo Hospitals. So we will be having our speakers. Firstly,
Good afternoon, everyone. So now we'll have a session on oncology. So the first will be presented by Dr. Suvarchala, who is a MS General Surgeon and Associate Professor at Government Medical College in Srikakulam. She will be speaking on breast cancer symptoms and screening protocols. Do you have Dr. Suvarchala here?
Dr. Suvarchala? She's not there. Then why? Why? Suvarchala.
ma'am, you have joined again. Kindly unmute yourself and start your video.
Madam, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Suvarchala, unmute yourself and start screen sharing. Unmute, yes. Have you joined with audio? See the participants.
Ma'am, beside your mic, there is an arrow. You have to click on that arrow and then select your headphones, ma'am. There's a mute option. Yeah.
This one. Can't we unmute her? See the mic symbol, Suvarchala. You click that mic symbol. Are you seeing the down left hand side of your screen? There is a mic. You click it.
You'll find an upward arrow, ma'am. You have to click that and then select the output. You have to select the microphone, yes.
ఇక్కడ మైక్ బొమ్మ ఉంది కదా సువచ్ల ఒక వీడియో బొమ్మ అది క్లిక్ చేయి అది క్లిక్ చేయి రెడ్ గా వచ్చింది క్లిక్ చేయదు why can't we do ourselves why can't you
Ma'am, can you remove your headphones and then see, ma'am? Disconnect your headphones.
disconnect?
Okay.
Yeah, now we are able to hear, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Take them out.
Take them off. Do the screen share, ma'am, and then you can go on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My screen was shared?
No. You click the green share screen. Bottom there is
Okay.
green option.
Yes, ma'am.
Double. Yes. You start.
I am Dr. Suvarchana, Associate Professor, Department of General Surgery, Convent Medical College, Srikakulam. Today's my topic is symptoms and screening of breast cancer. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Ramli ma'am for giving me this opportunity. The symptoms of breast cancer, there may be a change in the look and feel or change in the nipple. The main changes in feel and look of the breast are redness, lump in the breast, swelling, lump in the armpit, or orange peel texture, or a tickling, and any discharge from the nipple, or indrawing of the nipple, or a retraction of the nipple, a change in the direction of the nipple areolar complex, or ulcer, or any scaliness in the nipple areolar complex. Coming to the impact on women, the most common cancer diagnosed in women, and every 8th woman in United States now are affected by the breast malignancy, and 12.8% of women will be diagnosed during their lifetime, and more than 34 lakh women are living with breast cancer, and more than 40,000 women are expected to die from the breast cancer, and there are more than 3 lakh new cases were anticipated. So the women at risk of developing breast cancer are those with a personal history of breast cancer and with a positive family history with gene mutations, or any therapeutic radiation to the breast area during childhood, and women with a family history of first degree relative with breast cancer at an younger age, and any woman with a biopsy diagnosis of LCIS or atypical ductal hyperplasia. So there is a 20 to 25% of women diagnosed with breast cancer have a strong positive family history. So the actual risk that family conveys depends upon the number of relatives affected and their age at diagnosis. And the first degree relative with premenopausal breast cancer had a greater risk. So here the statistics are, if the first degree relative diagnosed with a carcinoma of breast, that is mother or a sister, the risk is 1.7 to 2.5 times. And if the 2 or more first degree relatives are affected, the relative risk is 4 to 6 times. So if the second degree relative with diagnosed have a carcinoma of breast, that is aunt or grandmother, the risk is 1.5 times more for the individual. So these are the genes associated with hereditary breast cancer, BRCA1 and BRCA2, and P53, PTEN, and some of the genes that are have a relative risk factor for developing carcinoma of breast. And another thing is age. Age is the most significant risk factor for carcinoma of breast. Usually, younger women, that is less than 25 years, there is chance is very less. But
the incidence increases 50% of all new cases of invasive breast carcinoma diagnosed according was 50 to 69 years of age group. And race and ethnicity, white and black women have a higher incidence of breast cancer when compared to the Asian group. And the other neoplastic risk factors are with the previous breast cancer or with ovarian cancer or endometrial cancer, or women already diagnosed with a ductal carcinoma in situ or with a lobular carcinoma in situ. Some benign breast conditions are have a risk for the breast cancer. There are hyperplasias, complex fibroadenomas, radial scar, papillomatosis, sclerosing adenosis, and microglandular adenosis. The most important thing is exogenous exposure of the hormones. So there is an increased risk, 1.24 times risk for if the woman used oral contraceptives for more than 10 years. And there is a 1.3 times risk if the woman used hormone replacement therapy for postmenopausal symptoms. So the risk is directly related to the length of the exposure of the hormones. So with the exposure of these hormone replacement therapy drugs, the development of hormonally responsive lobular, mixed ductal lobular, and tubular cancers are more. And coming to the menstrual history and obstetric history, if there is an increase in the number of exposure to the menstrual cycles, there is an increased endogenous estrogen exposure. So there is an increased risk of breast cancer. So early menarche, 2 times risk, and nulliparity, first full-term pregnancy after 30 years, not breastfed, menopausal after 50 years. And other modifiable and other associated factors are tobacco exposure, insulin-resistant diabetes, diethyl stilbestrol exposure in utero, alcohol consumption, ionizing radiation exposure, and insecticide exposure, and high socioeconomic class, night shift works, and women with a poor cardiovascular health and high bone density, and frequent use of hair products. So there are you need to identify the women in high risk group. So there for early detection and also for the chemo prevention. So different methods of statistical breast cancer risk assessments as identified. The most important and the most commonly used is the Gale model, which was developed by Dr. Gale. And this breast cancer risk calculator predict the development of breast cancer over a defined age and a time interval, and also intended to improve the screening guidelines. Another one is the Breast Cancer Surveillance Consortium, that is BCSC risk calculator. Apart from all the Gale method, all the protocols, it includes benign breast diseases also to stratify the risk. Next is BRCA Pro. This calculates the person's probability of carrying a mutations of BRCA1 and BRCA2. So is especially accurate in predicting, testing the results. The woman being a carrier of a deleterious mutation is less than 70% or not. It will tell the accurate predicting the testing results and identifying the probability of carrying the mutations in BRCA1 and BRCA2. Another is Tyrer-Cuzick model. This tool is used to calculate a person's likelihood of carrying the BRCA1 or BRCA2 mutations. Mostly, this tool was used to make a decision about genetic counseling and testing. If the model predicts a 10% or greater chance that the woman has a mutation in BRCA1, 2, or both, genetic counseling is advised. Another one is based on the artificial intelligence based, and it is called a Mirai model, which is it estimates the risk of breast cancer across the multiple future time points, like based on the analysis of women's mammogram and clinical risk factors like age, family history, and hormonal factors. And coming to the screening, in order to reduce prevent chemo to implement the chemo prevention and for early detection, we need to screen the high-risk individuals. So what are the different screening protocols we have to follow? So the breast cancer screening guidelines developed by the American Cancer Society is depends on the age. If the age is 20 to 39 years, clinical breast examination for every 3 years. If the woman was 40 to 44 years, if we have an opportunity, so we have to go for a mammogram. And if the woman is 45 to 54 years, we have to screen. We have to screen annually. And if the woman is 55 plus, so there is a 6-monthly screening of breast with a mammogram is mandatory. So if the woman has a strong positive family history or woman with a high risk, so there is a the woman should consult the doctor, and the mammogram screening should be earlier. And we have to take other tests like ultrasound breast or MRI, and the woman need a frequent examinations. So how will you go for the genetic screening? The genetic screening, the most common genes involved in this are P53, BRCA1 and BRCA2. So the BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutations, they are present in less than 1% of the population, and they account for 5% to 10% of all breast cancer cases. And women carrying these mutations have a lifetime risk of breast cancer of up to 70 to 80%. So when to go for a genetic testing? According to NCCN recommendations, the individual has a history of known BRCA1 or BRCA2 mutation, they can go for a genetic testing. Or with a person diagnosed less than carcinoma of breast at the younger age group, or diagnosed with a carcinoma of breast with less than 50 years, or with a close relative of at any age with other carcinomas like pancreatic cancer, prostatic cancer, or an unknown or a limited family history. And the diagnosed at any age with 2 or more close blood relatives with breast, pancreatic, or prostatic cancer at any age. The personal history, the woman has any personal history of epithelial, ovarian, or fallopian tube or primary peritoneal cancers, or if more than one close blood relative with ovarian cancer, or any relative of male blood relative is had a history of carcinoma of breast, they need to genetic counseling. So the genetic predisposition is they should start breast awareness starting at the age of 18 years only, and there should be an annual clinical and self-breast examination starting at the age of 25 years, and annual mammography or MRI and self-breast examination after the age of 35 years. And there should be annual pelvic examinations with transvaginal sonography or color Doppler examination of the ovaries, and estimation of the levels of the CA125 beginning at the age of 35 to 45 years. And for those women aged 35 to 40, a risk-reducing bilateral salpingo-oophorectomy is recommended with the possible short-term hormone replacement therapy. And coming to the breast screening investigations, there are self-breast examination, clinical breast examination, mammography, digital versus screen film mammography, MRI screening, and ultrasound screening. So what is clinical breast examination? A clinical breast examination is performed by healthcare professional, and breast self-examination is done by the individual. So these are the different steps of self-breast examination. So the individual should stand before the mirror and look for any change in the nipple, redness, or change in the color of the skin, or scaling of the skin of the areola, and look for any nipple discharge. And on raising the hands above, we have to, the individual has to examine the underside of the breast, and then press the hands firmly on the hips and lean slightly forward towards the mirror as you pull your shoulders and elbows forward with a squeezing or hugging motion. Look for any change in the normal shape of your breasts. And lie flat on the back with the left arm over head and pillow, or folded towel under left shoulder. And these are the different palpatory methods, that is circular methods and horizontal methods of palpating the breast. And we have to palpate, we have to advise the woman different methods of palpating the breast by circles, wedges, and lines. In coming to the clinical breast examination, the clinician should see the size, symmetry, shape of the breast, is change in the skin colors, or any palpable lumps, or any skin thickening, or any prominent veins or edema of the skin, and any discharge of the nipple, or any abnormal reddening or thickening of the areola. These are the different methods of palpating the breast lump. And coming to the screening mammography, breast cancer screening is performed in asymptomatic women so that the disease can be detected earlier. So it was first advocated in 1950s, and in the US it starts at the age of 40 years in general population. For women at high risk, annual screening may be started at an earlier age. So the each breast is compressed horizontally between the two plates for imaging, and diagonally between the two plates for imaging. These are the two methods. And there is the new invention is there has been increased utilization of digital mammography for screening. The advantage is it utilizes a special detector capable of transforming X-ray images into electronic digital image, and it includes no film processing, faster image acquisition, and less callbacks. And coming to the MRI screening, the role of MRI screening is rapidly evolving. So in younger individuals who have a strong positive family history and who are under high risk individuals, we have to screen them at an earlier age so that there will be a very dense breast which will not get any interpretation from the mammogram. So the MRI is the recommended screening method for the woman at the age of 30 years, but it has a high cost and high false positive rates. But overall studies have found that high sensitivity for MRI ranging from 71 to 100% versus 16% to 40% for mammography in high-risk populations. These are the newer technologies: full-field digital mammography, tomosynthesis, molecular breast imaging, and abbreviated fast MRI. Ultrasound screening is a complementary tool for the mammogram, and the role of screening ultrasound remains controversial. And how will you prevent the cancer in high-risk individuals? The cancer prevention include, first we have to modify the risk factors, that is reducing or eliminating the alcohol consumption, maintaining the ideal weight, exercising on a regular schedule, and several chemopreventive drugs are tried, but the proven is the tamoxifen. So tamoxifen reduces the rate of invasive and non-invasive breast cancer by 49% and 50% respectively in high-risk individuals. Women with a history of atypical ductal hyperplasia had a 86% risk reduction, and women with a history of LCIS had a 56% of reduction. But the tamoxifen has increased risk of developing a stage 1 endometrial cancer. So another drug was under trial, that is raloxifene. In this drug, there is a no increased risk of developing endometrial cancer, but the trials are still going on. And we will also use aromatase inhibitors. They are also under testing. And coming to the prophylactic surgery. So bilateral total prophylactic mastectomy and bilateral salpingo-oophorectomy may be beneficial in selected high-risk groups. So according to series by Mayo Hospital, bilateral prophylactic mastectomy, there is a 89.5% reduction in carcinoma of breast, which was proved with this renowned celebrity. These are the certain studies who were done role of tamoxifen for chemoprevention, and they proved that there is a 84% risk reduction in the high-risk individuals. So the take-home message is the decline in mortality was attributed to understand the biology of the disease, identifying the risk factors, following the risk-reducing interventions, and following the screening protocols for early detection and usage of aggressive MMT. The hope in risk-reducing and early detection for carcinoma of breast is in the study of genetic changes will lead us to the development of prevention and early detection strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was an excellent presentation. I would like to ask you one question, ma'am. In your practice, do you see more of advanced breast cancer or early breast cancer?
locally advanced.
Okay.
We
So,
will see the locally advanced breast cancer.
what do you think we can do to increase the detection of early breast cancer and decrease the treatment morbidity?
Increase the, pardon?
Detection of early breast cancer, ma'am, so that we can detect breast cancer in early stages.
So we need screening methods and awareness to the women. Hello.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yeah. Awareness regarding the screening protocols in the rural areas, because we will get the locally advanced cases from far from tribal areas or from rural areas. So we had to reduce that stigma.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now we have Dr. Una Muralikrishna sir, who is a senior surgical oncologist and director of Mahatma Gandhi Cancer Hospital, which is one of the largest cancer hospitals in the country. He is a stalwart in the field of oncology. He will be speaking about early breast cancer management. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sir, you are audible, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much, IMA AP, for giving me this opportunity. And because I'll just share my screen and I'll start presenting the topic of management of early breast cancer. Thank you, Suvatsala madam, for starting the introducing the topic with early detection and screening and prevention. That will made my job easier. I'll just. Okay. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So as all we know, breast cancer is the commonest cancer in the world, and this has got very great importance in the diagnosis and management of the early breast cancer. In India, the number of early breast cancers which are getting diagnosed are increasing in number because of the awareness and screening programs. As 80% of the cancers are diagnosed early in Western conditions, the management guidelines are rapidly changing, and which are also being used in India at this point of time. So with the screening techniques and the awareness, the early breast cancer diagnosis is getting more frequent now, and a lot of changes have happened in the last 1 decade in the management of early breast cancer. Because early breast cancer, when we used to, during our initial days of practice, when we see early breast cancer, we used to just do an ultrasound of the abdomen, chest X-ray, and get an FNAC of the breast lump. We used to do a mastectomy. So now the things have changed rapidly, and we understood the natural history of the disease, and also the importance of the molecular profiling and the nature of the tumor with IHC immunohistochemistry markers and prognostic markers and predictive markers. So with better diagnosis, better staging, exclusion of the DCIS without surgery, and exclusion of multicentric disease with the 3D mammography, now we are in a position to select all the patients, many patients for the breast conservation surgery. And after the introduction of neoadjuvant chemotherapy, even tumors which are more than 5 centimeters, which are operable, we can bring them to the purview of breast conservation surgery by giving neoadjuvant chemotherapy. And one more important change that has happened over these years is the oncoplastic development of science of oncoplastic breast surgery. So when even the large volume resection of the breast lump done, earlier we used to think that the cosmetic outcome is not good. We used to do the mastectomy. Nowadays, we don't need to do the mastectomy with the better oncoplastic surgical options available with us. So, and one more important thing that has happened in the last decade is the development of technology for sentinel lymph node biopsy. Earlier, we used to do total axillary lymphadenectomy for all the breast cancers where we are operating. Now, we don't need to do an axillary dissection, which is the major cause of the morbidity, like in lymphedema, shoulder problems, etc. Now we can identify the sentinel lymph node, which is the first lymph node which takes up the dye or ICG, subject the lymph node to frozen suction, and identify it, and then excluding the axillary dissection when the sentinel lymph node is negative for metastasis, having metastasis in the frozen section. So then right now I'll go into the because there is lack of time, I'm just introducing all the important topics which are relevant in the management of early breast cancer. If the time is over, so I can stop it without, much delay. So coming to the definition of the early breast cancer, we all know that all stage 1, stage 2 breast cancers are called early breast cancer, which will come up to T2N1. Up to T2N1 M0, we call it as an early breast cancer. But T3, which is in the stage 2B, still it is called operable local advanced breast cancer, which can bring into the purview of breast conservation surgery, but it's still not considered under early breast cancer. So up to T2N1 M0, we call them as early breast cancer. So how do we start evaluation? One is clinical examination of the breast lump, opposite breast, axilla, supraclavicular lymph nodes, axillary lymph nodes, etc. And imaging of the breast with mammogram, ultrasound, MRI in selected cases, basing on the age and basing on the ultrasound findings and mammography, so that we can exclude, we can define unicentric disease or multicentric disease, or is there any possibility of extensive duct carcinoma in situ. Next thing is, the most important thing is biopsy. Biopsy is, earlier we used to treat the patient with FNAC itself in early breast cancer. Now the practice has changed. Even the guidelines dictate that without biopsy, we are not supposed to operate on any breast cancer, because we have to do the biopsy and identify the luminal type of the tumor, like ER status, PR status, HER2 status, Ka61 status. If HER2 status is not clear, then we have to do a fluorescent in situ hybridization, a FISH test, so that we have to define whether it is HER2 positive or negative. So in the which I have already mentioned, one thing is important, is genetic counseling and testing for BRCA1 and 2. As madam said, any lady who is diagnosed to have breast cancer with below the 45 years of age or 50 years of age, have family history or triple negative breast cancers, we are supposed to do a BRCA1 and 2 testing, so that it influences the decision of the surgery, which type of surgery we have to do, whether we have to do a breast conservation surgery or a total mastectomy or bilateral mastectomy with bilateral reconstruction. Also, BRCA1 and 2 patients, they can have an adjuvant olaparib for 1 year in the adjuvant treatment. That is also indicated right now. So this is also very important. But the acceptance of the patients for getting BRCA1 and 2 tests is little difficult, because it is expensive. The test would cost around 20 to 25,000 rupees. The initial evaluation, if you advise, sometimes they may not go and get the test done. One important issue generally we forget is fertility issue. Young woman has got a breast cancer. We have to address the fertility issue also. And young woman in a sexual age where pregnancy test has to be done. And gene array tests are indicated in risk stratification, and particularly in the adjuvant, to decide the adjuvant treatment, but that can be done at a later stage after we get the pathology report, identify whether the patient is node positive, node negative, whether high risk group or low risk group. Then we can do a gene array test, which can decide whether the patient requires adjuvant chemotherapy or not. PET-CT is very, very commonly used, but it is not indicated in all the cases. Maybe it is indicated when the lymph nodes are more than 3 nodes in the histopathology report in early breast cancer. Though PET-CT is indicated in local advanced breast cancer and metastatic breast cancer, PET-CT is not indicated in all early breast cancers. This is the picture of a 3D mammography with a stereotactic biopsy and WAB, which are very, very important in the management of the early breast cancers. This factor I have already told you, biopsy is mandatory to decide we have to go ahead with the surgery or neoadjuvant chemotherapy followed by surgery, because HER2 positive, unicentric, triple negative, all breast cancer should be treated and recommended to have neoadjuvant chemotherapy, particularly if the tumor size is more than either equal to 2 centimeters or more than 2 centimeters. So this is very, very important. If tumor is less than 2 centimeters, then we may not require all these things. Based on the requirement, we can do. So these are the tests we do on the histopathology, like immunohistochemistry, fluorescent in situ hybridization to decide on the luminal type, and molecular signature. Molecular signatures are the DNA array test that I was mentioning. So these are the molecular markers which indicate whether the patient is having good prognosis, bad prognosis, etc. Triple negative is bad disease. HER2 positive disease is bad disease. ER/PR positive and HER2 negative with low Ki67 is the best prognostic variant. If the Ki67 is more than 14% or 25%, it indicates that tumor is having a high growth fraction or cell division. So I'm not going into the details of these various markers more than these 4 markers. Coming to the management involves loco-regional treatment. Like loco-regional means surgery, either a mastectomy or a breast conservation surgery with or without oncoplastic surgery, and radiotherapy, various types of radiotherapy. In the regional management, sentinel lymph node biopsy also will come into that topic. So post-operatively, whether the patient requires radiotherapy or not, we have to decide. That is also a part of the regional therapy. So the various types of treatment options we have for early breast cancer are breast conservation surgery with axillary dissection with or without oncoplastic surgery, followed by adjuvant radiotherapy. All breast cancer surgeries, unless they are high risk and low risk and more than 70 years, everybody should get the radiotherapy. Very selected patients, we can avoid radiotherapy with endocrine therapy. Other option is total mastectomy with the axillary staging with or without breast reconstruction. Again, adjuvant radiotherapy is indicated in positive case, margin positive cases or node positive cases. And as I said, if the patient is a BRCA1 and 2 positive, then we have to discuss with the patient about the bilateral prophylactic mastectomy. But it's not that it has to be done in all cases. We can always practice the same treatment what we practice for negative cases, but we can keep them under a very, very close follow-up of a proper counseling. If the ovarian cancer risk is very high, during the surgery, we can offer a prophylactic oophorectomy along with the breast conservation surgery. The other option is, as I said, in all HER2 positive cases and triple negative cases, when the tumor size is 2 centimeters or more than 2 centimeters or node positive, all those patients should be subjected to neoadjuvant systemic therapy followed by loco-regional therapy. If it is a triple negative patient, only chemotherapy will be given. In cases of HER2 positive patients, along with chemotherapy, trastuzumab, pertuzumab combination or trastuzumab alone can be given. So coming to the surgical aspect of it, we know the history of the breast cancer management, like started with radical mastectomy, then came to the simple mastectomy, the modified radical mastectomy, then partial mastectomy, lumpectomy, and the breast, that is called breast conservation surgery. And the skin sparing mastectomy is one of the other different type of mastectomy we do with the good reconstruction, when the entire breast has to be removed, but skin can be preserved. So coming to the breast conservation surgery, which is the, all early breast cancer should be considered for breast conservation surgery. We should not offer them mastectomy unless otherwise indicated. The goal is to provide oncological clearance, better cosmetic outcome, low rate of recurrence. So all the trials showed that a mastectomy and breast conservation surgery offer the same local recurrence rates along with radiotherapy. Local recurrence rates are same. At the same time, survival rates are same. The indications of the breast conservation surgery, DCIS, stage 1 and 2, post-neoadjuvant chemotherapy, residual disease. The contraindications are patient already received radiotherapy, pregnancy, multicentric disease, or diffuse microcalcification, because the chance of recurrence in the rest of the breast is very high. This is called, next topic is oncoplasty, which I have already told you. The science of plastic surgery that has enhanced the cosmetic outcome of the breast surgery, particularly with the large volume breast tumor excision, is oncoplastic surgery. And we can remove more than 20% of the breast volume without significant morbidity. Type of oncoplastic surgeries are 2 types. That is, one is volume displacement, like we use the same breast tissue by mobilizing it and stitching and doing the reconstruction. At the same time, we have to do some surgical procedure on the opposite breast so that uniformity will be there laterally. And at the same time, volume replacement can be done by using autologous flaps or implants. So the advantages are resection of the large breast volume can be removed along with a very good cosmetic outcome. The margins need not be compromised, where we can get good margins, better cosmesis, and radiotherapy results also will be very good. This slide shows various types of breast conservation surgery with oncoplastic procedures. I'm not going into the details. As far as the reconstruction is concerned, we can do the reconstruction by using an implant or a autologous breast tissue like tram flap or DIPP flap, etc. These are the few pictures of the breast reconstruction, tram flap, etc. Sentinel lymph node biopsy, I have already explained you where all the node negative unilateral unifocal lesions of tumor size 1 to 2 centimeters, node negative, they have to be they can be subjected to sentinel lymph node biopsy by using a blue dye or a technetium dye or a ICG, that's a later indocyanine green can be used, that we use at our institute, where we can exclude the axillary dissection. This is the new technology of the fluorescence imaging, where you can see in the slide, you can see the green color of the ICG with the infrared camera. You identify the lymph node, subject the lymph node for a frozen suction. So these are the various steps in the lymph node detection. And after frozen suction, if that is negative, we don't need to do the complete axillary dissection. But if you are starting in your institute, at least we should do 50 to 100 cases, see that results, then only you can continue to do it. Probably 50 cases should be enough. So once the surgery is done, then your what are the systemic therapies that are available for breast cancer? Adjuvant hormonal therapy is indicated in a good prognostic variant, ER positive patients, ERPR positive patients, HER2 negative, all patients should get adjuvant hormonal therapy either alone or after the chemotherapy. Second option is adjuvant chemotherapy with or without anti-HER2 therapy. So if the patient is a high-risk patient with a HER2 positive, they should get chemotherapy with trastuzumab. If the patient is a high-risk patient without HER2, they get only chemotherapy. So I was talking about molecular signature. That is a risk stratification. Once you do a breast conservation surgery, after primary breast conservation surgery, you get the biopsy report. If it is ERPR positive, low stage tumor, even node positive, if the patient is willing, we can do any of these tests like Oncotype DX, MammaPrint, EndoPredict, or OncoStem. There is an Indian test also has come, so that we don't need to give chemotherapy in all the patients. Earlier, we used to give chemotherapy in 100% of the patients. Now, we can avoid chemotherapy in more than 30% of the patients if the risk stratification DNA array test says that it is under low risk. See, you can see that various types, they are all expensive. We have to send the specimen abroad, but Indian test also, the Indian test is not very expensive. We can avoid chemotherapy if the test says it's patient under low risk. Even NCCN guidelines says a 21 gene PCR DNA array test, if it's not done, we have to give. If it is done low risk, we can avoid chemotherapy. As I said, the next topic is where do you give preoperative systemic chemotherapy? As I told you, if the patient is a HER2 positive or a triple negative, or patient is having more than 2 T2, that is 5 centimeter, more than 5 centimeter, you want to do breast conservation, you can subject the patient to chemotherapy. So what is it? When you are subjecting the patient to a neoadjuvant chemotherapy, there is a risk. When during the chemotherapy, the tumor may disappear, the patient may develop complete clinical and radiological response. Then after the chemotherapy, you are supposed to locate the tumor and operate and excise the tumor. So for identifying this original site of the tumor, you have to do an FNA clipping of the tumor or clipping of the lymph node. And post chemotherapy, sometimes we may have to use MRI to identify the original site of the tumor. So what are the benefits of neoadjuvant therapy? It enables early response assessment. Now we will know whether, without operating, when you are giving therapy, we will know that whether the patient is responding well or not, whether tumor is chemosensitive or not. It enhances the surgical options because it downstages the tumor, increases the cosmesis, increases the chance of breast conservation surgery, and decreases the metastasis also. And as I said, we have to do a clipping of the markers. This is the type of clipping we have to do. And during the surgery, before the surgery, we have to do a mammogram again, identify the clip location. During the resection also, we have to do a specimen mammogram post-operatively, intraoperatively, see that entire clip along with the margins are clear, then subject the margins to the frozen section and you can complete the surgery. It's a very, though sounding very complicated, but it's not that complicated. We do it regularly. Then, basing on the post-operative histopathology report, then adjuvant therapy can be decided. If it is a HER2 positive patient, if the patient has got no residual tumor post-chemotherapy, you can continue the same chemotherapy with trastuzumab. If the patient is having residual disease along with the nodes, patient has to be given pertuzumab along with trastuzumab. These are the for HER2 patients. In TNBC, triple negative breast cancer, even if the patient gets complete response, you have to complete the chemotherapy followed by 6 months of adjuvant capecitabine. So what is the response to neoadjuvant therapy and its implication on the surgery? You have to explain to the patient that, you know, the chance of breast conservation surgery will increase, cosmesis will increase. And pathological complete response is one of the very important prognostic marker in the treatment of a breast cancer. If the complete necrosis is happening, then the prognosis is good. If there is a residual disease after chemotherapy, the chance of patient having distant failures are a bit higher. So I'm just skipping those slides which I have already explained. And so multidisciplinary consultation is very, very important in the management of the breast cancer, wherein radiation oncologist, pathologist, immunologist, and surgical oncologist and medical oncologist, all of them should decide the protocol. You can have an individual institution protocol, but most of the cases should be presented in a multidisciplinary clinic. So this is all, we have already explained all these things. So coming to the role of radiotherapy in early breast cancer, as I said, all early breast cancers, when we do a breast conservation surgery, they should get post-operative radiotherapy. That is to treat the entire breast or the rest of the breast with whole breast radiation along with a boost to the operated area. That is the standard way of treatment. If the patient is having mastectomy, post-operative pathology shows the nodes are positive, particularly more than 3 nodes positive, or any margin is close or positive, they are supposed to be subjected to post-operative therapy. And the current radiotherapy protocols, actually, the standard technique involves radiotherapy for almost 4 to 5 weeks. Now, new radiotherapy protocols have been developed by using new technologies, hypofractionation, activated partial breast irradiation, and brachytherapy. All these things will reduce the treatment duration to 1 week to 2 weeks. So now in our institute, we are almost practicing around hypofractionation schedules with which will take around 2 weeks. So the radiotherapy need not be very, very prolonged. As I said, more than 70 years of age lady with a low risk of recurrence and very good survival rate, we don't need to subject the patient to radiotherapy. And most of them are ERPR positive. They will be given aromatase inhibitors. So I'm not going into the details of the technology in radiation because most of the technologies are coming with the linear accelerator. One important thing I want to tell you is the heart sparing technique, particularly when you're operating on a breast cancer on the left side. When we do a standard field radiation, a lot of lung volume and the heart will get exposed to radiotherapy. These patients will have cardiac effects, cardiac failures after 10 years, in and around of 10 years, particularly when they receive adriamycin along with the radiotherapy. So, particularly in left breast cancers, we have to practice heart sparing techniques, because heart sparing techniques are, you can use heart sparing techniques are like deep inspiration breath hold, which we practice at our institute, like the DIBH, prone position, and advanced techniques like 4D CT scan. You can use 4D CT scan and treat the only tumor without the lung end. And coming to the adjuvant systemic therapy, already we have discussed about adjuvant endocrine therapy, completion of 1 year of trastuzumab and pertuzumab. If the residual tumor is there, sometimes we use that trastuzumab emtansine, that is TDM, we call it TDM1. In triple negative breast cancer, there is a role of immunotherapy, both in the adjuvant therapy and neoadjuvant therapy, pembrolizumab. This is very, very important. Adjuvant capecitabine for 6 to 8 cycles in triple negative breast cancer, adjuvant olaparib for a BRCA1 and 2 patients, and adjuvant abemaciclib in selected case of hormone receptor cases. This is a new technology that is called scalp cooling cap to reduce the incidence of alopecia. All the breast cancer patients are being advised to have this scalp cooling during chemotherapy so that they don't lose their complete hair. We can avoid the alopecia for 80 to 90, 80 up to 80% of the hair can be preserved. This is we practice this technology in our institute. So coming to the last slide, that's a take-home message. Digital breast tomosynthesis is the most important investigation for cancer screening. Biopsy with marker study is mandatory for all breast cancer management. Breast conservation surgery should be offered to each and every patient, either with chemotherapy or without chemotherapy. Sentinel lymph node biopsy, if you have the technology or if you have the interest, you can even still practice with blue dye also, but it has to be addressed and it has to be taken up at some point of time. So better to start doing all these. Oncoplastic surgery should be done to give a better cosmesis to the patient. Genetic counseling should be done for all the patients who come under the purview of BRCA1 and 2 mutations. And all efforts should be made to reduce the extent of surgery, minimize the side effects of the treatment, and give the best quality of life to the patient. Personalized treatment decision should be taken basing on the tumor biology, risk of relapse, and comorbid conditions. And multidisciplinary consultations are very, very important. So I'm ending my presentation with this slide. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Hope I have done justice for my topic. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. That was an excellent presentation. You have covered almost the entire treatment of breast cancer. I would like to ask you one question, sir. So when we are giving neoadjuvant chemotherapy and there are complete responses, so what are the difficulties which you face when you are approaching for a breast conservation surgery?
Yeah. See, particularly when we give neoadjuvant chemotherapy, if the tumor disappears, patient gets a clinical and radiological response, very difficult to identify the lesion, and ultimately you may have to end up in doing a mastectomy, because the idea of giving neoadjuvant chemotherapy is to increase the breast conservation surgery rates. So 100% you should have a plan. In our institute, what we do is we do an ultrasound metal clipping of the center of the tumor and give chemotherapy and subject the patient to either ultrasound or mammogram just before the day of surgery, mark the tumor and operate and confirm the proper removal of the tumor by doing a intraoperative specimen mammography. After confirming the specimen mammography and margin negativity, then we can do that breast conservation surgery. That's one thing. Second thing is, if you forget to put the marker, you can use the MRI for guiding you. MRI and a combination of MRI and ultrasound can be used for your guidance. But if you don't do either of these and try to do a breast conservation surgery, most probably we will fail, because we don't know where is the tumor, and we'll end up in doing a margin positivity, etc. And we will end up in not only that, the pathologist gives you a report that there is no tumor in the pathologist there is no tumor in the specimen, then you don't know whether the patient received a pathological complete remission or you have missed the tumor. So that is the challenge we have, but putting an ultrasound guided clip is the most important and easiest method what we practice.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Ramesh, sir, do you want to add anything? Ramesh, I can see Ramesh join. Is there?
Yeah, madam, that is very excellent job by Muralikrishna sir. Yes, sir covered each and every aspect, even cleared the doubts of even post NACT of breast conserving surgery, how we have to be as a surgeon, take care that already pre-neoadjuvant clip, actually putting a clip by ultrasound guided. That is very, very important for each and every surgeon. It's so nice talk, madam. No, actually it is better. Any participant, any questions, that is really welcome, I think.
Thank you, Ramesh.
No questions from sir.
Thank you, sir. But as a general surgeon, I feel now that the breast is left behind after this breast conservative surgery, the treatment protocols have increased to decrease the local recurrence. It is the same protocol for MRI for the locally advanced or the early breast cancer. Seems to be the same regimens, same protocols, and the patients should be very patient to have all these things just because they have preserved the breast.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, Suvachila, it was a wonderful presentation.
Thank
you have presented the symptoms and the protocols for screening and risk factors wonderfully. I thank all the participants and the speakers and the moderators, and we'll close this session. The next session is on the colorectal surgery. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our next session is on colorectal cancer, for which we have our moderator, Dr. Muralidhar N, MSDNB Surgical Gastro, KIMS Icahn Institute of Gastroenterology. Our first speaker will be Dr. Sriram. Sir, have you joined?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And
Am I
handing
audible?
it
I have
over to
joined.
our moderator, Dr. Muralidhar, sir. Sir, Muralidhar, sir. I request our speaker to kindly start his presentation while we check where our moderator, sir, is.
Yes.
Dr. Sriram, he has.
Good afternoon. Yeah,
Will
good
you
afternoon,
on your
everybody.
video? I want to see you. You worked with us in first
Yes,
unit
ma'am.
as SR, if I'm not
Yeah,
wrong.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, you have worked in King George Hospital as an
Yes,
SR.
ma'am. Yeah,
Later
I
you've
worked
gone
in, yeah,
for
yes.
your
Yes, ma'am.
gastroenterology,
Yeah,
surgical
yeah.
onco.
Surgical oncology.
Sriram, yes, the same
Yes, ma'am.
Sriram.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Sriram. I'm just surgical oncology, working in GSL Cancer Hospital.
Your audio is not, you are not, yes, he's there.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear his audio, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, you are, we are
Today's
here.
topic is regarding etiology, the symptoms and screening of colon cancer. Coming to the epidemiology of colon cancer. Globally, around 12 lakh new cases of colorectal cancer are being diagnosed every year, which account to 10% of all the incident malignancies. In India, it is not as common as other malignancies. It is not listed in the top 5 malignancies which cause either in incidence or in mortality. But in Western world, it is listed among the top 5 malignancies, both in incidence as well as in mortality. The most common age group that is being affected worldwide is between 45 and 55 years. Colon cancer is one cancer where the entire development of malignancy right from normal tissue to adenoma to carcinoma in situ malignancy has been excessively studied. So identifying an adenoma and treating the adenoma will decrease the chance of malignancy, thus decreasing the morbidity. So screening is a very important tool in colon cancer, which is not actually well started in our country as in breast and other malignancies. So as the most common age group is between 45 and 55 years, screening should start just at the age of 45 years. And regarding India, the incidence in recent trends that have been tested from Tata Memorial Hospital, it is 7.1 per 1 lakh population in males and 5.3 per 1 lakh population in females. Coming to the etiology, there are various factors. First, we'll discuss the environmental factors. The factors that cause an increased incidence of colon malignancy are high calorie diet, high red meat consumption, overcooked red meat, high saturated fats, excess alcohol consumption, cigarette smoking, sedentary lifestyle, obesity, and diabetes. The factors that help decrease the incidence are high fiber diet, antioxidants, fresh fruits, NSAIDs for whatever cause they might be using, coffee, bisphosphonates, high calcium, and high magnesium. The underlying concept is the diet or our lifestyle factors which decrease the colon transit time and decrease the colon carcinogens will have a protective effect on the colon. Coming to the familial and non-familial causes. These are more important for us today because the topic is regarding screening. So coming to the familial causes, the syndromes and non-syndromal. Coming to the syndromes that are associated with adenomatous polyps. Here, APC gene mutation. This APC gene mutation accounts to 1 to 3% of all colon malignancies. The most common one is FAP, familial adenomatous polyposis. The other two are attenuated FAP and Turcot syndrome. FAP syndrome is a condition in which the entire large bowel is studded with edematous polyps, more than 100 in number, often reaching thousands. And these, if not removed within, if not resected, will definitely turn into malignancy. It is transmitted autosomal dominant way, and the penetrance is 100%. 100% of the cases will land up in colorectal carcinomas. The other malignancies that are present in FAP are duodenal malignancies. Non-benign conditions are congenital hypertrophy of retinal pigment epithelium, osteomas. And if these are associated with brain tumors such as medulloblastoma and glioblastoma multiforme, it is called as Stargardt syndrome. The other is MMR gene mutation. These are DNA mismatch repair gene alterations. And the most common is HNPCC, hereditary non-polyposis colon cancer, also called as Lynch syndrome. The most common malignancy that occurs is colon malignancy. The penetrance is around 80%. It is transmitted in an autosomal dominant way. Second most common malignancy is endometrial carcinoma, which occurs in 50% of the patients. The difference between these two is generally in most cases, FAP generally starts on the left side of the colon and the HNPCC on the right colon. The HNPCC variant has mucinous histology, poorly differentiated variant, but the prognosis is much better if it is if the microsatellite instability is high. And regarding treatment also, the reason for testing this is 5-FU based treatment cannot be given in case of MSI high tumors. Now coming to syndromes which are associated with hematomatous polyps, these are Put-Jegles syndrome, juvenile polyposis syndrome, and Cowden. These account for around 1% of all colon malignancies. The Put-Jegles, these occur between the second and third decade of life. They are associated with other conditions such as the mucocutaneous pigmentation and freckles over the hands and feet. Coming to familial causes, without any syndromes in the family, if a person has 2 first-degree relatives affected with colon cancer within his family, then his risk of attaining colon cancer within his lifetime increases 3-fold. Even if one first-degree relative is there who has got colon malignancy in less than 50 years of age, who has been diagnosed with colon malignancy in less than 50 years of age, he also has a risk with 3-fold increase. If a second-degree relative is affected with colon malignancy, the risk increases 2-fold. The non-familial causes are personal history of having edematous polyp, inflammatory bowel disease, radiation colitis, ureterosigmoidoscopy for other reasons, and acromegaly. These are, as discussed previously, these are the genes that are responsible for the different kinds of syndromes that have been discussed in the previous slide. Classical FAP, the gene is APC gene, the chromosome is 5q. Autosomal dominant inheritance, and the colon cancer risk is 100%. Attenuated FAP is another condition where the number of adenomas is less and the colon cancer risk is around 80%. Sorry. And then other important thing is Lynch syndrome. These are all the genes that can be get mutated. The risk of transmission is around 60 to 80%. This is the etiopathogenesis. There are 2 pathways. As I said previously, the entire pathway from normal epithelium to adenoma to carcinoma in situ to carcinoma has been extensively studied. There are 2 pathways. The pathway A is chromosomal instability. These are responsible for 80% of all colon malignancies. And the second one is the defects in the mismatch repair genes. These are responsible for 20% of the malignancies. So chromosomal instability, this is either because of insertion, deletion, or translocation of the chromosomes. Then mutations in the KRAS, 5q loss, and inactivation of the p53 gene. These result to carcinoma. In the second thing, there are again 2 pathways. One is epigenetic inactivation, another is mutational inactivation of MMR gene. The other genes that are present are BRAF and APC gene. Now coming to HNPCC, which family are termed as termed to be running HNPCC? Criteria for identifying at-risk individuals for mismatch repair deficiency. There are 2 criteria, Amsterdam 1 and Amsterdam 2 criteria. This has been defined as at least 3 relatives within the family should have colorectal cancer. 1 relative should be first-degree relative of the other 2, and at least 2 successive generations should be affected. At least 1 colorectal cancer should be diagnosed before 50 years of age. FAP should be ruled out, and tumor should be verified histopathologically. The same standards for Amsterdam 2 criteria, but in place of colorectal malignancies, they have included all malignancies that can be presented in HNPCC syndrome. That is colorectal, endometrial, small bowel, ureter, and renal pelvis. The rest of the things are the same. So if these criteria are met, then the family might be running the mismatch repair deficiency, and testing should be required. The other conditions where the MMR MSI testing should be done is included here. This is Bethesda criteria. What all people should be tested for MSI for MMR gene defects. These are one, as previously discussed, that is the Amsterdam 2 and Amsterdam 1 criteria. The rest are any colon malignancies that occurs before 45 years of age, any right-sided colon malignancies with poor histopathology, any endometrial cancer before the age of 45 years, any adenoma within a patient before the age of 40 years. Now, what are the tests that can be conducted to identify FAP and HNPCC? For FAP, the APC protein truncating testing is done. If APC mutation is found, screen for mutation in the family. Less desirable alternatives are gene sequencing linkage testing. For HNPCC, MSI testing in the tumor. If MSI is present, proceed to sequencing of both MLH1 and MSH2 genes. If mutation is found, screen for mutations within the family. Now, when colonoscopy is done and the polyp is removed, if the polyp is removed, what is the risk of malignancy within the polyp? If adenocarcinoma is identified within the polyp, whether to do a surgery again. See, has its classification of adenomas in this level 0, level 1 and 2. In case of pedunculated adenomas, they don't pose any additional risk. Level 3 and level 4 pose an additional risk as the submucosa is being invaded, it will come as invasive malignancy. But in sessile adenoma, all malignancies will come as invasive malignancy. So, which need further evaluation. Coming to the signs and symptoms, most patients present with lower GI bleed, either melena or bleeding per rectum, fresh bleed, change in the bowel habits, which is more common, alternating diarrhea and constipation, mucus diarrhea, tenesmus is also present, abdominal pain, weight loss, and obstructive symptoms if neglected, and palpable lump. Generally, right-sided colon malignancies present in a more insidious way with anemia, weight loss, and generalized weakness, as the right colon is more roomy and the lesions are more of ulcerative type. And in the left colon, these are more of strictus type and present with obstructive pathology. Coming to the investigations, for diagnosis, colonoscopy and biopsy. If a complete colonoscopy was not possible because of a strictus lesion, after the procedure, after the treatment is done, we have to get a repeat coloscopy around 6 months after the procedure. And biopsy. Biopsy gives us the idea of the grade of the tumor, the lymphovascular and periluminal invasion. For staging purpose, there are many prognostic factors for staging, not just TNM. These are serum CA levels, then tumor deposits, LVI, PNA as previously stated, the microsatellite stability. If it is, if the microsatellite stability is low, then it is poor prognosis. If it is high, it is good prognosis. Other gene mutations, BRAF, KRAS, and NRAF, which carry a poor prognosis. Then when to do imaging for all diagnosed colon cancers, the imaging of choice is contrast enhanced CT with IV and oral contrast of the chest, abdomen, and pelvis. For any reason, if contrast cannot be given, then NCCT of chest with MRI of the abdomen is required. Role of PET scan in early stages of colon cancer or in freshly diagnosed colon cancer cases where the CECT was done, additional information that we gain from PET is limited. But in cases where there is a metastatic disease and we are planning for a curative resection after chemotherapy or upfront, then there is a role of PET scan and other investigations for fitness for surgery. Now, coming for the screening, the modalities for screening that are present are structural and non-structural. Structural tests are colonoscopy, flexible sigmoidoscopy, and CT colonography. The issue with colonoscopy is bowel preparation and tedious procedure. It is not like a diagnostic colonoscopy. It is a screening colonoscopy, which requires actually more time to look at the entire bowel and to find all small adenomas and to sample these adenomas. Followed by non-structural tests. These include fecal based tests, the fecal occult blood testing. There are two tests with occult blood testing. One is guanic-based test and another is immunochemical test. The other one is fecal DNA. The exfoliative DNA cells can be tested through from the fecal DNA. The latest test that they are offering since last 4 years in USA, which is FDA approved, is blood-based test. This is mutated CEP9 gene. This has 90% sensitivity in identifying colon cancer before. The mutated CEP9, if it is present, then going ahead for colonoscopy is a much better option. Now coming to the screening. Screening, it is again divided into two parts. Screening of an average risk individual and screening of an increased risk individual. So average risk patient is a patient who is around the age of 45 years and he has no family history of colon cancer or any cancers related to HNPCC, and he has no adenomas, previous history of adenomas with him. The tests that can be conducted are fecal occult blood test. This can be done yearly. Flexible sigmoidoscopy 5 yearly. Colonoscopy offer every 10 yearly, and DCB is double contrast barium enema offer every 5 yearly. The best investigation is colonoscopy that can be done every 10 yearly. But since it is invasive procedure, it requires anesthesia. If they are not willing, then fecal occult blood testing yearly along with 5 yearly flexible sigmoidoscopy is a better alternative. Coming to increased risk individuals. As previously stated, if there is a family history without any syndromes running the family, there is 2 to 3-fold increased risk of a person getting malignancy. So these patients should get screened with the screening colonoscopy starting at the age of 40 years or 10 years younger than the earlier diagnosis in the family, whichever comes first. And the colonoscopy should be repeated every 5 years. The second one is FAP syndrome. So with patients with FAP, flexible sigmoidoscopy should start at the age of 10 to 12 years and repeated every year. And from the mid-teens, colonoscopy should be done yearly. Genetic testing should be conducted. And as the second most common is duodenal malignancy, upper endoscopy also should be done every 1 to 3 years. Coming to Lynch syndrome, HNPCC, here colonoscopy every 1 to 2 years, starting from the age of 20 to 25 years or 10 years earlier, younger than the earliest case within the family should be conducted along with counseling for genetic screening. And also the second most malignancy is uterine malignancy. So these patients should also get a transvaginal ultrasound. Frequency varies, but it is recommended is around 3 to 5 years. If a person has adenomatous polyp, what is the role of colonoscopy? If 3 or more polyps are present, follow-up colonoscopy after 3 years if there is no malignancy detected. If within a polyp malignancy is detected, then screening should be much frequent. If 1 or 2 polyps are identified which are less than 1 centimeter, follow-up colonoscopy is after every 5 years. Now, personal history of colorectal cancer. If a patient had colorectal cancer, if a patient had colorectal cancer and during the initial diagnosis, if the colonoscopy was not done completely because of the strictures growth, then repeat colonoscopy 6 months after surgical resection should be done. Colonoscopy, if it was complete at the time of diagnosis, then repeat colonoscopy is at 3 years. And if that is negative, then repeat colonoscopy every 5 years. For inflammatory bowel disease, it should be surveillance should be discussed with the treating physician. The last slide, coming to the staging of colon cancer. The previously colon malignancies, the stages that staging was done by Dukes and Astor Color staging. The Dukes, there were simply 4 stages. Stage 1 was involvement of the inner layer. Stage 2, muscle invasion. Stage 3, it is involvement of lymph nodes. Stage 4, it is metastasis. Actually, the TNM also simplifies it the same way. As you can see, stage 1, it is T1, T2, and 0 within the bowel. Stage 2, it is T3 and T4. Stage 3, it is lymph nodal involvement. And stage 4, it is involvement of descendants. This is AJC's 8th TNM 8th edition. The changes that from the previous edition are metastasis to peritoneum has been recorded as M1C, which has the poorest prognosis than metastasis to multiple other organs. The treatment will be covered in the next part. Regarding the screening in colon cancer, actually in India, there is no structured plan regarding screening of colon cancer. We have to have a very good family history for all the patients who have been diagnosed with colon cancer. And counsel them to get a genetics counseling and screening done. Recently, we had a case of FAP in a 44-year male in our institute. He had two brothers who were of 42 and 39 years of age. So we advised them regarding this genetic screening. He was not willing. So again, on repeated request, both the brothers have underwent a colonoscopy. They had multiple polyps. So then next generation sequencing was done, and one brother got operated recently with proctocolectomy. The other one is still elected to undergo any procedure. We have to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sriram. That was a nice presentation. Coming to your imaging the modality of choice, would it still be a contrast enhanced CT even for lower rectal cancers, or would your modality of imaging change?
Actually, the topic was only colon, sir. That was discussed to me. That's why I've kept it as CECT abdomen. And,
okay.
Yeah. If it was lower rectal, then it will completely differ, sir. It is MRI is a better investigation along with EUS.
Okay.
Yeah, treatment varies completely.
Okay.
The preservation of the colon, everything they differs. So the investigations are all changed from colon and rectal.
And would your recommendation for PET change based on the serum CEA levels?
Actually, that is also an arbitrary question, sir. Actually, yeah, we have to change. But in guidelines, what they have suggested is post-resection CEA levels have more important value than pre-resection CEA levels. Even though they signify the tumor burden, post-resection CEA levels are more important and more helpful in surveillance rather than initial stage.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sriram.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have our next speaker, Dr. Shruti. She'll be talking on stage-wise management of colorectal cancer.
Good afternoon.
We request the speakers to be a little brief and to round up within 20 minutes because we are running 1 hour late.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Shruti ma'am, you can share your presentation and start.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Shruti, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank IMA AP State Chapter and also Dr. Ramani Madam for this wonderful opportunity. Today, I'm going to speak about management of colorectal cancer. The staging of colorectal cancer, as Dr. Sriram sir had already said, stage 1 includes T1 and T2 tumors. Stage 2 includes T3 and T4 tumors, and stage 3 means node positive cancers, and stage 4 is metastasis positive. This is in brief to AGCC 8th edition. Coming to treatment of colon cancer first, we will discuss about stage 1 to 3, which is non-metastatic. If the tumor is resectable, we will go for colectomy upfront surgery with lymph node dissection up to level 4 and followed by adjuvant treatment. Adjuvant treatment depends upon the stage that the patient presented and also based on the posterior biopsy. If at presentation there is a bulky nodal disease or adjacent organs infiltration, we can advise 3 to 6 cycles of neoadjuvant chemotherapy, which is FOLFOX or CAPOX regimen, followed by surgery. And in this setting, I would like to also quote a point that treatment for malignant polyp of colon is colectomy with nodal dissection. So the next one is adjuvant treatment of colon cancer. This is based on NCCN guidelines that if in T1 and T2 stages with N0 stage, there is no adjuvant treatment, we can put the patient under surveillance and observe. If it is T3 disease, there are 2 types. One is low risk features and one is high risk features. If it is low risk, we can put him under observation. If T3 disease with high risk features like perforation or obstruction, poorly differentiated tumor, or T4 disease with MSS, MMR positive or less than 12 nodes removed, or if there is lymphovascular invasion or perineural invasion or close or positive margin, we would consider for an adjuvant chemotherapy, which could be capecitabine for 6 months or FOLFOX regimen for 6 months. The other one is T4 disease. T4 disease or nodal positive disease would need adjuvant chemotherapy for sure, which is again Capox 3 months regimen or Folfox 3 to 6 months regimen. Coming to stage 4, which is metastatic colon cancer, could be synchronous metastasis or metachronous metastasis. But if the metastasis is resectable, we can offer surgery to the patient followed by Folfox or Capox regimen. If the metastasis is unresectable, then 3 to 6 cycles of neoadjuvant chemotherapy of Folfox or Capox is given, followed by reassessment, and if surgery is feasible, surgery is advised. And all metastatic cases should undergo KRAS testing, and if KRAS is negative, then EGFR inhibitors can be given. These are certain principles of surgery in colorectal cancer. For colon cancer, the margins would be 5 centimeter proximal and 5 centimeter distal. For rectal cancer, proximal margin of 5 centimeters and a distal margin of 2 centimeters in upfront surgery or 1 centimeter post neoadjuvant CTRT is given. And there are, for rectal cancer, transanal excision is being increased, and the indications for transanal excision is mobile T1 tumors or less than 3 centimeter in size or within 8 centimeters from anal verge or involving less than 30% circumference of the rectal wall, and well or moderately differentiated adenocancers with no angiolymphatic invasion or nodal disease. And surgery should be performed 5 to 10 weeks after completion of a long course of neoadjuvant CTRT. A minimum of 12 lymph nodes should be removed. Laparoscopy or robotic surgery is also being considered nowadays for colorectal cancers, and it is showing good results. Coming to hand-sewn versus stapler anastomotic techniques, they both are offering equivalent surgical outcomes. And primary anastomosis should be deferred for long-standing obstruction cases because the bowel may be edematous and it might lead to anastomotic leak. And there is no evidence as of now for mechanical bowel preparation, and the mechanical bowel preparation might sometimes give detrimental results as well. And R0 re-resection for recurrent disease has a role in improving long-term survival. And resection is considered curative only if complete resection is carried out based upon the above margins, the TME excision, and also the CRM. This is about the colon cancer surgery, that is colectomy. Once again, emphasizing on the margins, 5 centimeter proximal and distal. Minimum lymph nodes to be removed is 12. Based upon the location of the tumor, we have various types of radical surgeries. If it is in the right colon, involving the cecum and ascending colon, right hemicolectomy is done. If hepatic flexure is involved, extended right hemicolectomy is done. If transverse colon is involved, transverse colectomy or extended right or left hemicolectomy is done. If splenic flexure is involved, extended left hemicolectomy is done. If descending colon is involved, left hemicolectomy is done. And in case of sigmoid colon involvement, sigmoid colectomy is done. And coming to the rectum, upper and mid rectum, we can go for low anterior resection, and the low rectum, we will mostly go for ABR. These surgeries we will discuss again in further slides. These are certain chemotherapy regimens that we follow in colorectal cancer. I have mentioned here about 4 regimens. One is Folfox regimen, where we repeat every 2 weeks for 3 to 6 months, and it includes oxaliplatin on day 1, leucovorin on day 1, and 5-fluorouracil IV for 2 days. The second regimen is Capox regimen, which we repeat every 3 weeks for 3 to 6 months. Oxaliplatin is given on day 1. Capecitabine is given for 14 days, and oral capecitabine is given as a BD dose for 14 days. The other regimen is Folfiri regimen, which is mostly used in T4P cases, where we repeat this every 2 weeks, and it includes leucovorin on day 1, 5-fluorouracil for 2 days, and irinotecan over 30 to 90 minutes on day 1. Zeroda regimen is oral capecitabine given in BD dose for 14 days, and we repeat every 3 weeks. After offering surgery, if the patient comes back with an isolated pelvic or anastomotic recurrence, on assessing whether the tumor is resectable or not, if it is resectable, resection is done, followed by capecitabine or 5-fluorouracil based radiotherapy, that is concurrent chemoradiotherapy, or if we can offer Folfox or Capox regimen, that is neoadjuvant chemo RT followed by resection. If it is an unresectable tumor, a systemic therapy or a chemoradiotherapy or a short course radiotherapy can be offered. Coming to rectal cancer management, again dividing the rectal cancer into various stages. If the tumor is T1 or T2 with N0 and M0, surgery is offered, followed by, if the patient tumor falls under low risk category, just observation and put him under surveillance. If it is T1 or 2 with nodes positive 1 or 2, or T3 disease with any node positivity, there are two options. One is partial or total neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy. We can take the option of partial neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy where 3 cycles are given, followed by restaging at 8 weeks and followed by surgery. And after surgery, patient can continue the remaining cycles of chemotherapy as an adjuvant. If not, the second option is total neoadjuvant chemotherapy using FOLFOX or CAPOX regimen with concurrent chemoradiotherapy, followed by restaging and then surgery, and then put the patient under surveillance. If the tumor is T4 and any nodal disease or locally unresectable tumors, a total neoadjuvant chemotherapy based on FOLFOX or CAPOX or FOLFIRI regimen is given for 12 to 16 weeks, followed by radiotherapy, followed by restaging, and followed by surgery, and then put the patient under surveillance. If the tumor is metastatic and still resectable and patient is not having any obstruction, total neoadjuvant CTRT can be given, followed by resection of the primary and metastasis. If patient presents to us an obstruction, a palliative stoma is done, followed by, as mentioned above, total neoadjuvant CTRT, followed by resection of the primary and metastasis. And in unresectable cases, a definitive CTRT is given, followed by systemic therapy. So various surgical options for rectal cancer management. One is TEM, that is transanal endoscopic microsurgery. The other one is transanal minimally invasive microsurgery. So here I've shown about the TEM rectoscope. Usually this is done with a specialized sealed proctoscope, which is having 4 ports, and it is usually 4 centimeter in diameter. And as already mentioned, that this TEM or TAMIS approach can be given for T1 tumors less than 8 centimeters from anal verge, where there is no nodal disease, less than 30% circumference involved, and where we can have a complete approach to the tumor. And coming to the other surgical options, there are 2 surgical options. One is transabdominally, it could be APR or AR. So what is the difference between APR and AR? APR is anoproctosigmoidectomy with a permanent colostomy, and it is done along with the total mesorectal excision. There are various approaches for it, abdominal and perineal approaches. And the types includes, if it's a Miles approach, abdomen is opened first, and after abdominal dissection, we go for the perineal dissection. If it is Gabriel, it is perineum first, and if it is Lloyd-Divi's approach, it is a synchronized approach. And if it is an anterior dissection, it is usually a partial proctosigmoidectomy with a colorectal anastomosis, and it is based on the site of anastomosis. There are 3 types. One is high anterior dissection, where anastomosis is done above the peritoneal reflection of rectum. If it is a low AR, it is below the peritoneal reflection of the rectum. And if it is ultra low, it is within the 2 centimeter of dentate line with sphincter preservation. Here, the principles of rectal cancer surgery includes approximately 5 centimeter margin should be given. Distally, 2 centimeters should be given if it's an upfront surgery. If it is after neoadjuvant chemoradiotherapy, 1 centimeter distal margin is enough. But a circumferential dissection margin should always be more than 1 mm. And the total mesorectal excision should be done at least 5 centimeter below for upper and mid rectum tumors, and 2 centimeters below at least for lower rectum tumors. And a minimum of 12 lymph nodes should be removed. These are certain recent advances in colorectal surgery. Robotic surgery is giving hope to the patients, and the GSL Cancer Trust, under the supervision of Dr. Tarun Bhogineni sir, we have been operating various colorectal cancers using this robotic technology, and the outcomes have been very well. Coming to the prognostic factors of colorectal cancer, these are some of the factors. One is histological grade, where the high grade has poor prognosis. Histological type, the signet ring type is adverse prognosis. Lymph node metastasis, a minimum of 12 nodes have to be removed in order to comment upon the lymph nodal status and its prognosis. Vascular or lymphatic invasion of tumor has poor prognosis. Genetic mutations based on already Dr. Sriram sir had discussed, there are certain high risk and low risk syndromes. Serum CEA levels more than 5 nanogram per ml has poor prognosis, and when patient presents in obstruction or perforation, he has poor prognosis. Coming to the last topic, that is the surveillance. So after the treatment, a patient is to be kept under surveillance. Proctoscopy should be done every 3 to 6 months for a period of 2 years, and then every 6 months till 5th year. In stage 1 cancers, colonoscopy should be done at 1 year, and it is to be repeated in 3rd year again, and then every 5 years later. In stage 2 to 4, a total of 5 years surveillance is needed. Every time the patient comes, a history, clinical examination, and serum CEA levels have to be done for every 3 to 6 months in the first 2 years, followed by every 6 months for 5 years. And colonoscopy is to be done at 1 year, and then repeat in 3rd year, and then onwards every 5 years. And CT scan, which includes CECT, abdomen, pelvis, and chest, it is done in stage 2 and 3 every 6 to 12 months for 5 years. And in stage 4, every 3 to 6 months for 2 years. And then every 6 to 12 months for about 5 years duration. So March is regarded as a colorectal cancer awareness month. And thank you. I would like to thank our chairman, sir, of GSL Cancer Trust, Dr. Gani Bhaskar, sir, our MD, Dr. Karun, sir, and our chief consultant, Dr. Sriram, sir, for this opportunity and for the guidance. Thank you, IMA, once again.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Kruti, for a brief presentation.
Dr. Murali, you are there now? You want to ask anything?
Yes, madam. Nothing. It was a brief presentation for this IMA conference. Nothing more than that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Murali, Dr. Murali happens to be consultant surgical gastroenterologist for KIMS Icon Hospital in Visakhapatnam. And he does extensively pancreatic surgeries and all hepatobiliary surgeries. Incidentally, he is also our student from Andhra Medical College.
Thank you, madam.
Now we'll close this session now and we'll start the next session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now for our last session, our moderator is Ramni ma'am, and our first speaker for the last session is Dr. Chaitanya Babu, Associate Professor of Surgery, Government Medical College, Vijayanagaram. And the topic of his presentation is oral cancer etiopathogenesis, clinical features, and staging. Over to you, sir.
Can you see me?
Not yet, sir.
No, sir, your camera is still not on.
You see, sir? Yes, sir.
No, sir. Can you try screen sharing your presentation?
Oral cancer happens to be the most common cancer in males. And more so this part of the state where reverse smoking and pan chewing is very, very common. And oral cancer is in an area where we can examine and detect at an early stage, and where if we warn the patient, we may even halt the occurrence and any progression of the lesion. So all the practicing doctors should know what are the causes apart from the regular pan chewing. that the causes of oral cancer and what are the features and preventive aspects and management. Over to Dr. Chaitanya Babu to present the symptoms of oral cancer and staging.
Now, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. And yes, sir, you're audible. Please start.
See, start with it.
The Microsoft mixing.
I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
At the outset, I would like to my brother this opportunity to be part of the webinar. Today, I'm going to deal with the etiopathogenesis, clinical features, and state of oral cancer. Globally, oral cancer is the most common type of cancer, of which India contributes to around 1/3 of the total. Is in the second country to have the highest number of oral cancer cases. And coming to cancer in India, all the cancer cases, oral cancers constitute around 64.8% of the cases in males, 37.2% of the cases in females. In India, around 77,000 new cases and 52,000 deaths are annually of global incidences. Compared to the West, oral cancers are significantly higher in India. And those cases which present in India, 70% of them are reported to be in advanced stage, AJCC stage 3 and 4, due to lack of awareness and poor reporting of the cases. Low-income groups of India are affected mostly due to risk factors such as tobacco, alcohol, and chewing, and insufficient exposure of the patients to newly diagnostic aids, which result in reporting of oral cancer cases. Coming to the demographic distribution of the oral cancer in India, buccal mucosa buccal mucosa involvement or cancers, they are more common in the northwest, central, and east zones, while tongue involvements or cancer in northern alcohol are the first in north and west zones, while tobacco, alcohol, betel shoe panning, and pan chewing are common in central, south, east, and northeastern parts. Oral cancer is a subset of the head and neck cancers. Here, oral cavity tumors, these include tumors of lip, tongue, cheek, gums, floor of the mouth, soft and hard palate, sinuses, tonsils, and cervical glands. But according to the International Classification of Diseases, ICD and WHO, oral cancer is defined as cancers of exclusive lip, tongue, mouth, and the factors of cancer. These can be non-modifiable, modifiable, and emerging risk factors. Age, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, these are, while lifestyle habits such as smoking, alcohol consumption, diet, and pan chewing, bitter liquids, they belong to the modifiable, which can be changed due to behavioral changes. And human papillomavirus and immunosuppression are emerging
hygiene, poor oral hygiene and dentition. These and indoor air pollution are controversial factors, and inconsistent, limited with no evidence. These factors are hereditary, cannabis use, cat chewing, HIV infections, and alcohol in mouthwashes. The most common factors which are in India are tobacco, smoking, alcohol, and other factors. But major included are tobacco, smoking, and alcohol. These are lifestyle or modifiable habitual causes, which are making the bulk of the factors in India. Males are more commonly affected than females. The average age of diagnosis of oral cancer is 62. 2/3 of these people are over age of 55 years. Recent trend is it is also occurring in younger people due to habits. Cancer is more common among the people who work out. But 80% of patients usually are of tobacco use in some other form. Tobacco consumption, both smoking and non-smoking, is the predominant cause of factor of oral cancers, which cause tumor development both in young as well as adult population. Continuous usage of tobacco in various forms like mawa, cigarette, BD, these all are the first etiological of risk factor of oral cancers. The case, the carcinogens, and nitrosamines present in smoking, in tobacco and smokeless tobacco, these bind to the DNA of keratinocyte stem cells and form DNA adducts. These cause miscoding and mutations in RAS and P3 and the genes, which cause loss of normal growth and
Voice is breaking. Somebody just put.
Which is seen in carcinogens, different carcinogens. Metabolism is important of DNA edit levels, and this helps identification of smokers with increased risk of oral cancers. There is a strong association between tobacco and head and neck cancers, all types of head and neck cancers. This also includes oral cancers. Cigarette smoke contains more than 60 carcinogens, and unburned or non-smoking tobacco contains at least 16 carcinogens, which are incremental in development of the oral cancers. The tobacco-specific nitrosamines, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and these play an important role in the formation of oral cancers. The presence of pan or gutka in the mouth, this leads to inflammation of the oral mucosa and activation of the T cells and macrophages, and ultimate release of prostaglandins. The prostaglandin production in the buccal keratinocytes, they are responsible for the tissue fibrosis and cancer formation. The cytokines such as interferon alpha, TNF6 and other growth factors, these help transform the growth factor beta, transforming growth factor beta. They are produced at the site of irritation, and these nitrosamine, the tobacco, is also metabolized by the cytochrome P450 enzymes, which leads to formation of N-nitrogen nicotine, which is also a major carcinogen and which leads to DNA damage and eventual formation of oral cancer. Alcohol is also one of the causative factor of oral cancers. This ethanol, which is converted into acetaldehyde by the ADH enzyme, and this in turn is converted into acetate by the ALDH enzyme. If small quantities of alcohol is ingested over a long period, the body can process and it can change it to acetate, which is utilized as energy. But if the large quantities of alcohol is drunk, the body cannot process that, and there is accumulation of acetaldehyde, which is inflammatory and carcinogenic, and it can cause DNA damage. Apart from carcinogens are present also in alcohol, like acetaldehyde, mycotoxin, urethane, inorganic arsenic acids, and some others, which also are implicated in the development of oral cancers. Alcohol leads to increased permeability of the oral mucosa and causes alteration in the morphology and epithelial atrophy, which can cause easy penetration of the carcinogens which are present in alcohol, and also if the patient is also having a smoking in addition to alcoholism, these alcohol helps in easy penetration of the carcinogens into the oral mucosa. These carcinogens interfere with the DNA synthesis and repair, induces cystochromatid exchange and specific gene mutations, inhibition of enzyme transferase, which can lead to formation of oral cancers. Coming to the viruses also have a role in the development of oral cancers. These viral genes, proto-oncogenes, become oncogene once inserted into the host DNA and leads to malignant transformation. Viral infections, latent and chronic, are responsible for inducing the malignant transformation by disrupting the host cell cycle and affecting growth cells and proliferation. The most commonly implicated oral cancer viruses are human papillomavirus, herpes simplex, and Epstein-Barr virus. The role of Epstein-Barr virus is controversial. Coming to the HPV virus, this is the most common virus that plays a role in the development of oral squamous cell carcinoma. This is by upregulation of E6 and E7 oncoproteins, which cause genome instability, and finally, along with the environmental and other host immune conditions and viral load, these cause and lead to the HPV squamous cell carcinoma formation. The HPV type 16 and 18 are mostly commonly found to be the major causes of development of the oral squamous cell carcinoma. More than 90% of the oral cancers, they are squamous cell carcinomas lining. They originate from the squamous cells lining from the oral cavity and are squamous cell carcinomas. The other types are partial malignancies of cervical glands, adenocarcinomas, sarcomas, odontogenic malignancies, melanomas, and lymphomas, which constitute less than 10%. 1% are metastatic cancers arising from lung, breast, prostate, and kidney. The squamous cell carcinomas usually arising from various levels of differentiation. They give rise to lymph node metastasis. The lymphatic spreading into the neck is directly related to the T stage as well as the depth of invasion and tumor thickness. Coming to the signs and symptoms of oral cancers, these usually present as mouth sores that usually do not heal or bleed spontaneously, seen as velvety white, red or speckled patch in the mouth, which is persistent, seen sometimes as hard raised lesions, eroded areas of the lips, gums, and other areas inside the mouth. It may present as unexplained bleeding in the mouth or persistent pain in the mouth. There may be symptoms of difficulty in chewing, swallowing, speaking, or moving the tongue. Apart from this, unexplained or sudden weight loss, appearance of swellings, not only in the oral cavity, sometimes in the neck region, sudden loose teeth, or difficulty while drinking and swallowing are also some of the features, or difficulty in wearing dentures if the patient has dentures are some of the additional features of oral cancer symptoms. The tumor may appear in various forms of ulcers or prominent fungal masses, papillary, wart-like, or white-red plaques, or a combination of these. Most cancers, primary cancers, are asymptomatic, while advanced lesions are ulcerative and have prominent hard margins. Pain is usually a late symptom in the disease. Potentially malignant oral epithelial lesions are a special group of oral diseases that may exist prior to the onset of oral squamous cell carcinoma, and these usually include leukoplakia, erythroplakia, submucous fibrosis, do not, but these are the verrucous leukoplakia and erythroplakia. Coming to the diagnostic features, physical examination is one of the important aspects. Apart from this, other diagnostic modalities are biopsy, includes brush biopsy, fine needle aspiration, incisional biopsy, endoscopic biopsy, and exfoliative cytology. Vital staining techniques using dyes, imaging techniques, staining, which includes ultrasound, CT, telescope, or laser tissue, which can help in identification of the lesions which are not seen with the naked eye, and biopsy in that area can be taken. Biomarker detection using liquid chromatography or polymerase chain reaction, immunoprecipitation, enzyme assays are another method. And finally, the biopsy techniques. Coming to the TNM staging, these are primary tumor T. TX is the primary tumor cannot be assessed. T tumor. Next is the carcinoma in situ. T1 is tumor less than 2 centimeters in the greatest dimension. T2 is tumor greater than 2 centimeters but less than 4 centimeters in the dimension. T is tumor greater than 4 centimeters in the greatest dimension. And T4 is tumor invades adjacent structures. Next to the lymph node involvement, the nodal involvement, TX is regional lymph nodes cannot be assessed. T0 is there are no regional lymph nodes. T1 is N1 is metastasis in single ipsilateral lymph node of less than 3 centimeters in the greatest dimension. N2A is metastasis in single ipsilateral lymph node greater than 3 centimeters but less than 6 centimeters in the greatest dimension. N2B is metastasis in multiple ipsilateral lymph nodes, but none are greater than 6 centimeters in the greatest dimension. N2C is metastasis in bilateral or contralateral lymph node, but none is greater than, but they are greater than 6 centimeters in the greatest dimension. N3 is metastasis in a lymph node greater than 6 centimeters in the greatest dimension. Coming to distant metastasis, M0 is no distant metastasis, M1 is there is distant metastasis. Coming to the staging, stage 1 includes T1 with no lymph node and metastasis. Stage 2 is T2 tumor with no lymph node or metastasis. Stage 3 is basically a T1, T2, or T3 with lymph node, N1 lymph node with no metastasis. Stage 4 is having upon any size of T with N1, N2, or N3 along with M1. There may be M1 a metastasis or may not be a metastasis. Coming to the technique, lifestyle is the mainstay in the management of oral cancers, like avoidance of tobacco and alcohol, creation of the awareness regarding oral cancers and educating the community regarding the risk factors, screening of oral cancers at all levels of health of care, primary, secondary, and tertiary, and early detection and aggressive management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now we have
next speaker with us on the topic stage-wise management of oral cancer, Dr. Shashi Krishna sir from Vishaka Cancer Hospital, Visakhapatnam.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Am I visible?
No. No. Sir.
Again.
You're not visible.
Madam.
Visible?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Now we are there.
So, good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Ramani Madam for giving this opportunity to speak on this platform. So, my topic for discussion today is stage-wise management of oral cancer. I'll be discussing this topic in these headings. First, the NCCN guidelines for early, advanced, unresectable, and metastatic disease, management of primary, subsite-wise resection and reconstruction, followed by management of neck, role of neoadjuvant chemotherapy, indications for adjuvant treatment, and rehabilitation and surveillance. So like any other cancer, management of head and neck cancer is multidisciplinary. It involves a number of specialties like surgeon, radiologist, pathologist, radiation oncologist, medical oncologist, and rehabilitation by a dentist, speech language pathologist, physiotherapist, psychologist, and a nutritionist. So at our institute, every case of head and neck cancer goes through a thorough discussion in the multidisciplinary tumor board, and a final decision will be arrived at after this joint clinic. So as discussed in the previous presentation, so there are many histologies in the oral cancers, but more than 90% of them will be squamous cell carcinomas. So I'll be confining my topic to the squamous cell carcinomas. So this is the AJCC 8th edition group staging. So the stage 1 and stage 1 cancer is T1N0N0, stage 2 is T2N0N0. So both stage 1 and stage 2 come under the early oral cancers. So any cancer which is less than 4 centimeter in size and does not involve adjacent structures like bone, nerve, or skin, and without any lymph node metastasis or distant metastasis comes under early oral cancer. So this is the National Comprehensive Cancer Network Guidelines for Management of Early Oral Cancer. So it recommends a single modality treatment for an early oral cancer, and surgery is preferred over definitive radiotherapy. So surgery involves resection of primary with adequate margin and clearance of fibrofatty tissue in the neck in the form of a neck dissection or a sentinel lymph node biopsy. So after this, based on the histopathology report, the adjuvant treatment is administered. Individuals with no positive nodes and no adverse pathological features can be kept on surveillance. And after a sentinel lymph node biopsy, again, if the sentinel lymph node is negative, and in the absence of other adverse pathological features, again, this patient can be kept on a follow-up. So if the sentinel lymph node is positive, then complete neck dissection has to be done. And after that, based on the histopathological features, if there is a nodal positivity or a margin positivity, this individual will be administered concurrent adjuvant chemoradiation. So if the margin is positive, every attempt should be made to revise if feasible. If not, concurrent chemoradiation, adjuvant chemoradiation will be administered. So this is management guidelines for management of advanced oral cancers. So again, this is multimodality treatment, and the initial management will be surgery followed by adjuvant treatment based on the histopathological features. So the surgery involves resection of primary with adequate margins and therapeutic neck dissection. So patients who decline surgery or patients who are unfit for surgery will be given treatment based on the performance status. So resectability of an oral cancer can be due to a primary or a node. So NCCN guidelines recommends enrollment of such patients to a clinical trial, and treatment will be based on the performance status. Individual with good performance status can be administered concurrent chemoradiation or induction chemotherapy followed by chemoradiation or definitive radiotherapy based on the response. So individuals with good performance status, very bad performance status, can be administered palliative radiotherapy or a single agent chemotherapy or only symptomatic treatment. So there can be few individuals who present with distant metastasis at presentation. So again, these patients can be recruited in a clinical trial, or they can be offered some form of palliation based on the performance status. So these are the general principles of oral cancer. Surgery is the preferred modality. It's a gold standard. So excision will be done using a conventional cautery or a carbon dioxide laser if it is an early oral cancer with 1 centimeter gross margin all around. So there are few exceptions where a widespread superficial lip cancer or a commissure cancer can be treated with a brachytherapy, which can give comparable functional and good cosmetic outcomes compared to the surgery. And as I said, a concomitant neck dissection should always be performed along with treatment for the primary. So a resection will involve 1 centimeter mucosal margin all around and also 1 centimeter base. So there will be a certain situations where definitive radiotherapy or a chemoradiation can be an alternative to surgery. So these can be cancer-related factors where the tumor is unresectable, patient-related factors like when a patient refuses to undergo surgery, or an individual is very old with poor performance status, or in view of very high risk medical comorbidities. Or these can be treatment related factors like radical surgery, which can result in unacceptable functional impairment, or it can be due to healthcare system related factors. So the two pictures, these are treatment related factors where surgery can cause significant cosmetic and functional morbidity. Such cases can be given brachytherapy, provided surgery can't be done without significant morbidity. So I will now discuss with management of primary. So as I said, surgical resection will be done with adequate margins, 1 centimeter gross margin all around, and should aim for a pathological margin of more than 5 mm. So based on the distance of tumor from the cut margin, these surgical margins are classified into a clear margin, closed margin, and a positive margin. So whenever there's a close or positive margin, always every attempt should be made to revise this margin. If not, this individual will be administered adjuvant chemoradiation. So after the specimen is sent to the pathologist does a serial cut slicing of this the primary and assesses the margins all around. So margin is said to be adequate or clear when the tumor is more than or equal to 5 mm from the cut margin. And when the tumor is 0.1 to 5 mm from the cut margin, it's a closed margin. And when there is tumor at the cut margin, it's a positive margin. So CO2 laser is an impeccable tool. We have been using this tool in our hospital for resection of early oral cancers. So resecting with a laser and leaving the wound raw will lead to very good mucosalization, minimal scarring, and does not impair movements of the tongue. So 2 months back, we had a live surgical workshop on CO2 laser attended by trainees from different parts of the state. So now coming to the resection and reconstruction. So I'll be dealing with this subsite wise. So tongue cancers. So these are the various terminologies that we use after a tongue resection. It varies from a wide local excision to a total glossectomy. So access to the tumor can be through a peroral approach or a pull-through approach, depending on the bulk of the tumor and the mouth opening. So any case where only less than 30% of the tongue volume is lost, reconstruction is not required. Such wounds can be left raw for secondary intervention or can be closed primarily. So resections involving more than 30% of the tongue volume will require reconstruction in the form of local flaps, regional flaps, or free flaps. So after resection of the tongue, the defects can be classified based on various classification. There's the most commonly used classification by Ansarin. So these are tongue ulcers at different sizes. So this is an early oral cancer which we had resected and reconstructed using a pedicled islanded facial artery myomucosal flap. So another early tongue cancer which is reconstructed using an islanded inferiorly based nasolabial flap. So again, another local flap for tongue reconstruction. This is an infrahiatal flap. And bigger tongue resections can be reconstructed using a pectoralis major flap or a anterolateral thigh flap. So this is another partial glossectomy reconstructed using a free radial forearm flap. So we can notice good tongue movements and intelligible speech. And this is another case of advanced tongue cancer where a total glossectomy was performed and reconstruction was done using a anterolateral thigh flap. So you can notice even this patient has decent speech, intelligible, not clear, but intelligible, and he also has good swallowing function. So coming to the lip cancer, so any cancer of lip arising inwards to the vermilion border is classified as an oral cancer. Any cancer arising outside this vermilion border will be classified as a skin cancer. So among the lip cancers, upper lip cancers are more aggressive because they grow rapidly, metastasize to the lymph node stations early, ulcerate sooner. So reconstruction of lip should retain competence and avoid the microstomia. So lip defects are classified into 1/3, 1/3 to 2/3, and more than 2/3. The reconstruction is based on the amount of resection. So there are various types of local flaps, and then resection of entire lower or upper lip will mandate a reconstruction with a free flap. So the first series of picture, it's a lower lip cancer. So almost more than half of the lip is resected and reconstructed using a inferiorly based nasolabial flap. So another lip composite resection where a marginal mandibulectomy had to performed, and this patient was reconstructed using bilateral inferiorly based nasolabial flaps. So this is an upper lip cancer. Again, more than half of the defect. This patient is reconstructed using a bilateral caraphangic flap. So coming to the upper alveolus and palatal cancer. So as madam said, this part of the state, I would say rather country, have this habit of reverse chutta smoking. We see a number of palatal cancer due to this. So the thickness of hard palatal mucosa is only 2.5 to 3.5 millimeters. So to attain an adequate margin of 1 centimeter, we end up resecting the palatal bowl many of the times. So this is a typical picture of a smoker's palate. So after resection, these defects are classified based on the Cordero classification and reconstructed accordingly. So this is the classification for palatal defects. So OK's based on OK's classification. So resection for these tumors will range from mucosectomy to total maxillectomy and orbital exenteration. And reconstruction will range from rehabilitation with an obturator to free flaps. So this is a type 2 OK palatal defect, which was rehabilitated using a surgical obturator. So these are various sizes of palatal ulcers. We rarely come across a very tiny palatal ulcer. So this the lower series of pictures are of a very advanced maxillary cancer, which had eroded the orbital floor and had to do a total maxillectomy and orbital exenteration and reconstructed using a anterolateral thigh flap. So as I said, we rarely see such tiny mucosal lesions on the palate. So this is a squamous cell carcinoma, which was resected with wide margins using a CO2 laser, and underlying bone is drilled to facilitate granulations and mucosalization. So another palatal cancer where we had to do a palatectomy and infrastructural maxillectomy. And this was reconstructed using an ipsilateral superiorly based nasolabial flap. So another advanced palatal cancer where we had to do a palatectomy, premaxillary excision and bilateral infrastructural maxillectomy. And this patient is reconstructed using a bilateral reverse nasolabial flap. You can see complete separation of oral cavity from the nasal cavity and reasonably good scar on the face. So this is an interesting scenario where we had reconstructed a total palatectomy with a submental flap, and this patient had flap congestion in the post-op, and the entire flap got necrosed. We had to debride the entire flap, and after that we took up that patient for insertion of dental implants. So after healing, we had took an impression of the upper alveolus, and we had fabricated a surgical obturator. So these are few unresectable palatal cancers. So this is a common scenario in our OPD. We see a lot of advanced palatal cancers for whom we couldn't offer any curative treatment. So coming to the lower alveolus and retromolar trigone cancers. So the retromolar trigone cancers, these tumors they lie in close proximity to the mandible and maxilla. So even early cancer would require resection of mandible and maxilla, and they have high propensity for occult lymph nodal metastasis. So few of such cancers can be approached through a peroral, and most of them will require lip or angle split with cheek flap elevation to access the tumor. So even, as I said, even early tumors might require composite resections in the form of mandibulectomy or an upper alveolectomy. So reconstruction of reticular trigone defects will require soft tissue flaps to avoid cumbersome trismus, and also vigorous jaw stretcher exercises. So dentition plays an important role in the management of lower alveolus tumors, where edentulous patient without any bony involvement would also require a segmental mandibulectomy. So after resection, the mandibular defects can be classified based on HCL classification by Boyd or a CRBS classification by Arkin, and reconstruction can be performed with free osteocutaneous bony flaps like free fibula flap or a deep circumflex iliac artery flap or a scapular flap. So these are various types of mandibulectomies, and segmental mandibulectomy reconstructed with a fibula flap and a scapular parascapular flap. Coming to the floor mouth cancers, these cancers have high predilection for bilateral lymph nodal drainage. So even the contralateral neck has to be addressed whenever we embark on surgery. So even these cancers can require composite resections in the form of mandibulectomy or partial glossectomy. Reconstruction would range from primary closure to free flap reconstruction. So advanced floor mouth cancers without involvement of bone would require segmental mandibulectomy due to the paramandibular spread. So this is an early floor mouth cancer where a marginal mandibulectomy was done and reconstructed the defect using a islanded inferiorly based nasolabial flap. So coming to the buccal cancers, like the heart palate, thickness of buccal mucosa is only 1 centimeter. So again, attaining an adequate margin in buccal cancer would require a composite resection in the form of mandibulectomy, upper alveolectomy, or skin resection, or clearance of the masticator space. So reconstruction would vary from buccal fat pad to free flaps. So even buccal cancers, it is important to reconstruct using soft tissue flaps to prevent trismus in the postoperative period. Again, vigorous jaw stretcher exercises had to be taught to the patient to prevent trismus. So this is an early buccal cancer reconstructed using a buccal fat pad. Another buccal cancer reconstructed using a free radial forearm flap. So this is supraclavicular flap reconstruction for a buccal cancer. And this is a submental flap reconstruction for a buccal cancer, submental flap for the inner lining, and a random nasolabial flap for the outer skin defect. In another case where the inner skin mucosal lining was given using a skin island of pectoralis major flap, and the outer skin is closed primarily using a cervical rotation flap. So another advanced buccal cancer where both inner and outer lining are given by a huge anterolateral thigh flap. So coming to management of neck, so the observation of neck and elective neck irritation used to are obsolete now. So any oral cancer with in absence of a neck node should be treated with a elective neck dissection or a sentinel lymph node biopsy. Elective neck dissection will involve clearance of fibrofatty tissue in level 1 to 3. So patients with positive neck should be offered a comprehensive neck dissection where a level 1 to level 5 fibrofatty tissue clearance will be done without sacrifice of non-lymphatic structures depending on the involvement. So this is how a comprehensive histopathology report should look. It should mention the size of the tumor, histology of tumor, the differentiation, the depth of invasion as it was incorporated in the AJCC 8th staging, and the closest cut margin, then the distance from which the tumor lies from the closest cut margin, base of the tumor and soft indicators like lymphovascular emboli, perineural invasion, and the pattern of invasion also needs to be documented. And the number of positive nodes, number of nodes harvested, the size of the positive node, and presence or absence of any also needs to be reported, because the adjuvant treatment is based on this histopathology report. So what's the role of neoadjuvant chemotherapy? So it can help in organ preservation or organ conservation like mandible and tongue. There are a lot of trials looking into conservation of mandible, randomized control trials. So neoadjuvant chemotherapy can also be offered in borderline resectable or technically unresectable individuals. So adjuvant treatment can be either adjuvant radiation or adjuvant chemoradiation. Adjuvant radiotherapy should be administered to all patients with stage 3 and stage 4 oral cancers, and also in early oral cancers with depth of invasion more than or equal to 8 mm and more than 2 soft indicators. And adjuvant chemoradiation is warranted in patients with positive margin whose margin can't be re-revised, and in patients with extranodal extension. So rehabilitation also plays an important role, as resection of an oral cancer can affect first phase of swallowing and also shoulder movement due to handling of spinal axillary during neck dissection. So the survival drops by more than 50% in advanced oral cancers, and this is how we follow up all oral cancer patients. And apart from recurrence, these patients can also develop second primary. So in our follow-up of every treated oral cancer patients, we do a fiber optic laryngoscopy to screen the larynx and hypopharynx for the second primaries. So there is no effective chemopreventive approach. All these drugs are still under research. And the most effective approach is to sustain the cessation of habits, which can reduce the risk of recurrence or further developing cancer. So the take-home message is from this lecture is early oral cancers carry good prognosis, upwards of 80%. And early oral cancer should be managed with single modality. Surgery is a gold standard, and there is no role of chemotherapy preoperatively and postoperatively in the treatment of an early oral cancer. So surgical margins is the single most important factor dictating survival in early oral cancer. So a resection should be done with 1 centimeter margin. And advanced oral cancers warrant multimodality treatment, and surgery should be the initial modality, followed by adjuvant treatment based on the histopathology report. So local flaps, when properly selected, can be as effective as free flap reconstruction. So patient case selection is very important. Nodal metastasis reduces survival by 50%, and ENE further reduces the survival by 50%. So neoadjuvant chemotherapy can be an option in borderline resectable or technically unresectable patients. Sorry, this is unresectable. And it can also be offered to conserve the organs like mandible or tongue. Thank you. Any queries?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now handing it over to Ramani ma'am for the valedictory function.
No. Dr. Shashi Krishna, it was a wonderful presentation. Such young surgeons you are all, but doing extensive work. Head and neck is such a place where, though it is seen, it is inaccessible, and then very challenging surgeries, because aesthetically the result should be acceptable and the functionality has to be preserved. I have seen people with leaks from the flaps, and then the flaps becoming devascularized, and then the recurrence can occur at any time because of the compromised margins, and the lymph nodes also can recur. But then I think that all the oncosurgeons should be well versed with head and neck surgery, because head and neck cancer is very common in our country. Thank you once again, Dr. Shashi Krishna, for that wonderful presentation. We will definitely involve you again and have extensive topics. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity and good words.
Thank you. Now, I thank all the delegates who are still logged. I can see 411 on the board. And I now call upon our President, Dr. G. Ravikrishna, sir, President IMA AP State, to come onto the virtual platform for the valedictory function. And Dr. P. Fanidar, sir, who is the Honorary Secretary of IMA AP State, and Dr. Ravindranath, our Finance Secretary. I request all to be on the virtual platform to thank the delegates. I request our IMA Secretary, Dr. GTV Ramesh, also to join. I request our President, Dr. G. Ravikrishna, to address.
Thank you, madam. First of all, I would like to congratulate the IMA State AMS team for the wonderful job done for the past 2 days with the hectic schedule of very good, interesting topics, and the choice of topics and the selection of speakers are very much appreciated by everybody. And IMA National Leadership also participated in yesterday and today's program. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Ramani Madam and Dr. GTV Ramesh sir for organizing this program, and the supporting team of surgical team from Dr. Ramani Madam's department, and also the video technologies team, Madan Sham. They have supported the CMA programs in a nice way. And I would like to thank all the speakers who participated in the 2 days CMA program, and the delegates and the moderators who participated, and very good discussions have been done during the past 2 days. And I would like to organize such many more programs in the coming months on behalf of the IMA AP State AMS wing. On September 3rd, IMA AP State CGP is organizing one-day CMA program with possible 4 CMA credit hours. So I request the AMS wing also to continue the academic work, both online CMA programs and also physical conferences also we would like to organize in the coming months. Thank you, madam, and once again, congratulations to the team. And IMA AP State will stand behind the AMS and CGP wings and academic wings for organizing such programs. And we will support with all our IMA State office. Mute on, madam.
I see Dr. Achutarao, sir, observer of this conference from APMCI, to please join the function on virtually if he is available. Dr. Achutarao, Achut? Dr. Fanidar, sir? Fanidar, sir, I request Dr. Fanidar, sir, to address. Dr. Fanidar, sir? Dr. Ravindranath, sir? Is Dr. Ravindranath?
Yeah, very good evening, madam. Sorry, couldn't connect you through video, but at the outset, I congratulate the IMA AMS chairperson, Dr. Ramani madam, for conducting an excellent program and wonderful topics all from day one, first topic to the last topic have been very interesting. And also I thank our president.
Mute level in the unmute yourself, Ravindra. Yes.
Yeah, and also I thank our AP Medical Council observer, Dr. Achutarao Garu, for cooperating with us and being part of the program. And I hope the IMA AMS will be conducting similar programs both physically as well as virtually under the leadership of Dr. Ramani Madam and the team, Dr. Ramesh Garu. And thank you very much, all of you, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the words of encouragement. It all evolved just 1 month back. First, we thought of conducting a physical meeting at Visakhapatnam, but due to my trip abroad, everything was delayed, and it was very difficult to mobilize the resources. And so we thought we would do an offline. It was finally confirmed at Chirala State Working Committee. Immediately after returning, we have formulated the scientific program and the speakers, and Dr. Ravindranath was very instrumental in getting the APMC credit hours, negotiating with the and facilitating with the APMCI registrar. And then we were very apprehensive how many would join, because we are conducting monthly meetings. When we are doing 1 and 2 hours meeting, we are seeing only 50, 60 on the board. So we thought 300 would join. But when we were once the list, there was around 2,000 registrations in 2 or 3 days. In 3 days, there were 2,000 registrations. We were aghast what to do, how the link will support now. Again, we rushed to Dr. Ravi Krishna sir, and then we asked him to extend the capacity of the link, which he readily agreed with, only with his words of encouragement, and we are able to conduct this conference in this manner. And I'm thankful to Dr. Fanidar sir, who was always inquiring what state, how are we going to plan any hurdles at any stage. He was advising us and then facilitating with our state leaders, Dr. Ravi Krishna sir, and again with the tech team. And when everything was ready, we had, the tech team from, I think from Andhra Hospital, Madan and Shyam, Mr. Madan and Shyam, they were, I no words to describe how they supported us. And every time of the day, they were available, clearing our doubts and resolving any issues that are coming. And they were instrumental for the success of this live streaming of this 2 days, from morning 8 to evening 6, 2 days function. There, without any hurdle or any interruption, we are able to conduct only because the help of the tech team headed by Mr. Madan and Mr. Shyam. Once again, I thank my wholehearted thanks to the tech team from Andhra Hospitals. And then my own team, my associate Mr. Dr. Chaitanya Babu, who stood like rocks beside me, and my postgraduates, though they are not my direct posted for district rotary program from hospital, Rahul from Jasmine from Gayatri Medical, and Dr. Sadi, they were this food without any taking rest or food.
I think Madam has lost the signal. Jasmine, can you check with her?
Yes. Please continue, Dr. Jasmine.
Yeah, she seems to be traveling.
Sir, please.
So ma'am is traveling right now, and that's why we
Actually,
cannot hear her.
I have come back to Vijayanagaram today to be with my people, with my supportive postgraduates, and now I'm going back and starting back to Visakhapatnam. I'm very much thankful to all the national leaders who have joined and elevated this conference's importance. I'm thankful to Dr. Sharad Kumar Agrawal sir, Dr. R.V. Ashokan, Dr. Pankaj Mutneja, Dr. Hari Rao, Dr. Akkari, and Dr. Shankar Nayak, Dr. Chakra Rao sir, Dr. Ramesh Babu Raipur, Dr. N. Subramaniam sir, Dr. J.C. Naidu, Dr. Shio, Dr. Jayashekhar, being the past presidents. Today, I am able to conduct this conference due to the help of my state leaders, my teachers, my juniors, my students. With my long teaching period of 23 years, all my students have become super specialists, and they are now participating in the conference that I have conducted. I'm really thankful to God for this privilege that I am bestowed upon, and I'm thankful to one and all, especially Dr. Ravi Krishna sir, who was constantly helping, stand and advising and facilitating, and no words to describe, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all, sir. Dr. GTV Ramesh sir, he is also very soft. Whatever I say, he will never say anything. Yes, ma'am, I'm there. And he is helping me a lot by just being here. The last 2 days, he never left the and he was continuously present online. Thank you very much, sir, Dr. Ramesh, sir. Thank you one and all, sir. Dr. Achut Rao, now it is the time to help you. You are the one who has to. Now everyone will pounce on me. I have to give the certificates for all these attendees who have registered. And I request you to, I will get the certificates and we both will sign, sir, and then I will submit in the registrar office. I will.
So, topics are very good, madam. Conduction is very good.
Thank you.
Topics are good and conduction is very good, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I saw.
Sir, somebody is not enrolled. That is the problem. Many people didn't enrolled.
Yeah.
Registered, sir. Registered. Those who are registered were given the link. 1,800 have registered, sir. Because link supports 1,000, we are seeing this number. So any 1,000 people can be on board.
Link
So
showing only 500, 600, 700. Yesterday 700. Today is 400 to 500 only.
They're going and coming, sir.
They'll be different.
Right, sir. So now we will.
Technologies will provide how many people have joined, at what time they have joined, and at what time they have logged out. They will give the details. No problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all, sir. Dr. Ramesh, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Ramani. First, I must confess that my role has been dismal in this holding this conference. It was an act of masterly inactivity. In fact, Dr. Ravi Krishna Garu and Dr. Panidhar, I am very new to IMA activities. I am here by default when my president of Gajwaka suddenly died, and just because I had a big mouth, I was pushed into this job, and I'm slowly learning how to act, something like that. And now Ramani has come up with this AMS activity. It is all new to me, but I said, okay, you start it and let me see if I can catch up somewhere. I think by sometime yesterday afternoon, I started catching up with the technology. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for the selection of the topics, the selection of the speakers, the moderators. They have been fantastic speakers have come on board. All these years, like, we basically, we've been hearing anesthesia or critical care, but here we have seen a wide variety of topics and very good topics, that too. And, the speakers came so well prepared, and they made it very simple also, with the general practitioners and practicing doctors in mind. Certainly, I think this is a very good platform for everybody to update their knowledge and at least to know what's going on around. So I thank Dr. Ramani again and her team, Dr. Jasmine, Dr. Rahul, and the other lady,
Sandhya.
Sandhya, yes, Sandhya. And then Sham and the others. I may be missing out names because I'm not very familiar. But I thank you all for your continuous support these 2 days. And even before, maybe you were doing all this for Dr. Ramani. Then I thank all the speakers once again. I thank the moderators. Then I thank all the delegates. Even at this point of time, I can see 374, 373. And, at this final time also, if you can see so many, that you can multiply into 3, that we have such a good strength. And before I thank my national IMA team and the presidents and president-elects and vice presidents and IMA AMS teams. I would personally thank Dr. Ravi Krishna Garu, the state IMA president, and Dr. Panidar and Dr. Ravindranath, and above all, Dr. Achut, who's been here all the time, really observing all of us. So thank you for all the efforts, and thank you for all your supports.
Student, sir.
Thank you for all your supports. So long.
That is the problem.
Until the
Madam
next
is
time.
my teacher. That is the problem.
Dr. Fanidar, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Fanidar, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Panidar has just joined. If you want to add a word or two, sir, please.
Sir, encouragement for us, that's all, sir.
No, I purposefully stepped back because I want to see Dr. Ramani in a higher position. So she has to express herself through this conference. So she came out with flying colors very successfully. Congratulations, madam. Thank you also for the efforts you have put in. Our image in National IMA has also risen. So all the national leaders appreciated the content and also the attendance. Both the things very appreciable. But the one surprising thing is, I thought we will reach 1,000 mark today, but being Sunday, suddenly it fell to 500 to 600. This gives me an idea if we are right or wrong in having our programs on Sunday. Sunday, most of the people may be thinking to be with their children or visiting their children at residential schools or colleges, something like that. Anyway, it is a successful program. Immense pleasure in being associated with this program, and there is no need for me to emphasize the stamping role of my beloved president, Dr. Ravi Krishna, in each and every program of IMA AP State in this year. Hope his services will be at our disposal in the coming year or association year also. Ravindranath, yes, I think you will see him sometime in a higher position. He knows, must be one of the rarest treasurers to get involved in so many administrative activities. Of late, I have seen Ravindra getting involved in all the activities. Dr. GTV Ramesh is also a new point for IMA leadership in future. I thank the technical team from Andhra Hospitals, Ms. Madan and Shyam, Sai and others. So maybe we'll also see that the CGP conference will also be a success in the month of September. Thanking you all once again, and especially thanking our observer, Dr. Achut from Visakhapatnam.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll be in touch with you, maybe pester you for certain things, because members, our members is
I request the tech team to play Janaganamana, if possible. Tech team, Shyam.
Yes, ma'am. Give me like 2 minutes.
Play Janaganamana.
Yes, ma'am.
That
2
is
minutes.
how we have to end the
Right.
conference.
Yes, let me.
My talk has ended. I thank once again everyone.
Thank you, sir. Jasmine, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Our photograph, our secretariat, conference secretariat, our small room, it is not shown.
Ma'am, the tech team has to do that.
Ma'am, we've showed
They have shown already, madam. Already, when you are disconnected, they have
Okay, sir.
shown.
Okay, sir. I just want to project our Jasmine, Sandhya, Rahul, Dr. Chaitanya Babu, sir. I was only sitting and advising them. They were the ones constantly on the job, telephoning the moderate speakers, making them come online.
Ma'am, I'm showing them once again, ma'am.
See the enthusiastic faces of other students wearing all, and now I left them for the night duty and I'm going home. I'm feeling very bad for them.
I think they will have good time, ma'am. Ma'am, playing the Janamana.
Janaganamana, please play.
One second.
Or shall I play? Jai Hind, sir. Jai Hind, sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Shortly we'll begin with another conference with your blessings. Namaste, sir.
Sure. Namaste. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Achyut. Bye.